Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 1101, The Great Painter Durer. Ma Lin attached great importance to this trip to the Ming dynasty. The reason why he had to go there in person was mainly because of his strong curiosity. The Ming dynasty was a legendary dynasty. Although it was blackened by the history books that were harmonized by the Qing dynasty and had no reference value, it still could not stop the charm of the Ming dynasty. When he was a child, Ma Lin liked to watch the version of Swordsman by Liu Songxian, which tells the story of the Ming dynasty. Of course, it's not just Swordsman, many martial arts films also have elements of the Ming dynasty. For example, there are a lot of classic martial arts films such as Sword of Blood and Jade and New Dragon Inn. There is also a very famous movie, Tai Chi Zhang San Feng, which seems to have elements of the Ming dynasty. Although the history of these martial arts dramas has been changed into a mess and cannot be used as a reference, it is undeniable that through these martial arts dramas, Ma Lin has developed a strong interest in history. It is these nonsense martial arts dramas dressed in historical clothes that have made a generation like Ma Lin develop a costume plot since childhood, and then developed an interest in history. Even later, Ma Lin chose the unpopular major of history in college. Moreover, there are too many celebrities in the Ming dynasty at this time. Apart from other things, Emperor Zhengde Zhu Hozhao is definitely a famous figure in the Ming dynasty. This guy's nonsense life has been put on TV dramas many times. Although many of them were blackened by the Qing dynasty and his cousin Jiajing, the people can't help but like these blackened gossips. Then, this guy is definitely the darling of TV dramas in later generations, and it is difficult for Ma Lin not to know him. And Lu Jin, the eunuch under Emperor Zhengde, is not weak in reputation. There are a few super eunuchs who can control the court in the Ming dynasty, which is simply amazing. In the official history, this guy controls the government and plays with power, and is a master of politics. In the martial arts drama, Lu the eunuch is even more a ruthless martial arts master, and his group of Jinui and factory fans are also highly skilled in martial arts, and they are definitely supervillains. How can Ma Lin not want to watch these two famous people? Moreover, Marin also plans to bring court painters to paint the appearance of Emperor Zhengde and the eunuch Lu Jin in realistic oil paintings, and preserve them as precious historical images. Although the level of Chinese painting is also good, it only focuses on artistic conception, and the details are much worse than oil paintings. The portraits of emperors circulated in later generations are not of great reference value. Because these portraits have no details, they seem to have a stereotyped feeling. Only the ugly portraits of Zhu Yuanzhang can leave a deep impression on people. The portraits of other Ming dynasty emperors seem to only remember wearing dragon robes and then wearing a little beard. There are no more details. Therefore, Marin plans to bring powerful painters this time to paint the portraits of celebrities such as Emperor Zhengde and Lu Jin in the form of oil paintings, and properly preserve them as precious historical materials for future generations. In this way, it can also provide a basis for the selection of actors for the stupid directors who make movies and TV in later generations. To be honest, Marin was really impressed by those directors in his previous life. What actors did they choose? It was fine in the early years, but a few years before Marin traveled through time, young and handsome men were all chosen. It's not that Marin has an opinion on young and handsome men, but why do you choose a pretty boy when you play the role of a middle-aged man? The most ridiculous thing is that 10 years later, many middle-aged people in those historical dramas have no beards, no beards, no beards, important things are said 3 times. In ancient times, it was very rare for middle-aged people to have no beards. Moreover, no beards will also be regarded as no hair on the mouth, and unreliable work. It's okay to have no beard when you are young, but if you have no beard in middle age, people will suspect that you are a eunuch. Therefore, when seeing those so-called historical dramas, all men have no beards, Marin directly judged it as a eunuch drama. Think about the old version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Tang Guqiang was also a young and handsome man, called Cream Boy at that time, but he played Zhuge Liang with a full beard. Zhou Yu has no beard, but there are very few people without beards in the whole play. That kind of historical drama is normal, and the kind of drama where most men have no beards is not worthy of the name of historical drama. It is simply an idol drama in ancient costumes. Only in modern idol dramas will men have bare faces. Men in costume dramas do not have beards. Either the director is a poor student or he deliberately makes fun of it like Yuma. In addition to painting oil portraits of Emperor Zhengde and Lu Jin, Marin also plans to leave an oil painting for all the important civil and military ministers in the court. For example, big men like the cabinet assistants must also be painted in oil. In order to make the painting realistic, it is obvious that high-level painters must be used. After all, not everyone can paint the portraits of people very realistically. Therefore, it is necessary to find a high-level oil painting master to go to the Ming dynasty with Marin. Originally, Marin planned to take Leonardo da Vinci with him. After all, Leonardo da Vinci is the top oil painting master. However, considering that Leonardo da Vinci is old, he is in his 50s and may not be able to adapt to a few months of life at sea. If he accidentally dies of illness at sea, it would be a big loss. After all, Leonardo da Vinci's value is not just painting, he is also a scientific leader, and he wants to train college students for himself. Marin has always been worried about the selection. After all, it is not easy to find a young high-level painter. But by chance, one day, Marin went to Leonardo da Vinci's house to play and met a young great painter. Then, this young great painter was kidnapped by Marin. Who is this young great painter? His name is Dürer, Albrecht Dürer, a young great painter who is only 38 years old. What, your name is Dürer? After hearing the young painter who visited Leonardo da Vinci introduce himself, Marin stood up in shock. Because Marin had heard of Dürer's name in later generations. Although Marin was not very interested in European art history, he still memorized a lot of celebrity names and their works for the exam. For example, this Dürer is one of the great painters in Germany. Marin later saw Dürer's hands and feet, which were so realistic that Marin almost mistook them for black and white photos. It can be seen that Dürer's painting skills are amazing. Moreover, there is a saying in later generations that Dürer is actually a weakened version of Leonardo da Vinci. What does it mean? In addition to being a great painter, Dürer, like Leonardo da Vinci, is also very talented in sculpture, mathematics, mechanics, architecture and anatomy. Moreover, this guy is also an alchemist. However, his achievements cannot be compared with Leonardo da Vinci, and can only be regarded as a weakened version of Leonardo da Vinci. But history will only remember the best people or champions, so Dürer, the all-round big man, is not valued by people. Moreover, the reason why Dürer is so versatile seems to be greatly influenced by Leonardo da Vinci. This guy also studied in Italy and was greatly influenced by the Italian Renaissance thought. The reason why he is so comprehensive seems to be because he admires Leonardo da Vinci and imitates Leonardo da Vinci. So, he is a fan of Leonardo da Vinci. The idol is in Auric, and Dürer, a fan of Leonardo da Vinci, naturally visits. When Marin saw him, it was actually the third time that Dürer visited Leonardo da Vinci. Seeing such a talent, how could Marin let it go? After listening to Leonardo's explanation that he was very talented in practical sciences such as mathematics, mechanics and alchemy, Marin's glasses almost sparkled. You don't have to leave. Stay with me from now on. Marin forced Dürer, who was planning to return to Nuremberg, to stay. Leonardo looked at this familiar scene and immediately persuaded Dürer not to resist. Why? Because the consequence of resistance was to be knocked unconscious and then stay. Leonardo had a deep memory of this. Marin's words, knock him unconscious and take him away, were Leonardo's lingering nightmare. Chapter 1102, Tricked into the Pirate Ship. Dürer wanted to say something, but Kahn beside Marin was ready to fight. If Dürer dared to say no, he would knock him out and take him away. No, he would knock him out and leave him. In desperation, Dürer had to agree to stay and work for Marin. Then, at Marin's suggestion, Dürer reluctantly wrote a letter to his family, asking them to move all their family members from Nuremberg to Auric. It should be pointed out that Dürer and his wife Agnes did not seem to get along. Agnes was said to be a shrew, and Dürer did not like her. Their marriage was also arranged by their family. It seems that this marriage was arranged by Dürer's father, and the woman was the daughter of Dürer's father's friend. After marriage, Dürer was not satisfied with his wife, so he was not willing to stay at home, but ran around, often went to Italy to study, and also ran to many large German cities. Because the couple were often not together, Dürer and his wife had no children. However, because of the bad relationship with his wife and the lack of children, some people suspected that Dürer was a homosexual. Or, a bisexual. In fact, Dürer just couldn't stand his shrewish wife, not really gay. Of course, it may be because of his shrewish wife that he was disappointed with women. In this era, ordinary people are not able to divorce. Because divorce requires the approval of the Holy See, or even the consent of the Pope himself. So, Dürer, helpless, can only escape from his tough shrewish wife. In order to recruit Dürer, Marin proposed that as long as Dürer is willing, he can help ask the Pope to allow Dürer to divorce. Of course, divorce is a big deal, and he does not recommend it. So, Marin gave Dürer 2 years to consider as a cooling-off period. If he still can't accept his wife, then Marin will ask the Pope to allow Dürer to divorce. Asking the Pope to rule on divorce may be difficult for others, but for Marin, it is just a matter of words. And Da Vinci confirmed this ability of Marin on the side. After all, after staying with Marin for so long, Da Vinci still saw the close relationship between Marin and the current Pope. Moreover, Leonardo da Vinci had long suspected that one of Angela or Felice was related to the Pope. Because these two women spoke Italian. Even when they spoke German, they had an Italian accent. Others might not be able to hear it, but how could Leonardo da Vinci, an old Italian man, not hear it? When Durer heard that he could divorce, he was ecstatic at first, but then he hesitated. After all, divorce is not a trivial matter. So, he decided to give his wife another chance and observe her performance. Because he was sure that Durer could not divorce, his wife Agnes was very arrogant and often used violence against Durer, a weak man. But now, with Marin to help with the divorce, Durer believed that Agnes should be able to restrain herself. In order to win over Durer, Marin directly gave him a noble title of a knight and appointed Durer as a court painter. Although this knighthood is not hereditary, Durer is about to follow Marin to the Ming dynasty, and his merits can be counted. Therefore, it is not difficult to be promoted to a hereditary knight. The reason why Durer was chosen is that in his previous life, Marin was deeply impressed by Durer's paintings of hands and feet that looked like black and white photos. With him as the painter, the portraits of Emperor Zhengde and the eunuch Lu Jin must be lifelike. Marin also has a bold idea. He plans to take advantage of Lu Jin's continued absence and ask Durer to paint a collective oil painting of Lu Jin, Gu Deong, Ma Yongqing, Gao Feng, Luo Xiang and other 8 tigers of Zhengde, and paint all the 8 tigers. In this way, when history teachers talk about the 8 tigers of Zhengde in the future, they can point to the oil paintings painted by Durer and say, look, this is the 8 tigers of Zhengde, lifelike. If these oil paintings are collected and kept for hundreds of years. In the future, even if the Hoffman family lost the throne, these treasured oil paintings could be exchanged for a lot of money, not to mention the preciousness of its historical image data, but with the fact that it was painted by Master Durer, the future value will be at least tens of millions of dollars, or even hundreds of millions. No, now that Marin has colonized America, there may not be the world's most powerful old America in the future, and there may not be the US dollar as the world's universal currency. Durer was also very excited when he heard that he was going to the Eastern Ming dynasty. He was used to wandering outside and did not reject going abroad. Moreover, going to the distant and mysterious Ming Empire was indeed very attractive to Durer, a prodigal son. Therefore, Durer was easily deceived by Marin and boarded the pirate ship. And in order to facilitate Durer's painting in the Ming dynasty, Marin immediately sent people to collect a large amount of pigments, brushes, brackets and other tools needed for painting oil paintings, and asked 10 warships to take them, so as to avoid insufficient use in the Ming dynasty. He did not bring much paper, because there was no shortage of this thing in the Ming dynasty. In addition to the painting materials, Marin was very particular about the people and goods that the fleet carried this time. For example, Marin plans to bring 1,000 soldiers this time. Of course, it is not to fight with anyone, but to be used as a guard of honor. 1,000 soldiers wearing bright clothes and marching in neat steps will surely blind the eyes of the young Emperor Zhengde. In order to facilitate the soldiers' movements, the plate armor worn by these 1,000 soldiers is just a show. That is, the thin iron plate armor cut out of tinplate. Wearing this fake plate armor cut out of tinplate, the soldiers' movements are not affected. They can walk in the queue freely in iron armor and show off. If they wear real 50-gene plate armor, it is estimated that the soldiers will not be tired before they can walk far. Of course, Marin will also bring real plate armor. Moreover, he will bring hundreds of sets of full sizes. These extra ones are given by Marin to Emperor Zhengde. Marin didn't know the height of Emperor Zhengde, so he simply asked someone to make a full-size plate armor of 1.6 to 1.85 meters. In this way, Zhengde can always pick the right one for himself. Marin didn't believe that the height of Emperor Zhengde would jump out of this range. In addition to plate armor, Marin also asked the fleet to bring 100 night war horses, specially matched with plate armor. Of course, lances are also equipped. It is no problem to bring 100 horses on 10 500-ton ships, 10 horses on each ship, all kept on the top deck. There is horse manure, just sweep it directly into the sea, which is very convenient. In addition, in order to test the adaptability of these horses to sailing, Marin had people start to select them a long time ago. Those horses that are not suitable for the bumpy sailing on the sea have all been eliminated. The rest are all war horses that can adapt to long-term sea voyages. These war horses are about 1.7 meters high at the shoulder, which is a typical heavy war horse. Only such heavy horses can carry knights with full body plate armor. Moreover, in China, there are very few tall horses. The Mongolian horse with a shoulder height of 1.35 meters can be regarded as a tall horse in the Central Plains. If Marin brought 100 horses with a shoulder height of 1.7 meters, it would probably shock the Ming dynasty. Especially since this was not 1 or 2 horses, but 100 horses. The literati of the Ming dynasty were used to riding in sedan chairs and did not know much about horses. And Marin intended to use this tall horse in the absolute sense to bluff those Ming dynasty officials. Because this kind of tall horse is majestic and powerful. As for the truly powerful Arabian horses, Marin did not bring any. After all, he went to fool the literati to win the favor of the Ming dynasty. As for those warriors who really understood horses, who cares what they think? Moreover, these horses are indeed war horses, so it is not really fooling people. In addition, the most important thing to send to the Ming dynasty is probably the sweet potato. This is an absolutely high-yield crop, and it must be very attractive to the Ming dynasty, an agricultural country. However, Marin decided to bring the sweet potato from Panama. Sweet potatoes are now grown on a large scale there, and it is very convenient to get them there. In addition to sweet potatoes, Marin also plans to bring peanuts and corn. These are all available in Panama, and when the fleet is anchored there, they can be directly taken from the local area. But the most important thing is the high-yield sweet potato. Because this is Marin's ultimate weapon to bargain with the Ming dynasty, which attaches great importance to agriculture. Chapter 1103 Roasted sweet potatoes, pork vermicelli and duck blood vermicelli. How powerful is sweet potato? In ancient times, when chemical fertilizers were not used, the yield per mu was at least 10 dan. This is the yield in the barren mountainous areas. If it is replaced with mature fields in the south of the Yangtze River and carefully planted, the yield per mu can reach 20 to 30 dan, that is, 3,000 to 5,000 jin. This number may not be a big deal in modern times. However, in ancient times without chemical fertilizers and careful breeding, a yield of 200 jin per mu was normal. A yield of 300 per mu is definitely a good harvest. Of course, this refers to wheat. As for rice, the highest yield per mu of the best paddy fields in the south of the Yangtze River can reach 500 jin. Of course, the yield of rice per mu can reach 500 jin, as mentioned earlier in this book. In addition to the fertility of the best paddy fields in the south of the Yangtze River, there are also a lot of phosphorus elements in the silt and river water because of the corpses of fish and shrimps in the rivers and lakes in the south of the Yangtze River, which is a natural phosphorus fertilizer. Rice, the plants of rice are soaked in water for a long time. There are many rivers and lakes in the south of the Yangtze River, and there are many fish and shrimps. After the death of fish and shrimps, phosphorus elements will be precipitated, which will become fertile water that is beneficial to crops. With manure, some wood ash, potassium fertilizer, and long-term soaking in phosphorus fertilizer water with fish and shrimp corpses, it is no wonder that the rice yield in Jiangnan is high. But even so, an output of 500 kilograms per mu was very rare in ancient times. The general yield of rice per mu is only about 300 kilograms, and the ordinary yield of wheat is about 200 kilograms. Therefore, things like sweet potatoes that can easily produce more than 1,000 kilograms per mu, or even 3,000 to 5,000 kilograms per mu, are definitely like nuclear bombs in ancient agricultural society. However, no matter how powerful the crops are, because they are new foreign varieties, the people may not be able to accept them quickly. Marin had been in the countryside in his previous life and knew that there was something called official promotion. How powerful is official promotion? It can allow tens of thousands of acres of fertile land to be planted with another strange economic crop in a short period of time, as long as the government makes great efforts. In later generations, Marin has seen many officials with ideas but unreliable make decisions on the slap of their heads, and blindly command farmers to plant some novel crops, such as blueberries and kiwis. In the end, because the market acceptance was not high, farmers suffered great losses. However, this is modern times. Moreover, those officials promote cash crops in general, which may not be accepted by people. But sweet potatoes are different, this thing is food. For the ancients, being able to eat is a big deal. Unlike modern people, eating is no longer a problem, the problem is how to make a fortune. If you want to get rich, sweet potatoes really can't meet this requirement. But if you want to eat, sweet potatoes are absolutely no problem. The most important thing is that in mountainous areas and barren land in the north, sweet potatoes are definitely the best choice. For example, the Loess Plateau. The loess on the Loess Plateau is not good for growing rice and wheat, but sweet potatoes can be grown. No matter how bad it is, there are more than 10 stones of output, which is 1,000 and several hundred kilograms. What is the concept of more than 1,000 kilograms per mu? In later generations, because of the large population in rural areas, a family can only get a few acres of land, but because the rice yield is 1,000 and several hundred kilograms per mu, the wheat yield is also about 1,000 kilograms per mu. Therefore, even though there are only a few acres of land, the family can still have enough to eat, and they can also sell a lot of food. As long as the yield per mu is 1,000 kilograms, basically, only 2 or 3 acres of land can feed the whole family. Of course, if you want a house, clothes, etc., you need more production. The amount of land in ancient times is not comparable to that of modern people. Generally speaking, no matter how poor a family is, they have to have a few acres of thin land. In the northern region, because of the low yield per mu, it is not a problem for a family to have more than 10 mu. Of course, most of them are thin land. But sweet potatoes don't matter. Even if it is thin land, the yield per mu is more than 10 dan. If there are 10 acres of land, at least 10,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes can be harvested. How can you starve to death with more than 10,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes? This is a difficult problem. If the Lus Plateau is full of sweet potatoes, then it is difficult for famine to occur in northern Shaanxi. Even if it is abnormal climate at the end of the Ming dynasty, sweet potatoes can survive. Then, there was no Li Zicheng. If everyone has food to eat, no one would rebel with you. Of course, it is not so easy to make the Ming dynasty accept sweet potatoes. At least, you have to make people like sweet potatoes. It doesn't matter whether the common people like it or not. Only when the emperor and ministers like it can this thing be promoted. But it is not so difficult to make people like to eat sweet potatoes. For example, roasted sweet potatoes are very popular in later generations. This thing is very popular in later generations. There are uncles selling roasted sweet potatoes in almost every city. Moreover, the annual income of these uncles is generally tens of thousands a year, and the better ones are hundreds of thousands a year. Of course, the premise is that you are setting up a stall, not opening a store. Otherwise, your annual profit of hundreds of thousands will be given to the landlord. Therefore, to sell roasted sweet potatoes, you need to fight wits and courage with the urban management to save the annual store rent of hundreds of thousands. Young people can't do it, they will definitely be beaten by the urban management. But the old man is different. Most urban managements still have face and dare not be cruel to the elderly. The few who dared to be cruel to the elderly were all on the news. As for the young people, I will beat you without hesitation. I have gone too far. Roasted sweet potatoes are popular in later generations, but in fact, it is because city people rarely see them and think they are rare. In fact, in the countryside, if a family grows an acre or half an acre of sweet potatoes, roasted sweet potatoes can make you want to vomit. However, in this era, the people of the Ming dynasty were similar to the city people in later generations. They had hardly seen sweet potatoes. In fact, they had never seen sweet potatoes. Roasted sweet potatoes taste good. As long as Zhengde, the naughty child, likes to eat them, and the ministers think they are good, then it is worth promoting. What's more, the yield per mu is so high. In addition to roasted sweet potatoes, Ma Lin also plans to come up with another powerful application of sweet potato vermicelli. Vermicelli is also called vermicelli, which is a common food for northerners in later generations. In the northeast, pork stewed with vermicelli is a signature dish, which can be called the main dish of the northeast together with the pickled cabbage on suehua. Although Ma Lin lived in the Jianghuai area since he was a child in his previous life, he also ate vermicelli. Because the area north of the Yangtze River and south of the Qinling Mountains and the Huaihe River belongs to the intersection of the north and the south. Rice and glutinous rice balls in the south, noodles and flatbreads in the north, and vermicelli are very common in the Jianghuai region. Moreover, this area is a rice-wheat rotation area. That is, wheat is planted in winter and harvested in summer. Rice is planted after harvesting and harvested in autumn. There are rice and wheat, so people in this area are used to eating rice and pasta. Marin remembered that during the Chinese New Year in his previous life, dumplings and glutinous rice balls were served together at home. It was precisely because of this that Marin was able to quickly adapt to European pasta after traveling to Europe. Otherwise, a pure southerner who is used to eating rice will not be able to adapt to Europe, where pasta is eaten. Therefore, Marin plans to make a classic pork stewed with vermicelli for Emperor Zhengde of the Ming dynasty and several important ministers. Moreover, chili peppers will be added to let the emperor and ministers of the Ming dynasty taste in advance the food that will dominate the northeast hundreds of years later. Of course, in addition to this northeastern way of eating, Marin also plans to recommend a southern vermicelli way of eating to the Ming dynasty monarchs and ministers, duck blood vermicelli soup. It should be noted that this is not the ordinary duck blood vermicelli soup on the streets of later generations, but it is planned to use the old duck soup that has been stewed for a long time as the soup base, and duck blood soup as a supplement. After all, duck blood soup is a folk way of eating. If you want to impress these Ming Dynasty monarchs and ministers who are used to eating delicacies from mountains and seas, it is better to improve the grade. Roasted sweet potatoes, pork stewed with vermicelli, and duck blood vermicelli soup, these three famous foods are offered. I don't believe that they can't impress the Ming Dynasty monarchs and ministers. As long as they are impressed, Marin can use sweet potatoes to exchange for enough benefits. At least, we must have free trade. We can't be like other countries, paying tribute only once every 2 years, so the profit will not be enough. I actually made myself hungry when writing this chapter. Chapter 11042 Perfumes. When it comes to trade, both sides should have a give-and-take relationship. Otherwise, it would be too stupid to pay for it unilaterally. Moreover, the party that pays unilaterally will be in a weak position and be slaughtered and threatened at any time. Because the other party does not need to beg you. Therefore, Marin has to prepare some rare goods that the Ming Dynasty needs very much. For example, perfume. This is a trade project that Marin has prepared for a long time, and he has been preparing for it for a long time. At present, Marin has prepared 2 kinds of perfumes: lavender and rose. Lavender is a project that Marin has prepared for a long time. He specially sent people to the Mediterranean coast to introduce lavender seeds with a strong aroma, and selected uncultivated areas in the North Munster province of the North Sea Kingdom, planted 10,000 acres to extract lavender essence. Extracting essence is very simple, that is, extracting with alcohol. And what Marin lacks the least is probably alcohol. Because, in the process of steaming ergoto, the wine smell of the pot head and the pot tail will all be processed into medical alcohol. In this way, the amount is very large. Even for medical use, not so much is needed. After all, not many people can afford to see a doctor these days. So, Marin was worried about how to consume alcohol before. Of course, the alcohol used to make perfume has very high requirements and cannot have impurities or odors. Therefore, Marin will use charcoal to pass the medical alcohol once to absorb impurities. Then, distill it again to increase the purity. The absorption capacity of general charcoal is not strong, for example, the willow charcoal used in ancient China to configure gunpowder. This kind of charcoal is the product of simmering and has average quality. The charcoal used by Marin to absorb impurities is to put the wood blocks into the furnace to isolate the air and then heat them with coal at high temperature, and the temperature can reach thousands of degrees. At such a high temperature, the wood will not only be converted into charcoal, but the volatile substances in the wood will also gasify and leave the wood. The representative of them is methanol, which was also called wood spirit in the past. When substances such as methanol vaporize and leave the wood, multiple pores are generated on the wood, forming a honeycomb-like internal structure. And this structure is very similar to activated carbon. It's just that there are not as many pores as activated carbon. However, if the amount is large, the effect is also good. Then, the cost of these charcoals is not high, and they can be burned after being used as adsorbents. Marin plans to further expand the planting area if he opens up the daiming market. After all, although the lavender planting area is as high as 10,000 acres, even if Marin's new agricultural technology is used, the essential oil extracted from each acre of lavender is only about 3 to 5 kilograms. According to the density of essential oil of about 1.33 liters per kilogram, 5 kilograms is only 6.65 liters, equivalent to 6,650 milliliters. The perfume bottle used by Marin is 100 milliliters. Even if the perfume is configured at the minimum ratio of 15%, each bottle must be 15 milliliters. In this way, the lavender essential oil produced from 1 acre of land can be configured for 443 bottles. 10,000 acres of lavender are enough to make 4.43 million bottles. Although the number is not small, the demand is even greater. In Europe, the demand for perfume is very large. The main reason is that people don't take a bath, and they smell bad, so they need perfume to cover it up. Moreover, after providing Marin with perfume craftsmen, the Vatican asked Marin to supply no less than tens of thousands of bottles of perfume every year. After all, those bishops also need to cover up the smell of not taking a bath. At the same time, Italian women are also very enthusiastic about fragrance. As long as Marin is willing, these perfumes can be sold in Europe, and they are in short supply. But the problem is that Marin wants to recover the money he spent from the Ming dynasty. After all, it is too much of a loss to buy goods from the Ming dynasty with real money. Therefore, Marin decided to sell most of these perfumes to the Ming dynasty to fill the trade deficit. Moreover, the 100 milliliters glass bottle for perfume is also a big selling point. Because there was no decent glass in the Ming dynasty, only variegated glass called colored glass. The glass bottles that Marin used to hold perfume were all transparent lead glass, which looked very high-end. You know, there was no transparent glass in the Ming dynasty, and using transparent glass to package perfume was absolutely full of style. And the price of a bottle of perfume, Marin also planned to be a little darker, set at 5 taels of silver. Anyway, the Ming dynasty was not able to produce perfume, or even transparent glass bottles. If he was not afraid that the price was too high and the other party could not afford it, Marin would have planned to set a higher price. How much is 5 taels of silver worth? That's 186.5 grams of silver. According to the European exchange rate of 1 to 12, it can be exchanged for 15.54 grams of gold, which is 4.36 gold coins. If it is based on the current gold-silver exchange rate of 1 to 6 in the Ming dynasty, it will double. In fact, Marin also plans to use smaller glass bottles to hold perfumes, which will also cost a high price. However, these days, glass bottles are blown by craftsmen. It is not easy to blow a small 30 milliliters glass bottle like the one Marin wants. Ordinary glass craftsmen may not be able to blow it well, and it requires a master craftsman to come out, which is difficult to mass produce. In desperation, Marin had to choose a 100 milliliters glass bottle that is less difficult and can be blown by ordinary glass craftsmen, which is easy to mass produce. After all, there are still many ordinary glass craftsmen, and they are also easy to train. In addition to lavender-scented perfumes, Marin also made rose-scented perfumes. The origin of rose essence is mainly in England. It's funny to say that it was also accidental that Marin obtained the supply of English roses, and the reason was also funny. It turned out that after Edward won the throne of England with the help of Marin, he naturally wanted to highlight the status of the York family. Therefore, the white rose was designated as the national flower and had a noble status. The red rose, the symbol of the Lancaster family, was despised by Edward. So Edward ordered that red roses be declared cheap flowers, and red roses should not be sold on the market, and he planned to order the eradication of red roses across the country. Marin saw that it was not possible, so he dissuaded Edward. After all, red roses are a symbol of love. If Edward did it, would he send white roses to his lover in the future? Damn, white flowers are a symbol of funerals in the East. Thinking of using white flowers for courtship in the future, Marin felt very uncomfortable. But Edward insisted on not allowing red roses to be sold on the market, and insisted that red roses were cheap flowers. Marin was helpless and could feel that the English flower farmers who planted red roses would definitely be unlucky. However, he was just preparing to make perfume at that time. So, Marin had an idea: since you don't allow red roses to be sold on the market, then I will send people to buy red rose petals and process them into essences, right? So, Marin pleaded with Edward and took over the purchase of red rose petals in England. In this way, red rose flowers disappeared from the English market. However, the essence extracted from red rose petals has become an important product of Marin's perfume workshop. Moreover, because it was a robbery, the price Marin paid for red rose petals in England was not high. After all, red roses cannot be sold on the market in England now, and selling them to Marin to extract essences is probably the only use. Of course, it's not that no one has the idea of taking advantage of red rose petals. Some people also learn from Marin to buy red rose petals to extract essences, but their scale is very small and not a climate. Because they don't have enough alcohol to extract essences. Lavender and rose-scented perfumes are currently Marin's main products. As long as these two fist products are managed well, there is still a lot of room for development. Although the prices in the Ming dynasty were low, there were many rich people. Besides, perfume is a rare thing, and there will always be rich people who buy it. In addition, Marin had already thought of a sales strategy. There were two main routes. One was the official wife route, which was mainly used for gifts and bribes to increase fame. The other was the Qinglu route, which was to let those courtesans use perfume to attract customers, or even endorse perfume to expand popularity. With this two-pronged approach, it is estimated that it would not be difficult for perfume to sell well in Ming dynasty. Chapter 1105 The Wandering Knight has come. Marin was a layman in painting. After Durer's reminder, he realized that oil paintings are now generally painted on canvas. So he had to send people to buy suitable canvas everywhere so that he could take it to the Ming dynasty for use. However, the 10 warships had already set off, and it was difficult to catch up. Therefore, Marin could only send another ship to Panama first, and then wait for the fleet to arrive before loading it. Fortunately, the canvas is light and does not take up space. But in fact, European painting not only has oil paintings, but also a monochrome painting called sketch. Moreover, Dürer is a master among them. For example, the hands and feet painted by Dürer that Marin saw in later generations are actually monochrome sketches. Moreover, Dürer told Marin that sketches are much easier to create than oil paintings. With his ability, he can quickly draw a portrait of a person, and it looks very similar. Isn't this a sketch? Marin suddenly remembered that the police station in later generations seemed to ask painters to quickly draw the appearance of suspects based on the descriptions of witnesses to help solve the case. In later generations, Dürer was regarded as a master of sketches by people in the art world, and he also published professional art books such as Dürer Sketches. However, the word sketch seems to have been created by Huaxia itself. In fact, sketching is just a kind of sketch. To be precise, Dürer is a master of sketches. And sketches do not require canvas, ordinary paper is enough. Under everyone's witness, Dürer quickly used charcoal pencils to draw vivid sketches of the Marin family. Marin was very happy and put all the paintings away. However, considering the factor of long-term preservation, Marin asked Dürer to absorb ink with a feather pen with better preservation effect, and created several more sketches. Ink is easier to absorb on paper than charcoal powder of charcoal pencils, and it is also easier to preserve for a long time. After all, this is a work of art, and long-term preservation is more valuable. And Marin also decided that after the Ming dynasty, only Emperor Zhengde, Lu Jin and a few big guys would use oil paintings that are more time-consuming and laborious. For ordinary ministers, just give a sketch. Anyway, Dürer draws sketches quickly and doesn't waste much time. As time entered July, wandering knights from all over Germany began to gather in the port of Emden, waiting for the convening of the knights' tournament. It seemed that they were stimulated by the quota of 50 fiefdom knights with fiefs. The number of knights who came to participate in the tournament was a bit too much, exceeding 1,000 people, which scared Marin. Marin was glad that he did not let those knights enter the city of Emden, otherwise, the city might really be harmed by these people. Moreover, most of these wandering knights brought their servants, and the total number added up to 4,000 or 5,000 people. The population of Emden city does not exceed 20,000. If these people were really allowed to enter the city, there would not be enough room to live. In order to prevent these brave and aggressive knights from making trouble, Marin urgently mobilized 10,000 people from the 2nd Legion and stationed them outside the city of Emden, ready to suppress the riots at any time. Although these knights can fight a few people at a time, the 2nd Legion has more than 2,000 musketeers, which are specially used to deal with knights wearing plate armor. No matter how high your martial arts skills are or how thick your armor is, you can knock him down with one shot. My goodness, more than 1,000 people compete for 50 positions, with an average of more than 20 people competing for one position. Why do I think of the national examination and the civil service examination in my previous life? Marin smacked his lips, shocked. In fact, Marin had recruited wandering knights in his early years, but the effect was not so good. Why? Because when Marin recruited wandering knights, his position was embarrassing and he was hostile to many princes. In addition, there were powerful enemies such as Saxony and Brandenburg at that time, so many wandering knights felt that Marin's position was precarious and he could not protect himself, so not many people were willing to come to him. But now it's different. Marin has defeated those major enemies, and the ruling position of the Hoffman family has stabilized. Moreover, Ireland, where Adler went, is not a dangerous place. Therefore, many people are willing to sign up. In fact, these wandering knights are more willing to serve Marin, who has already established his position. Unfortunately, Marin has enough manpower, and many officers of civilian origin have been trained, so there is no need to recruit wandering knights for the time being. Moreover, as Marin's batch of young officers are about to grow up, he does not need to recruit those wandering knights. Even if he recruits, Marin is only willing to recruit those wandering knights whose families are willing to move to the North Sea. Why? Because Marin is afraid of leaks. The agricultural output of the North Sea is so high. If a wandering knight's family is not here and accidentally leaks the secret, it will be serious. And the family is all in the North Sea, and no one dares to leak secrets. Unless he wants his whole family to go to hell. Even Franzberg, who has already served the emperor, has reached an agreement with Marin. Marin provides him with a large amount of bagged compound fertilizers every year, but Franzberg must keep agricultural secrets and must not disclose them to the emperor. Otherwise, Marin will let Kohler assassinate Franzberg's family. Franzberg is a smart man and will not be unaware of the power of it. Moreover, Kohler had specially sent someone to show him a preview of a close-range assassination using a spring-fired pistol. Even if the person being assassinated wore plate armor and had guards to protect him, it would be useless. In addition, if the secret was kept, the family would also have a supply of fertilizer and could produce high yields. If the secret was disclosed, everyone would produce high yields, and the family's grain would not be sold at a high price. This simple truth was obviously very clear to Franzberg. So, he would not talk nonsense. The arrival of thousands of knights and their attendants brought great pressure to the port of Emden. There was no problem with accommodation. After all, Marin took out a camp tent for the legion, which was enough. However, eating was absolutely stressful. After all, there were 4,000 or 5,000 mouths, and more than 1,000 of them were children of nobles. Those attendants were treated very simply. Just give them a piece of Kohler black bread and a glass of inferior beer for each meal. But those more than 1,000 wandering knights all came from noble families, even the lowest level knight families were considered noble families. Therefore, Marin needs to entertain well, so as not to be considered rude. The phenomenon of being dead to face is not only in China, but also in Europe. Aristocratic families are very taboo to be called rude and stingy. Generally speaking, aristocratic families can be cruel and stingy to ordinary people, but they must never be rude to visiting nobles. If a noble or aristocratic child visits, they must be warmly entertained, and they must pay attention to the pomp. Otherwise, they will be despised. And entertaining nobles from all walks of life is also the biggest expense for ordinary noble families. Otherwise, how much money can be spent on food and drink at home? Because of warmly entertaining other visiting nobles, and paying attention to the pomp. Therefore, European nobles spend a lot of money, and many nobles need to borrow money to get by. And Marin is also lucky, because of his humble origin, those great nobles generally look down on him. Therefore, there are few visiting great nobles. Otherwise, the cost of entertaining the princes every year is also very huge. Marin has few princes to visit, so the annual entertainment expenses are not much, which can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. But no matter what, these wandering knights who come to participate in the tournament are all guests of the Hoffman family, and they are all guests from noble families, so they cannot be rude. Of course, most of these wandering knights are children of low-level noble families. Otherwise, they would not become wandering knights. If the son of the earl's family is not doing well, the earl will help arrange it, at least he can become a fief knight. But the non-eldest sons of the baron and knight's family are not so lucky, because the land of the baron and knight's family is not much and cannot be divided. Therefore, many non-eldest sons of the baron's family, and most non-eldest sons of the knight's family, have to become wandering knights. Marin is not worried about these wandering knights from low-level noble families. Otherwise, if a prince from a vassal family comes, Marin will have to send ministers to receive him, which is very troublesome. As for the wandering knights from low-level noble families, it is not so troublesome. Anyway, even if their fathers are barons, they are not in Marin's eyes. Therefore, for these wandering knights, Marin directly arranged for them to live in military tents, and called it feeling the atmosphere of the battlefield. In fact, it is to save hospitality costs. But the wandering knights yearn to make merit on the battlefield, and they just like this and live in the military camp with peace of mind. Moreover, many wandering knights who have never been to the battlefield are still looking around in the camp, learning how to set up camp. Chapter 1106 The Knight's Lunchbox. Marin has a very good impression of these wandering knights who are willing to learn. He believes that only officers who love to learn have the potential for improvement. After hearing that some wandering knights like to visit the layout of the camp and want to inquire about some common sense of marching and fighting, Marin sent several officers to serve as guides and explanations for them, and to answer their questions. Of course, those officers will not disclose those things that are classified as confidential, such as training methods. Moreover, for these wandering knights who are keen to visit and learn, Marin also asked those officers who serve as guides and explanations to silently write down their names. After the selection begins, these people will get bonus points. Because these people are more willing to use their brains, which is a necessary quality for middle and senior officers. And those wandering knights who go drinking all day, and also drink and fight and make trouble, Marin also let people secretly write it down and deduct points. Of course, these are all done in secret, and Adler's consent has also been obtained. Adler certainly has no objection. After all, Marin is a commander-in-chief of the god of war level who is famous in Europe. There is definitely no problem with his suggestion. In order to collect information about these wandering knights, Marin issued an identity card to each wandering knight for easy inspection. And it was convenient for Kohler's spies to secretly record the words, deeds and performance of these wandering knights. If these wandering knights knew that their words and deeds were recorded in a small notebook before the competition, they would definitely complain the city routine is deep, I want it back. In addition to facilitating the guards to check and Kohler's spies to record words and deeds, the role of the identity card is to get a box lunch with this card. Yes, get a box lunch. In later generations, box lunch is synonymous with low-end, and it is usually eaten by migrant workers, hard-working employees or extras squatting in the corner or sitting on dirty tables and stools. But in this era, box lunch is absolutely high-end. You know, in this era, ordinary farmers or ordinary soldiers eat baguettes mixed with mud and stones. That thing can be used as a brick. At most, it is served with some wild vegetable soup. Only during festivals or when the army was about to face a war, ordinary farmers or ordinary soldiers would eat some salted fish or bacon, sausages or something like meat. Even many poor people might not be able to eat bread, and could only cook some hard-to-swallow rye and wild vegetable porridge. Therefore, the 3 vegetarian and 1 meat lunch provided by Marin was definitely a high-end product in this era. Generally speaking, I'm afraid only the knights with fiefs who own territories could afford it. Ordinary people, I'm afraid, can only be so extravagant on major holidays such as Christmas. Moreover, even if you have money, you may not be able to eat such a lunch. Because this is Chinese food, Europeans of this era certainly can't eat it. The only difference from the lunch boxes of later generations is probably that the rice in it has been replaced with black bread that Germans often eat. Although the Kohler bread provided by Marin is mixed with straw bran, it tastes a bit rough. However, this is bread fermented with baking powder after all, which is relatively soft and many times better than the baguette that can be used as a brick. Even these wandering knights from noble families did not think there was anything wrong with eating Kohler black bread mixed with straw. You know, when they were at home before, these wandering knights might have eaten soft bread. But after becoming wandering knights, they might not be able to eat soft bread every meal. Sometimes, baguettes mixed with soil, stones, sawdust and wild vegetables can also be dealt with. So, although the taste feels a bit rough, nonsense, mixed with straw that pigs eat, how can it not be rough? The bread is still very soft and easier to digest. And the 3 vegetarians and 1 meat in the lunchbox are very surprising. Because the vegetables in these lunchboxes are all stir-fried, and they are stir-fried with oil. In Europe at present, I am afraid that only nobles and wealthy families can enjoy food cooked with olive oil. Moreover, even those nobles and wealthy families are simple and rough when cooking with olive oil. Their cooking method is generally to boil the vegetables and then drip a few drops of olive oil, which is very similar to the method of weight loss meals for women in later generations. What? You said pour olive oil on the pan and then put the food in to fry? Please, that is a popular practice among Europeans in later generations. The French meal, which is the pinnacle of this cooking method, is just starting now, and it was invented by Marin. Otherwise, the French will have to wait for decades to enjoy this so-called meal. Moreover, even the prototype of this French meal is currently only in the circle of French nobles. Because this cooking method consumes too much olive oil, ordinary people can't afford it. And ordinary people can't afford dishes fried with olive oil. The only way they get oil and water is to get it from fat. Therefore, ancient people regarded fat meat as good meat, and lean meat was inferior. In addition to eating meat, ordinary people have no chance to consume oil and water, even knight families rarely buy olive oil. Unless it is a wealthy knight like the French knight, who has a fiefdom of up to 1,500 acres. But even the wealthy French knights can afford olive oil at most, but they will not use olive oil for every meal, which is too luxurious. But the lunch provided by the North Sea Kingdom, which includes 1 meat and 3 vegetables, is fried in oil, which makes the wandering knights feel very comfortable, not to mention the delicious Chinese food. Oh, God, these vegetables are actually cooked, and there is oil. What kind of oil is this? A wandering knight exclaimed and asked after eating the lunch. Why do you wonder if the vegetables are cooked? Because, the way Europeans eat vegetables in this era is very ridiculous, they eat them raw. In contrast, Europeans cook apples and other fruits. Can you imagine what cooked apples taste like? This is still good, raw vegetables. Oh my God. In this year, the types of vegetables in Europe are also very scarce, mainly carrots, turnips, cucumbers, beets, onions, garlic, leeks, cabbage, spinach, peas, broccoli, celery, etc. There are no green peppers, no shredded potatoes, no tomatoes. There is nothing wrong with eating carrots, turnips, cucumbers and beets raw. But what the hell is eating onions, garlic, leeks, etc. raw? If it were modern people, eating like this would kill people. But, this is how Europeans eat these days. So, after eating the fried onions, fried garlic and fried leeks in the lunchbox, many knights couldn't tell what vegetables these were. Because the taste of fried onions, garlic and leeks is too different from that of raw ones. Moreover, they are so delicious that I don't know how many times more delicious they are. Also, these are all fried in oil. So, after the meal, many wandering knights who were high on food found the temporary canteen and asked what they had just eaten. It's fried onions, fried garlic and fried leeks. The chef of the canteen answered innocently. In fact, Marin asked them to keep it secret and announced to the outside world that it was just pouring oil in a frying pan and frying vegetables. The effects of the two are different, but there are also many similarities. However, frying is very oil-consuming. When they heard that it was fried vegetables, these wandering knights suddenly wilted. Why? They still know what frying is. That is a luxurious way of cooking that pours oil into a frying pan, and ordinary people can't afford it. Because frying consumes much more oil than cooking. Of course, in order to save costs, the vendors of fried food in later generations reused the oil, and even used waste oil. Otherwise, if we really follow the strict hygiene standards, the oil consumption would be too high. Even if cooking oil is cheaper in later generations, the cost is still too high. In this era, those who could often eat food fried with olive oil were either great nobles or wealthy people. Therefore, when Marin treated them with fried vegetables, these wandering knights suddenly felt very impressive and felt that they were treated as important people. In fact, cooking is very oil efficient, and a large pot of food only requires a few spoons of soybean oil. Marin's North American colonies now have a large soybean output, and the cost of soybean oil is not high. Unlike European-style frying pans, you have to pour a lot of oil on the pan before you can soak the vegetables in the oil. Like the French banquets of later generations, why are the portions so small? If the portions are large, the layer of olive oil in the frying pan cannot soak all the dishes in oil. However, turning the large frying pan can allow a small amount of oil to quickly cover all the dishes. Therefore, when people in later generations debated the question of which was better, Chinese cooking or French cuisine, the cooking chef could proudly say, "I just save oil, and the quantity is large and it is delicious." Therefore, more than 1,000 wandering knights misunderstood Marin, thinking that Marin poured barrels of olive oil. They were not sure if it was olive oil. After all, these wandering knights were also very rustic, on the pan to fry vegetables in order to entertain them. This was definitely a prince-level treatment. Moreover, the lunch boxes with a lot of oil and water were easy to fill up. Normally, when there was no oil and water, these wandering knights could eat 3 large pieces of bread. With 3 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish with enough oil and water, they were actually full with a large piece of black bread. And what surprised these wandering knights the most was that the unpalatable vegetables such as onions, garlic and leeks became very delicious after being fried in oil. But unfortunately, even if they knew that fried onions, garlic and leeks were delicious, they couldn't afford it. Because olive oil is too expensive. Even if they succeed in becoming a fiefdom knight, they can't afford to eat fried food every day, at most they can eat it during festivals. However, they don't know that as Marin's territory goes deeper into the North American continent, the production of North American soybeans will increase greatly in the future. At that time, there will be a lot of soybean oil. I dare not say anything else, but there will be no problem supplying it to the North Sea Kingdom. As long as you can become a noble of the North Sea Kingdom, the supply of soybean oil is not a problem. Many years later, those wandering knights who participated in the North Sea Knight Tournament but were not selected said that the days when they received free lunch boxes every day outside the city of Emden were the most luxurious time in their lives. Because the vegetables were all soaked in oil. Chapter 1107, Drinking Wine as Water. As time came to the end of July, on the eve of the opening of the Knights Tournament, more wandering knights came to the port of Emden, reaching as many as 1,500 people. The reason why there were hundreds of people at once was that the German wandering knights from the Teutonic Knights and the Livonian Knights returned. In the past, because there were not many opportunities in Germany, many wandering knights went to the Teutonic Knights and the Livonian Knights to find opportunities. After all, these two countries are dominated by knights. For example, the Teutonic Knights have more than 800 formal Teutonic Knights, who have the right to vote. The Livonian Knights are similar, with hundreds of formal knights. Only these two knights' orders have the phenomenon of hundreds of knights being granted titles and coexisting. In general, counties with dozens of knights are considered big countries. Some small counties even have only 3 or 5 knights. Because these small counties are too small, they can't take out the knights' fiefs. After all, not every county has thousands of square kilometers of land. Some small counties, such as the county of Rietberg, are only more than 200 square kilometers, which is the size of 2 or 3 towns. How many knights can be in theft? This is not the worst. Some counties are even smaller than a town in later generations. There are even small counties with only a small city, also called city counties. A county with a land area of 2,000 square kilometers is definitely a powerful country among counties. Moreover, over the years, every knight family has given birth to sons, resulting in too many wandering knights, and the opportunities in Germany have been greatly reduced. As a last resort, many wandering knights went directly to the Teutonic Knights and the Livonian Knights to find opportunities. After all, there are hundreds of official knights in these two countries. Moreover, knights are not hereditary. As long as the old knights in the Teutonic Knights or the Livonian Knights die of illness or accident, the opportunities for these wandering knights will come, and there are always accidents or old age deaths in the two knights' orders every year. Therefore, there are relatively more opportunities there. Therefore, many wandering knights simply went directly to these two knights' orders to find opportunities. Of course, although there are many wandering knights going to the two knights' kingdoms, they are still not as many as the locals. After all, the German region is the largest knight export base in Europe. Moreover, not every knight likes to go to Eastern Europe. More than 1,500 wandering knights, together with their attendants, have a total number of more than 7,000. Fortunately, Marin built a huge camp of 10,000 legion level, which is enough. Moreover, the soldiers of the Second Legion watched with a covetous eye, but not many people dared to act rashly. You know, it is definitely not pleasant to be targeted by 2,500 muskets. If you are not careful, you will be shot into a sieve. The food supply for 7,000 people also brought great pressure. You know, the more than 1,500 knights eat 3 vegetarian and 1 meat lunch boxes. Moreover, it is provided free of charge, which is a considerable expense. Fortunately, it is July at this time, and there are many vegetables on the market. If it were in winter, Marin might not be able to provide vegetables, and could only give the knights bacon. After all, winter vegetables are much more expensive than bacon. Every day, Marin not only has to supply these people with bread and vegetables, as well as some meat dishes, but also has to supply these more than 7,000 people with drinks. Yes, every one of these more than 7,000 people has to drink. Even the night squire, in addition to a piece of kohler bread, has to supply a glass of beer for every meal. Some people may ask, why not give them boiled water? After all, no matter how bad the beer is, it is brewed from grain. Here we have to talk about the eating habits of medieval Europe. Ancient Europeans not only cooked fruits and ate raw vegetables, but also drank every meal. Because, under normal circumstances, they don't drink white water. The reason for this is that ancient Europeans are prone to stomachaches and illness after drinking raw water. And the cruel medical skills of ancient Europe, if you have diarrhea, you may go to see God. Coupled with the great fear brought by the Black Death, Europeans later dared not drink raw water. As for why not drink boiled water? There were no thermos bottles in ancient times, and boiled water was easy to cool down. At that time, Europeans were ignorant and did not understand science, thinking that cold boiled water was the same as raw water, and drinking it would make you sick. In life, people found that those who drink alcohol don't have stomachaches. Therefore, in order to save their lives, Europeans no longer drink raw water, but drink beer and wine as a way to get water. Generally speaking, nobles and priests generally drink wine to quench their thirst. And wine is also divided into grades. For example, the wine that nobles and priests drink is generally brewed from the pulp of good grapes with large grains. And those inferior grapes such as deformed grapes and grapes that fell on the ground, as well as inferior wine brewed from some scraps, are for relatively well-off people among ordinary people, that is, middle-class people. And ordinary civilians can only drink beer. Even beer is divided into grades. Lower nobles, such as knights and merchants, will drink high-quality beer with hops added. And the poor can only drink sour and inferior beer. Of course, there are also people who are so poor that they can't even afford sour wine. How do they replenish water? Directly use rye grains, mainly because grinding flour in the mill also costs money, and it is not affordable to grind flour, so the whole grains are directly used, wild vegetables, bark, leaves and other things mixed together, and cook porridge to drink. The porridge is full of water. Although the ancient Europeans did not know that boiled water is healthy, they also knew that drinking porridge is not easy to get sick. In contrast, in China, because of the development of tea culture, people like to boil tea when entertaining guests. Therefore, they have developed a good habit of drinking boiled water. Even if there is no tea at home, they like to boil boiled water to entertain guests. Therefore, the ancient Chinese did not need to drink sour beer as a beverage like Europeans. The rich drank tea, and the poor drank boiled water or cold boiled water. The more than 1,500 wandering knights entertained by Marin were all from low-level noble families, and they were all Germans, so they were naturally more accustomed to drinking good quality beer. Therefore, Marin provided the more than 1,500 wandering knights with a large glass of dark beer brewed with hops for every meal. And their followers drank ordinary beer brewed without hops. But Marin was not embarrassed to give the followers sour and inferior beer, and the beer he gave was not spoiled, so the cost was not small. In fact, the North Sea has promoted drinking cold boiled beer. However, this practice is not recognized by the outside world. These wandering knights are guests from afar. In order not to make them feel neglected, Marin can only provide a large glass of beer per ton according to the common custom of Germany. Moreover, the wandering knights are provided with draft beer that tastes better but is not easy to preserve. And the servants are given ordinary cooked beer, dark beer with a worse taste and no hops. After all, cooked beer has a longer shelf life and is more suitable for entertaining ordinary people. Marin shook his head and was speechless about the nonsense habit of Europeans in this era to drink wine as water. However, he couldn't convince others to accept his point of view. Because it's hard for him to explain. Is it possible to popularize science with everyone? Talk about science. Isn't this a slap in the face of the Holy See? Chapter 1108, The Knights Tournament begins. In fact, Marin had already thought about how to promote drinking boiled water. However, the conditions are not very mature at present. This matter can only be promoted after Marin returns from daiming. Why? Because Marin plans to promote honeycomb coal stoves. Anyone who has burned a honeycomb coal stove knows that as long as there is a honeycomb coal stove, there is no shortage of boiled water at home. It doesn't matter if there is no thermos, because as long as the eye of the wind is blocked, the burning speed of the honeycomb coal will be very slow. And put a kettle on the honeycomb coal stove. Although the firepower is small, it can be burned continuously. If you want to drink boiled water, you can pour boiled water by picking up the kettle on the honeycomb coal stove. Of course, this needs to be coordinated with the promotion of tea. If everyone is used to drinking tea, you must boil water to cooperate. Otherwise, you can't make tea with cold water. Therefore, Marin plans to promote the honeycomb coal stove together with tea. But to obtain a large amount of tea, you must first open the market of daiming and be able to freely purchase cheap tea from daiming. Even if you want to grow tea yourself, you have to wait 2 or 3 years before picking. Therefore, in the early stage, tea could only be bought from the Ming dynasty. Milk powder, tea, sugar, and honeycomb coal stoves are a whole. Marin decided to promote the 4 things together, so that they can promote each other, improve the promotion effect, and ultimately change the living habits of Europeans. But before returning from the Ming dynasty, Marin had to continue to abide by the old habit and provide beer as a drink to these wandering knights who came from afar. The reason why Marin chose to wait until he came back from the Ming dynasty to promote it was not only because tea was currently out of stock, but also because he did not want to stimulate his ally, Duke John II of Clever. After all, Marin had tried every means to exchange the Mark Kingdom from Duke John II of Clever, as well as the land between the Ruhr River, the Rhine River and the Lippe River in the Duchy of Clever. These are the core areas of the Ruhr region in later generations, rich in coal resources. If Marin had just exchanged these Ruhr territories and promoted the honeycomb coal stove, people would understand that Marin had calculated Duke John II of Clever. But who is John II? That's Marin's ally. Even the allies are calculated, who will dare to form an alliance with Marin in the future. Aren't you afraid of being plotted against? Therefore, Marin will take out the honeycomb coal stove, but there must be a good opportunity. For example, this trip to the Ming dynasty is a good opportunity. After returning from the Ming dynasty, Marin can take out the coal briquette stove. Then, the source of the technology of the coal briquette stove can be pushed to the Ming dynasty. You see, I didn't deliberately seize your Ruhr area, and I didn't know the use of coal before. I learned this technology after I went to the prosperous Ming Empire. I didn't mean to pit you. In this way, even if John II has resentment in his heart, it's not easy to get angry. After all, according to this explanation, Marin didn't know that coal was so useful before. The new technology obtained in the Ming dynasty was purely accidental. It was really not intentional to pit teammates. Then, Marin can take the opportunity to promote the honeycomb coal stove to sell coal in the Ruhr area. With a honeycomb coal stove, you have to buy honeycomb coal, right? Come, I have it here. There is not much difference between the Ruhr, but there is a lot of coal. Just let the blacksmith make a batch of molds and pick a few anthracite mines, and you can mass-produce honeycomb coal. Then, lie down and count money. Coal bosses make money, that's lying down and making money. Marin came from the future and knew how popular honeycomb coal stoves were in China. Before the popularization of gas pipelines, most urban residents burned honeycomb coal stoves. Because the honeycomb coal in the honeycomb coal stove is made of anthracite, which does not produce much smoke. And it is impossible to use earth stoves to burn firewood in the city. Therefore, honeycomb coal stoves that occupy a small area and can be placed at the door to cook became the first choice in Chinese cities in the 20th century. So many people in the city burn honeycomb coal stoves, and they don't worry about sales at all. Therefore, the coal bosses in the 1980s and 1990s rose quickly. After all, the market is too big, and a few small coal kills can't make waves. The daily consumption of honeycomb coal in a county alone is terrifying, and coal doesn't worry about sales at all. Therefore, the coal bosses of that era were synonymous with local tyrants. However, after entering the 21st century, as the country popularized coal gas and liquefied gas, and later natural gas, the sales of honeycomb coal plummeted. Coal gas is okay, it is related to coal. But liquefied gas and natural gas are just snatching coal's rice bowl. Then, the entire coal industry entered a cold winter. People no longer use honeycomb coal stoves, and coal bosses can't shake up, and profits plummeted. Then, real estate developers replaced the local tyrants of coal bosses. Of course, coal bosses also make money, but not as rich as before. Before Marin traveled through time, coal prices fell sharply. It is said that coal bosses were squeezed by natural gas and began to cry poor. Of course, this is all about the previous life. Marin now holds all the coal mines in the Ruhr area and England. Once he starts to promote honeycomb coal, orders will soar. You know, honeycomb coal stoves are much more convenient than earth stoves. Especially in cities, it is difficult for city dwellers to obtain firewood, and firewood is not cheap. These days, all cities in Europe have city entry taxes, generally about 1 pfennig. Those country folks who came to the city to sell firewood also had to accept the exploitation of the city gate guards. After being levied a tax on entering the city, the farmers who sold firewood had to raise the price of firewood. Otherwise, they could not even recover their costs. In this way, the cost of buying firewood for city dwellers was also very high. Moreover, a pile of firewood was needed to cook a meal, which was a large amount. As for honeycomb coal, 2 or 3 pieces of honeycomb coal can be used for a day as long as you pay attention to plugging the eye of the wind in time after cooking the meal and press a kettle on the stove. The price of coal has never been expensive, it is always cheaper than a pile of firewood, and it is also very convenient. Therefore, Marin has already anticipated the scene of counting money until his hands cramp in the future. In addition, in order to cover up his lie, Marin plans to introduce honeycomb coal stoves into the Ming dynasty. Otherwise, Europeans will not see honeycomb coal stoves when they go to the Ming dynasty in the future, and they will doubt the origin of honeycomb coal stoves. Anyway, Marin plans to promote it in Europe, so he doesn't care about promoting it in the Ming dynasty. People in the Ming dynasty are still using coal briquette stoves. It should be pointed out that the coal balls here are not honeycomb coal, but coal that is really rubbed into balls, that is, the coal balls for shaking coal balls. In history, honeycomb coal seems to have been invented by Guo Wendi from Dezhou, Shandong in 1949, and then quickly became popular throughout the country. Ma Lin plans to give the honeycomb coal stove as a gift to Emperor Zhengde. Moreover, he would suggest that Emperor Zhengde use the powerful eunuch Lu Jin to take all the coal mines in Shaanxi province first, and then promote honeycomb coal. In this way, the Ming court will not lack money and perish in the future. Moreover, the cheapness will not be earned by Shaanxi merchants. Ma Lin had no good feelings for the Shaanxi merchants in the late Ming dynasty. If they had not helped wild boar skin sell stolen goods and smuggled ironware to the other party, the Ming dynasty would not be so unlucky. Therefore, Ma Lin planned to give this benefit to the Ming dynasty royal family, not to the Shaanxi merchants of the Ming dynasty. And with the means of the eunuch Lu Jin, it should not be difficult to seize the coal mines in Shaanxi province. Of course, this is a later story. Before going to Ming dynasty, this night tournament still needs to be well organized. On July 28, the night tournament for selecting fiefdom knights for the earldom of Wicklow in Adler officially kicked off. And the first round of eliminations was not the night tournament. The main purpose is to eliminate the wandering knights who are too bad. Not all wandering knights are highly skilled in martial arts, and there are many unskilled ones among them. If these people are also included in the official competition, it will be a waste of time. Therefore, Marin thought of a way to eliminate these unskilled guys in the first round first. Chapter 1109, the first round of selection and cultural examination. Not every kind of milk is called, it should be that not every knight is good at fighting. Although Marin does not think that being able to fight is the most important thing, it cannot be said to be unimportant. After all, most knights' children have been practicing martial arts since childhood. From the age of about 8, knights' children began to brush horses, shovel horse manure, and began to practice basic martial arts. By the age of 18, they basically have 10 years of training experience. After 10 years of training, a pig can be trained into an elite wild boar, let alone a human. However, not every knight's child will practice martial arts hard. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. There are a few knights who have neglected martial arts since childhood and have very poor combat effectiveness. Although they are definitely better at fighting than civilians, they are not on the stage among knights who have practiced martial arts for at least 10 years. And Marin held the first round of elimination matches to eliminate these unlearned and unskilled dandies from knight families, so as not to waste time on the truly capable knights when fighting with them. When Kohler's spies were recording the words and deeds of those wandering knights, they found that some knights were particularly thin. The plate armor they wore seemed to be shrunk. What is shrunk plate armor? It means a look-alike. These plate armors are actually very similar to the look-alike plate armor that Marin cut out with tinplate, which is very thin. Generally speaking, people with poor physiques find it difficult to adapt to wearing a full set of plate armor weighing at least 25 kilograms for a long time. Only knights who have practiced for more than 10 years and have good physical fitness can adapt to this weight. But some noble children took shortcuts and asked blacksmiths to make them a very thin and light plate armor. In this way, they who did not meet the physical standards could also pretend to wear plate armor and swagger through the city. This is a kind of opportunism, and it is also the weakest group of knight children. The opportunists who are better than them can barely wear plate armor, but after wearing plate armor, they become weak chickens like hanging lead. So, Marin thought of a way to test the basic martial arts of these wandering knights. First of all, Marin will prepare standard plate armor for these wandering knights, that is, a full set of Gothic plate armor weighing 25 kilograms. In this way, those wandering knights who are wearing shoddy plate armor will be exposed after wearing regular plate armor. Then, Marin also prepared a group of opponents for these wandering knights, veterans of the North Sea. These veterans were selected by Marin from the army. Their task is to wear standard plate armor and fight with those wandering knights on foot. If those wandering knights can't even beat them, they can be eliminated directly. In order to ensure fairness, Marin specially picked out the weakest group of knights in the North Sea Kingdom and put on plate armor to fight with these veterans. Veterans who can barely deal with these weakest knights are qualified to be the test subjects of the wandering knights, and they can also test the level of those wandering knights. If they can't even beat those veterans, it proves that they are worse than the weakest knights of the North Sea Kingdom, and there is no need to continue to participate in the competition. In order to ensure fairness, the veterans selected by Marin are those who are good at martial arts but not outstanding. If the perverts of the Wolf Fong Commando were selected to test the wandering knights, most of them would be eliminated. Because the people of the Wolf Fong Commando are all perverts with natural supernatural powers. They may not be good at horse fighting, but wearing plate armor and carrying maces, ordinary knights really can't beat them on foot. Therefore, the veterans selected by Marin to guard the gate are all elite veterans with average martial arts skills as gatekeepers. If they can't even beat these ordinary elite veterans, it proves that the martial arts of these knights are too ordinary. After all, although these veterans are also elite, they have not practiced martial arts since childhood. They only started to practice some ordinary combat skills after joining the North Sea Army. Compared with those wandering knights who have practiced martial arts for more than 10 years, they are definitely at a disadvantage. If a knight who has practiced martial arts for 10 years cannot beat an old soldier who has only been a soldier for a few years and has practiced some ordinary military fighting techniques, then this wandering knight's martial arts talent is too poor and he is not suitable for charging into battle at all. After the first round of the competition began, more than 1,500 wandering knights were numbered and divided into groups to fight on foot with those ordinary elite veterans. Then, some wandering knights who usually wore shoddy plate armor were dumbfounded. Because before the foot battle, they had to wear the standard plate armor provided by the North Sea Kingdom. For this competition, Marin prepared a lot of plate armor in various sizes. In fact, arranging his men to weigh the plate armor worn by these wandering knights is the simplest way to identify whether it is opportunistic. However, Marin cannot do this. Because asking the knight to take off the plate armor and weigh it is a very insulting behavior. Just like in later generations, supermarkets suspected that someone was stealing and asked the other party to take off their clothes for search, which is very insulting. The suspected customers in later generations are all ordinary people, and even if they are insulted, they can't make waves. But these knights are all children of nobles, and Marin can't insult them easily. Moreover, the financial resources of each knight family are different. Some poor knight families may also buy cheap and shoddy plate armor, not their original intention. Therefore, Marin simply prepared standard plate armor for those wandering knights to wear. Then, whether it is a mule or a horse, just pull it out for a stroll. In order to prevent these wandering knights from performing abnormally due to the sudden change of armor, Marin also specially allowed these wandering knights to wear standard plate armor for one day after choosing a suitable standard plate armor. In this way, when the competition starts the next day, it will not be abnormal. Early the next morning, these wandering knights put on standard plate armor and came to the arena to fight with the ordinary elite infantry responsible for the assessment. Those ordinary elite infantry also put on standard plate armor to avoid being hurt in the competition. After all, after putting on plate armor, the whole person wants to be an iron can. As long as the head is not hit hard, it is still difficult to cause casualties. Moreover, Marin also forbade intentional heavy blows to the opponent's head and crotch during the competition. After both sides put on standard plate armor, they began to choose weapons. The weapons were also provided by the official uniform, all of which were oak weapons for training. For example, a two-handed sword made of oak and a two-handed hammer made of oak. Most of the wandering knights majored in two-handed swords at home. Therefore, most of them also chose to fight with oak two-handed swords. After putting on standard plate armor and choosing weapons, the wandering knights and the ordinary elite infantry responsible for testing entered the competition field, stood face to face, and waited for the referee's order. Western warriors did not have the saying of striking back, so after the referee gave an order, those wandering knights shouted loudly, holding wooden training weapons in their hands, and rushed towards their opponents. For a time, the huge competition field was filled with the bang and pa sounds of wooden weapons colliding. At the same time, there was a dull sound coming from the impact of wooden weapons on plate armor, like the sound of a tin can being knocked. Crack, a strong wandering knight directly broke the wooden sword, and the North Sea infantryman who was responsible for testing him was almost out of breath and couldn't recover for a long time. Okay, you passed. The referee quickly separated the two and announced that the wandering knight advanced. After all, this guy is so fierce, if he hurts the test soldier, it will be a loss. But even so, a few soldiers who were tested were injured. Mainly fractures. After all, they were wearing plate armor and using wooden weapons, so it was unlikely that they would be traumatized. However, if they encountered a violent opponent, it was easy for their arms and legs to be fractured. But this was not a problem. Because Marin sent two Mongolian doctors, Morigen and Bader. With them were their favorite disciples. Mongolian doctors may not be as comprehensive as Chinese medicine, but their orthopedic level is definitely top-notch. Because the herdsmen on the prairie are very fierce, and it is common to get injured in fights or fall off horses. With the treatment of many such injuries, Mongolian orthopedics has also achieved good development. Its status can be called the leader. At least, it is several generations stronger than European orthopedics. Therefore, all these injured soldiers have received good treatment and will not leave any sequelae. Moreover, those wandering knights who participated in the test are not stupid. They come to beg for a job, not to make trouble. In battle, even if they are particularly good at martial arts, they will not kill them. Therefore, the wounded soldiers of the North Sea Kingdom were not seriously injured. Of course, there are powerful wandering knights, and there are also wandering knights who are just filling in the numbers. Some wandering knights with poor martial arts and poor physique were very inconvenient to move after wearing standard plate armor. Then, they were eliminated by the veterans of the North Sea Kingdom. However, Marin also gave a chance to these eliminated wandering knights with poor physique. What opportunity? The opportunity to serve as a civil servant. The knight family is also aristocratic, and they have the opportunity to read and read since childhood. Although it cannot be compared with those medieval college students, compared with the vast majority of civilians, it is already an intellectual. Of course, reading a book does not necessarily mean a good level. Some bare children, even if they have the opportunity to read, may not be able to read it. Maybe, after reading for a few years, they still don't know anything. Therefore, Marin organized a cultural examination for these eliminated wandering knights to test their cultural level. And the test paper issued by Marin is very simple. Its content is mainly German dictation and the most basic addition, subtraction, multiplication and division in elementary school mathematics. German dictation is different from foreign language listening in later generations. It is not to listen to dialogues and do multiple choice questions, but to arrange a priest to read the German version of the Bible, and then let the knights write down all the words. For these wandering knights, this is not foreign language listening, but mother tongue listening. It is as simple as a teacher in later generations reading and asking children to write down the relevant new words. After all, this is the mother tongue. As for mathematics, it is the most basic addition, subtraction, multiplication and division below the level of the third grade of elementary school, and the four mixed operations are not used. The children of knights will fight in the future, and they will generally serve as officers. Therefore, they usually learn a little mathematics knowledge from an early age. Because leading troops to fight, coordinating arrangements and managing military supplies requires basic mathematical calculations. The reason why Marin picked people so hastily is that this group of people are management talents prepared for Adler's Earl of Wicklow. Although Marin has a lot of elementary school students are also considered high-achieving students in ancient Europe, and they are in short supply. Therefore, Marin does not plan to send elementary school students to Adler. But the earldom of Wicklow always needs literate managers, so Marin simply selected the weak and docile wandering knights who were literate and could do basic addition, subtraction, multiplication and division from these failed wandering knights as civil servants for the earldom of Adler. Moreover, it was not that Marin was careless in making the test papers. Rather, the cultural level of the knights of this era was so careless. If a difficult test paper was made, the whole army would definitely be wiped out. Chapter 11:10. After the first round of selection, about 300 wandering knights were eliminated. Then, only less than 1,200 people were left to participate in the next formal competition. And Marin also gave a chance to the more than 300 people who were eliminated. After all, the most basic mother tongue dictation and addition, subtraction, multiplication and division below the third grade of elementary school are basically equivalent to recommendation. But, damn, only a dozen of these more than 300 people passed the exam. Most people can't even do such a simple 3-point question, or can't meet the requirements. Because it is a mother tongue dictation, it is naturally not based on 60 points to pass the standard, but requires basically correct. Mathematics is also the same. Modern elementary school students can easily calculate addition, subtraction, multiplication and division below the third grade of elementary school. If you don't know this, there is no need to stay. Therefore, among these more than 300 people, only a dozen people meet the requirements in the end. And the remaining 200 and dozens of people are naturally useless people who are neither good at literature nor martial arts. Marin gave these people some money and sent them away. The dozen or so wandering knights who were selected, who were basically at the level of second or third graders in elementary school, were actually regarded as treasures by Adler. Why? Adler believed that although these people were poor in martial arts, they could write and count, so they could serve as quartermasters in the army. Quartermasters are civilian positions in the army, but they are also soldiers. Although these people could not beat those old soldiers of the North Sea Kingdom, they also had a foundation in martial arts, at least better than ordinary soldiers. Moreover, they must be proficient in writing. In this way, knowing some mediocre martial arts, being good at writing, and being able to write and count, aren't these the best materials for quartermasters? Therefore, these dozen people were regarded as treasures by Adler. As for their cultural level of only third graders in elementary school, Adler didn't care. Because he himself is a poor student at a similar level, and he gets a headache when he studies. Mrs. Mary has such a good cultural level, but the 4 sons she taught are divided into 2 major factions, the brainy faction and the brainless faction. The brainy faction refers to Marin and Albert, both of whom are not very strong, but like to use their brains and are good at both literature and martial arts, while the brainless faction refers to Adler and Simon. Both of them are standard poor students, but they have inherited the strong body of old Hoffman, and their martial arts are good, but they are both standard poor students, and they get a headache when they study. In fact, the original Marin, that is, Marin before being crossed, is a person between the brainy faction and the brainless faction. The original Marin is actually not that smart, just much smarter than Adler, the poor student, but not very smart, otherwise he would not faint from hunger and then be crossed by Marin. And Albert's intelligence is also influenced by Marin and acquired hard work. How to say it, the Hoffman family is originally a family of knights with strong strength and no brains, and poor students are their essence. The original Marin and Albert, when compared with the 2 brainless people Adler and Simon, naturally appear smart. However, if you often compare yourself with brainless people, you will also become lazy and lose the motivation to study. You see, I am so much smarter than those 2 students, why do I still study? If it weren't for the reference of Marin, the traverser who is almost as smart as a demon, Albert would not have worked hard to catch up and later became a competent governor. Because, compared with Adler and Simon, he is smart enough. Because there is no harm without comparison, and there is no motivation to strive for progress without harm. In fact, Marin himself has had such an experience. In his previous life, he was born in the countryside. When he was a child, he was in the 1st and 2nd grades of the village primary school in the village. At that time, the children in the village were very naughty, playing with mud, catching cicadas and climbing trees to dig bird nests all day. Then, Marin, who has a strict family education, naturally crushed this group of mud monkeys. However, although he ranked first in the grades, his grades were only more than 70 points, but he also crushed the group of mud monkeys in the village who didn't like to study. Moreover, Marin even had a ridiculous idea at that time: I am a genius. Then in the 5th and 6th grades, after many village primary schools merged, Marin met his opponent. He was crushed by geniuses from other villages. Marin's score of more than 70 points was ruthlessly crushed by the genius of the neighboring village with more than 80 points. Then the originally lazy and complacent Marin began to catch up, and finally caught up with the opponent when he graduated from elementary school and regained the first place. Later, when he entered junior high school, Marin was dumbfounded again. Because, in the junior high school entrance examination results, the geniuses of the town's central primary school scored more than 90 or 100. It's really fucking. Then, in the first year of junior high school, Marin was crushed by a group of geniuses from the town's central primary school. But this also gave him motivation. He caught up, and by the third year of junior high school, he caught up with the top few from the whole school and successfully entered the public high school. Then, he became a top student in high school and was admitted to undergraduate studies. But unfortunately, because it was an ordinary high school, there were no more powerful top students to stimulate him. He was so proud and complacent that he hung out with a bunch of hooligans in the town high school all day long. In comparison, he thought he was a genius, but then he slacked off and finally failed to get into a 211-key university. And a classmate who was not much better than him in the high school entrance examination, but managed to get into the key class of the county middle school, finally got into a 985. That classmate later told Marin that when he wanted to play, he found that his classmates were working hard and no one was with him, so he had to work hard with them. The above is not fictional. Humans are animals that need stimulation. If they are not stimulated, they will lose motivation. If China had not been open in the past and could not compare with the much more developed European and American developed countries, but was happy to compare with stuff like North Korea and Vietnam, it would be difficult for China to generate motivation to move forward. People can only generate motivation to move forward when they compare with people who are better than themselves. Of course, don't compare with people who are much better than you, it's too discouraging. If you want to compare with people who are a little better than you. When you surpass him, find another person who is a little better than you to compare with. Of course, don't be jealous of others or do bad things to others secretly, but make yourself stronger than him. Because, even if you pit others, you won't become powerful. Why bother to embarrass others? It's meaningless. I've gone too far. Marin finally returned to reality from his empty head. Marin supports Adler's choice. In any case, these wandering knights from knight families have received systematic civil and military education. Maybe the martial arts of the dozen or so selected wandering knights are a little worse, but they have also practiced. Adler told Marin that these people may not be able to do it themselves, but their sons may not be. Because they themselves have been educated and know how to systematically train their offspring. Taking them away will not only get a group of qualified quartermasters and clerks, but there may also be a chance to harvest future talents. It can be seen that Adler is not so brainless. In fact, Marin didn't know that these were all what Mrs. Mary had instructed Adler before. Chapter 11:11 Group Competition. Lady Mary meant that these educated wandering knights were capable of serving as Adler's quartermasters, so their future lives would definitely be worry-free. Although they were certainly not as good as those fiefdom knights who had obtained fiefdoms, they would definitely be a decent official family in the future earldom of Wicklow. And these wandering knights who could write and calculate, even if they were not good at martial arts, must have received systematic knight martial arts training and knew how to train their children. They themselves might not be competent for the duties of knights because of their physical fitness. However, their children might not be. Just like the 4 sons of old Hoffman, if they followed the requirements of the knights, only Adler and Simon could be competent for the duties of traditional knights. And Marin and Albert, strictly speaking, were not very qualified knights. Because Marin's martial arts were also very common among knights. If Marin and Albert encountered this kind of knight competition, they would not be eliminated in the first round, but they would definitely not make it to the end. In fact, the reason why Marin was favored by Emperor Maximilian I was not because he passed the knight selection, but because he had formed a mercenary team himself. It just so happened that Maximilian I needed mercenaries to fight for him in Italy, so he took a fancy to Marin, a thin wandering knight who could train soldiers. Those educated wandering knights might not be strong enough. However, they could also give birth to strong sons, as long as they married a strong wife. Also, no matter how weak they were good at martial arts. Even if they couldn't beat the elite veterans of the North Sea Kingdom, they were better than ordinary soldiers. In addition, they could write and calculate, so they could not only serve as quartermasters, but also as infantry commanders. For example, they could serve as captains of infantry companies. In the German mercenary world, many mercenary officers actually came from wandering knights. Many wandering knights would first look for opportunities to become formal fief knights. After all, fief knights were considered real nobles. But if they ran into obstacles everywhere and felt that it was hopeless to become formal knights, many wandering knights would choose to become infantry officers of the mercenary group. Because, after all, these knights had received a certain education in military command ability and knew how to command a team of people. And, most importantly, these wandering knights have a certain level of education, can understand military orders, and their ability to execute orders is much better than those civilian mercenaries who can't read a single word. Therefore, Lady Mary suggested taking these wandering knights with a barely acceptable level of education and taking them to County Wicklow, Ireland, to serve as quartermasters or infantry commanders. Even, they can be used as civil servants to make up the numbers. After the exam, Adler personally invited these dozen wandering knights with relatively good education to serve as quartermasters or infantry officers in his earldom. Even, when there is no war, they can serve as civil servants. And after thinking about it, these dozen wandering knights also agreed to Adler's invitation. Because they also know that their martial arts are too poor, even if they go to other places to find opportunities, it may be difficult to become a formal knight. In this case, it is better to follow Adler to be a quartermaster or infantry officer. In any case, that is also a way out, which is better than having nothing to do now. And some of them are already very tight financially, and they need a job to support themselves, including their war horses and servants. After the first round of selection, the second round of formal competition will follow. But before the competition, Marin asked the referees to test the basic skills of the remaining 1,200 wandering knights, and then score and grade them. Why do you do this? The main reason is that Marin wants to get a feel for the bottom and have a general understanding of the strength of each wandering knight, so that it is convenient to group them. Marin plans to divide these wandering knights into 4 grades according to the habits of the later European Champions League group stage. Then, they will be scattered and drawn, and the groups will be divided according to the method of 4 people in each group, 1 person in each of the 4 grades. Then, according to the method of the later European Champions League group stage, the 4 people in each group will fight each other in a foot battle and a horse battle. Among them, the horse battle points are higher than the foot battle. In this way, after the group stage, the top 2 will qualify and then fight against the top 2 of the other corresponding group, and enter the knockout stage of 2 choice. However, because there are more than 1,200 participants, if each group has 4 people, there must be more than 300 groups, which is very spectacular. Then, the more than 600 people who qualify will fight against each other and compete in a 2-choice elimination competition. As for how to divide the 4 grades, Marin's classification method is also very simple and rough in the process of infantry fighting with ordinary elite veterans of the North Sea Kingdom, while defeating the opponent, the faster the battle ends, the higher the points, and there are extra points for not being injured. Then, in the basic test of horse fighting, they will ride on the war horses and plate armor prepared by the North Sea Kingdom, charge with lances, stab the heads of 5 straw men along the way, and get certain points. Finally, according to the addition of the points of the infantry battle and the points of the basic test of horse fighting, the total points are obtained, and the grades are divided according to the number of points, and the wandering knights are divided into 4 grades. Then, draw lots to group, and compete for group points, and the top 2 will qualify. In the formal knight competition, the scores of horse fighting and infantry fighting are different. The points of horse fighting are twice those of infantry fighting. After all, this is a competition to select knights, not infantry. Therefore, the points for horse battles must account for 2/3 of the total points. In this way, the side that wins the horse battle actually wins. But horse battles may not necessarily determine the winner, because horse battles are knight slugging battles. But in order to ensure the safety of the knights, hollow lances are used. Moreover, Marin prohibits attacking the heads of war horses and knights. Moreover, knights only have 5 chances to slug. After each slug, the lance will be replaced, regardless of whether the lance is broken or not. After 5 charges, it ends, but if someone falls off the horse before the 5 charges are completed, the winner will be determined. If both sides are evenly matched after 5 charges, the results of the infantry battle will be considered. The reason why Marin prohibits stabbing the opponent's head in the competition is that he is afraid of casualties. In the original history, King Henry II of France was stabbed in the head by his own Scottish Guard captain in the Knights Tournament in 1559, resulting in his death. In fact, the lance that stabbed Henry II in the head was also a wooden lance head, and it was a hollow lance made of weak wood. But the problem is that the eye of Henry II's helmet was open, and after the wooden lance head of his Scottish Guard hit Henry II's helmet and broke, a piece of wood happened to pass through the eye gap of Henry II's helmet, pierced Henry II's eyeball, and reached deep into the brain. Because the medical conditions were backward at the time, the wound was seriously infected, and Henry II not only broke an eyeball, but also suffered from sepsis and eventually died. Therefore, even if Marin's North Sea Kingdom had alcohol and other disinfection methods, it would be useless in the face of such injuries. Even in the 21st century, brain injuries are difficult to treat. Therefore, for safety reasons, Marin prohibited knights from stabbing each other's heads in battles, even with helmet protection. Moreover, even if neither side was knocked off their horses in the cavalry battle, wouldn't there still be the results of the foot battle? Just like that, after the groups were divided and the rules of the tournament were explained in detail, the second round of the group stage of the Knights tournament officially kicked off. Chapter 11-12, The Car Accident Scene and the Fate of the Knight. After the group competition began, according to convention, the first to start was still the foot battle competition. Because the foot battle competition is easy to determine the winner, and the probability of major problems is relatively small. If the horse battle is put first, once the horse falls off, it may be paralyzed, and the foot battle cannot be fought. Therefore, it is better to put the foot battle first. Each group has 4 participating knights, and each person needs to fight with 3 teammates. But the foot battle is not difficult. Although there are more than 300 groups, the foot battle can be completed in one day. After all, each person only needs to fight 3 games. However, although the foot battle is relatively safe, dozens of people are still injured in the foot battle. Although not serious, most of them are injuries such as fractures. Therefore, these people could not participate in the horse battle that started the next day, and were naturally eliminated. Fortunately, the injuries in the foot battle were not serious. Marin also provided a group of Mongolian doctors with world-class bone-setting technology, and provided various medicines for free. Therefore, their recovery is not a problem. Even if they didn't get anything, at least they could leave in good health after the Knights tournament. But after the horse battle begins, it is very different. According to the rules of the game, after the horse battle begins, the contestants will wear standard plate armor provided by the North Sea Kingdom, ride on ordinary war horses provided by the North Sea Kingdom, hold a small wooden shield in the left hand, and hold a hollow lance in the right hand to charge and stab each other. Because there was an acceleration process before, the knights on both sides were very fast when they contacted and stabbed each other. The process of mutual collision is no less than a car accident scene. According to the custom of knight competitions in this era, experienced knights will give priority to attacking the opponent's neck guard on the helmet, the gap in the helmet, that is, the gap in the eye of the helmet that killed Henry II, or the shield handle. Once successful, the opponent can be easily knocked off the horse. And some wretched knights will also attack the opponent's warhorse and stab the warhorse's glasses. However, the act of attacking warhorses usually occurs when fighting for life and death on the battlefield. But in the arena, no one does this. Because after defeating the opponent, you can get the opponent's warhorse and equipment. If the opponent's warhorse is stabbed, it is a loss even if you win. Moreover, Marin prohibits attacking warhorses in competitions. After all, these are the warhorses he provided. If they are damaged, he will lose. The ban on attacking the head also makes the wandering knights very dissatisfied. Because, in the horse battle, they will be somewhat restrained and unable to display. But even if they are dissatisfied, they still have to abide by the rules. After all, if they do not abide by the rules, they will be driven away. Therefore, when the knights compete, the knights can only try to attack the opponent's shield handle and other parts. But these wandering knights who have practiced martial arts since childhood are not stupid. Seeing that the opponent mainly attacks their shield handles, they all grasp the shield and try not to expose their weaknesses. At the same time, the lance also stabs the enemy's weakness fiercely. Drive it, drive it. In the arena, the wandering knights who were in the horse battle competition drove their horses forward. Because they held the lance in one hand and the shield in the other, the knights could not swing the whip to urge the horses to speed up. So, they all clamped the horse's belly with their feet, and then stimulated the warhorse with the spurs on the heel of the boots. The warhorse felt pain in the abdomen, so it naturally ran forward. The knight took the opportunity to raise his lance and attack the enemy. After a round of charge, the competition field was filled with the sound of pa-pa-pa-pa-pa dash of lances breaking. When the knights, who had accelerated to the extreme, met each other, one hollow lance after another stabbed at the opponent at a tricky angle. Then, there were sounds of breaking. The two sides of the competition only touched each other for a moment. Then, after the lances broke, both sides continued to move forward at high speed. Because they couldn't stop at all. After running for a long distance, they came to the finish line. And their attendants would hand them a new hollow lance to replace the broken hollow lance. And even if the lance was not broken, it must be replaced according to the rules. Then, both sides accelerated again and rushed forward at high speed. When they met each other, they attacked their opponents again. There was another pa-pa-pa-pa-pa sound of the lance breaking. Next, the contestant whose lance broke would drive his horse back to the starting point, replace the hollow lance again, and turn around to fight again. Of course, not all contestants can come back. For example, some people with ordinary horse martial arts were knocked off their horses by opponents who were much stronger than themselves. Boom, how fast are the two horses when they cross each other? Even plate cavalry can increase their speed to 20 to 30 kilometers per hour when they rush against each other. That speed is like the speed of a hand tractor. Two hand tractors collided head-on, and it was so sour. So, when they were knocked off their horses, these failed wandering knights flew up. At the same time, the war horses under their crotch were still rushing forward desperately. Then, of course, they fell to the ground. Tisk, it's so miserable, such a violent car accident scene. Marin shook his head. He personally didn't like this kind of dangerous knight competition because it was too dangerous. However, these days, European nobles like this tune, and Adler, a muscle man, also likes it. So, he had no choice. Fortunately, Marin laid a thick layer of grass on the ground. It is better for these failed wandering knights to fall than to fall on the stone road. Marin's rescue medical team quickly came on the scene to rescue. Fortunately, because there was a grass layer to cushion when hanging on the ground, no one fell particularly seriously. Some wandering knights who were brushed down were not injured, but just fell out of breath and recovered quickly. But some unlucky ones were directly injured and needed orthopedic treatment from Mongolian doctors. The horse race was indeed much more tragic than the foot battle. After the group horse race was over, more than 100 wounded who were knocked off the horse were carried to Mongolian doctors such as Morigen and Bader for treatment. Fortunately, because Marin prohibited attacks on the head and there was a thick layer of grass on the ground for protection, no one died or was seriously injured. As long as they receive treatment, they can still recover. After all, they wore thick plate armor during the competition, and there was thick grass as a buffer when they landed. As long as the head is not attacked, it is still difficult to be fatally injured. However, there were also discordant situations in the competition. That is, someone violated the rules and attacked the opponent's head. For such unruly people, Marin immediately disqualified the opponent from the competition. After all, such unruly people are prone to disobey orders on the battlefield. The harm of disobeying orders on the battlefield is extremely great, and the result of disobeying orders on the battlefield is often execution. Therefore, Marin dealt with them for not following the rules, which was not a problem. Then, the competition entered the elimination stage. However, the competition where the knights immediately rushed against each other was like a car accident scene. At the end of each round of elimination, people were carried down one after another. The injuries suffered by these injured people were often not caused by weapons, but like the victims of car accidents, they were injured by high-speed collisions and falling to the ground. Several knights were directly thrown into concussions. But fortunately, they were protected by helmets and their brains were not smashed out. Moreover, for these knights who are used to fighting on horseback, it is common to suffer a concussion. As long as they are not disabled and as long as they are in good health, they will still mount their horses and fight with others like a car accident scene again. This is the fate of knights. Chapter 11:13 The end of the song. Watching the knights jousting like a car accident scene again and again, Marin was terrified. You know, those who participated in the jousting were all children of nobles. If it were the children of the rich and powerful in later generations, shouldn't they go to spend their lives drinking and partying? Why bother to participate in a life-threatening game like a knight's jousting? In later generations, even ordinary people would not easily do anything too dangerous. And those who do particularly dangerous jobs often need money to risk their lives. No one will risk their lives easily unless they are desperate. But now, there are more than 1,000 children of nobles on the field who are fighting to the death for dozens of places. Marin shook his head and made a decision in his heart: never allow his son Caesar to play any knight jousting with others in the future. As long as he has this idea, he will break his legs first. It's better to break his legs than to die. And the knights will soon withdraw from the stage of history. With the popularization of muskets, the class of knights will become extremely embarrassing. The French were too obsessed with the tradition of knights, so they were abused by the German black shirt knights who later held muskets. The painful lessons of decades of failed hegemony have made the French slowly abandon the tradition of knights. But now, France is still a country dominated by knights. Whoever wants to dethrone knights in France will probably be beaten to death immediately. Not to mention France, even Germany is now a country of knights. In this country, officers are basically knights or knights' children. Only in a strange country like the North Sea Kingdom will civilians serve as officers. As a result, the North Sea Army has been rejected and slandered by various countries. Because knight officers from various countries believe that the North Sea Army's use of civilians as officers is a trampling on tradition. And an army led by civilians is not worthy of being called an army. Therefore, after the early setbacks, Marin had to promote a large group of civilian officers to knights. Otherwise, the North Sea army is more eye-catching. As for this knight tournament, Marin actually regretted it. Seeing knights fall off their horses and get injured, Marin was actually embarrassed. After all, it was because he was messing around with this knight tournament that they got injured. In fact, Marin has done well enough. The knight tournaments in the early years were really cruel. In the early years, knight tournaments did not use hollow lances, and the spearheads were also made of metal. Often, dozens of knights died in a knight tournament. As for falling off the horse and getting injured, that was a common occurrence. Later, the Vatican saw that the casualties in the knight tournaments were too high, and banned knight tournaments. However, this could not be stopped. Why? Because the knights had a strong desire to compete. In the absence of a war, the tournament was the only opportunity for the knights to show their bravery, or to show off. If you don't let the knights compete, aren't you stopping them from showing off? Therefore, even the Vatican's ban cannot stop the knights' dream of showing off. Moreover, the knight tournament is an important means for knights to pick up girls. Whenever a knight wins the tournament, there will always be ignorant girls who go crazy for him. Even some poor knights who win the knight tournament will win the favor of noble ladies, gaining both money and people. Of course, in addition to pretending to be better and gaining love, the knight who won the competition also had a great chance to be appreciated by the great nobles, get a good military position, and even get a title and fiefdom. Therefore, although the knight competition is very dangerous, for those knights who have no way out, participating in the knight competition and winning the competition is the only way for them to change their lives. Whoever stops them from counterattacking is definitely their mortal enemy. Looking at the hot-blooded knights who were still fighting even if they were injured in the competition, Marin shook his head and continued to watch the show. Unlike Marin, all the nobles around him, whether they were nobles from various countries who were invited to watch the ceremony or nobles from his own country, watched the competition with relish. Especially old Hoffman, he cheered loudly while watching. Although he is old and can no longer go into battle in person. However, it does not prevent him from missing his youthful years while watching the young knights compete. Back then, old Hoffman was also a famous jousting knight in Mark County. He had participated in 3 jousting competitions and achieved good results. Old Hoffman was sitting in his seat, eating fried peanuts with relish, while happily watching the wandering knights fighting each other off the court. Adler, like old Hoffman, was also throwing peanuts into his mouth, while following his father to cheer loudly for the knights in the jousting off the court. Seeing this, Marin shook his head in disappointment. Can Adler really be competent for the duties of the Earl? This performance clearly looks like a powerful and brainless forward general. How can he be so elegant in the rear? However, it is precisely because Adler doesn't like to use his brain that Marin is very confident in him. If Adler was as scheming as Albert, Marin probably wouldn't be able to sleep well. A few days later, when the knockout round was over, Marin found that there were more than 300 people injured. That is to say, in a normal tournament, apart from those who were eliminated in the first round, a quarter of the more than 1,200 people who participated in the official competition were injured, and the casualty rate reached as much as 25%. Fortunately, no one died. Didn't I spread a thick layer of grass on the ground, and I was not allowed to stab the head and the horse? Why are there so many injuries? Marin was puzzled. But Marin didn't think about it. He released 50 places for fief knights this time. Although both wandering knights and fief knights are called knights, the difference is heaven and earth. Fief knights have fiefs, which is equivalent to being a landlord and belonging to property owners. Moreover, they are nobles, even the lowest nobles. And wandering knights? Although they are also from knight families, they have no titles and can only be regarded as civilians. Without land, they can only wander around like high-level beggars. Therefore, being able to become a fief knight is definitely a step up from a beggar to a landlord. Moreover, it is still a landlord with a noble title. Such a big stimulus, and there are 50 places, can it not make people crazy? Therefore, even though Marin imposed many restrictions, these knights still tried their best to fight for a better future. If you can change your fate, what does it matter if you get hurt? Not to mention the knights who lost the competition, even the knights who won the competition were injured. For example, when the first and second place were competing for the championship, the second place fell off his horse and was injured. Moreover, the injury was not light and his leg was broken. If it were somewhere else, the second place would be miserable. Because a broken leg might make him disabled, if he couldn't recover, he might lose the opportunity, and the next one would make up for it and eliminate him. After all, disabled people can't fight on the battlefield for the Lord. But he was lucky, because there were orthopedic masters like Morigen and Bader in the North Sea. Moreover, Marin also invented the plaster bandage commonly used in later generations. After treatment, the leg of the second-place knight in the competition can still be restored. Except for the unlucky second place, the other 300 injured people did not have a big problem this time. A broken leg or arm would be considered a disabling injury by other European doctors at that time, but with Beihai's professional Mongolian orthopedic doctors and the plaster bandages developed by Marin, there was a high chance of recovery. When Marin was in high school in his previous life, he broke his left arm while riding a motorcycle. Then, he had a plaster bandage and was familiar with the process. So, in this life, he made a simple plaster bandage. With the help of two professional orthopedic experts, Morigen and Bader, as long as it is not a comminuted fracture, it can basically recover. In this competition, because the contestants were wearing solid plate armor, most of the injuries were caused by collisions and wrestling, and there were basically no comminuted bone injuries, so the chances of recovery for the wounded were still quite high. After the competition, Marin announced that all the injured people could recuperate in Emden until they recovered. During the recuperation period, all medical expenses and food and drink were borne by the North Sea Kingdom. When Marin finished the announcement, many people present were stunned. Especially those injured wandering knights, they were ready to return home in disgrace. Because the convention of the previous competitions was the same, the winners accepted cheers and rewards, and the losers left in disgrace. Even some losers became disabled because of lifelong disabilities. Not to mention whether there is a future, whether they can survive is a problem. Therefore, the more than 300 injured wandering knights were grateful to Marin. After all, no one has ever cared about the life and death of the losers. They stayed in Emden to recuperate and continued to eat delicious boxed lunches. In order to speed up their recovery, Marin even ordered more fish soup, pig blood soup and bone soup to speed up the recovery of their injuries. Later, after the more than 300 injured wandering knights recovered, they basically asked to stay and serve in the North Sea Army, even if they became infantry captains. A soldier dies for his confidant, and when they were desperate, Marin reached out to them. So these people were willing to stay and serve as ordinary infantry captains, hoping to repay Marin's kindness to them. Marin also admired the loyalty of these people very much, so he kept them all, and formed the 6th Legion with these more than 300 wandering knights as the team. Of course, these are all later stories. As for Adler, he took the 60 wandering knights who won the tournament and happily rushed to Wicklow County, Ireland to take over the territory. Why 60 people? According to Marin, the extra 10 people are substitutes. If the top 50 people died in a battle with the Irish natives, or performed too poorly, such as running away in battle, these people can replace the dead or those who performed poorly. In addition, Marin also hired 25 people from the last 40 of the top 100 in the tournament to go to Rome to serve as the commander of Marin's 7,000 troops stationed in Rome, mainly some phalanx leaders and company captains. As for the officers replaced by them, Marin planned to transfer them back to his homeland as an important team to form a new legion. As for the others, Marin held a grand banquet and then dispersed. After all, the tournament has ended, and it's time to end the show. Chapter 11:14 The 6th Legion. Originally, Marin planned to send the 61st to the 100th place in the tournament to Rome to replace 40 middle-level officers. However, not everyone agreed with the 40 wandering knights. After all, joining the garrison stationed in Rome by Marin is mercenary in nature. Moreover, it is an infantry officer. The most important thing is that it is not a fiefdom knight. So, some people are unwilling to go. In the end, it was Marin who assured them that as long as they performed well, they could be canonized as church knights recognized by the Holy See throughout Europe, which moved 25 of them. After all, the Holy See is the most authoritative institution in Europe. The knights recognized by the Holy See have noble immunity in all European countries. Although the knights canonized by the Holy See may not have fiefs, they do not need to serve the Holy See for a lifetime. As long as they serve for 10 years, they have a great chance of being canonized as knights of the Church by the Holy See. In the future, they will bear the title of knight for the rest of their lives and go wherever they want. Even if they don't have land, they can engage in business like the knights of the Teutonic Knights and the Livonian Knights. If the nobles engage in business, they have privileges. For example, ordinary tax officials dare not exploit the nobles' caravans at will. Some taxes, such as city entry taxes, can be exempted by nobles. Therefore, being a noble businessman is not bad. The reason why Marin wants to exchange 25 middle-level officers is that he plans to form the 6th Legion. At present, Marin already has 5 legions with a total of 50,000 troops, excluding troops stationed in Rome. It stands to reason that with so many troops, he is definitely among the best in Germany, and Marin does not need more troops. But the problem is that the 20,000 troops of the 4th Legion and the 5th Legion now need to be stationed in England and Scotland, not in their homeland. And Marin is eager to go to the Ming dynasty, but he is worried that after he leaves, the North Sea will be attacked by the enemy. After all, Marin has many enemies. Even if there are currently 3 legions in the homeland, Marin is not very reassured. Because these 30,000 people have to be stationed throughout the North Sea Kingdom, and the troops are relatively dispersed. Once attacked by the enemy, they are likely to be divided and surrounded. At that time, the troops guarding the capital Auric may be only 10,000 from the 1st Legion. Such troops are not enough to ensure the safety of the capital if facing a multinational coalition. The 2nd Legion needs to be stationed in the Ruhr area to ensure the safety of the southern territory. The 3rd Legion is stationed in Schleswig to ensure the safety of the Jutland Peninsula. Therefore, Marin needs to form a new legion to assist the 1st Legion in ensuring the safety of the capital. Even if the combat effectiveness of this new legion cannot catch up with the 3 old legions, it should not be a problem for them to defend Auric. At that time, if the 2nd Legion or the 3rd Legion is attacked or blocked, the 1st Legion can go to rescue or respond with confidence. Unlike now, because the 1st Legion needs to guard Auric, it dare not leave. Even if the 2nd and 3rd Legions are attacked, they cannot attack to help. The purpose of Marin's formation of the 6th Legion is to liberate the 1st Legion so that it can rescue and respond to the other 2 local legions at any time. At the same time, when the enemy concentrated superior forces to besiege Auric, they could also defend the city with the 1st Legion. With 2 regular legions guarding the city, plus the 2nd and 3rd Legions can also come back to help, the local area can be guaranteed to be safe. And to form a new legion, first of all, you need a legion commander and a group of capable middle-level officers. The new legion commander Marin had already found it, he was the young officer Hanks who had followed Marin to Italy before. This is a knight's son from the mountainous area of the Duchy of Württemberg in southern Germany. He has good ability and is good at thinking. Moreover, although this guy was born in a knight family, he was willing to move his whole family to the North Sea Kingdom, including his father who was a fief knight. And this approach obviously made Marin more assured of him. At first, Marin noticed him because of his name. After all, in later generations, the famous German Marshal, Eunuch Hai, was also a number 1 figure and a famous Marshal of Bayern. And after paying special attention to this person because of his name, Marin found that this young officer was really good. At a young age, he has become a phalanx leader by virtue of his ability. Going up, it's the legion commander. So, when going south to Italy, Marin specially brought him along and trained him. Now, Marin is about to leave Beihai Kingdom for Daming. It is estimated that it will take more than a year. Marin was afraid of accidents, so he decided to form a new legion to ensure the safety of his homeland. Then, Hanks, who Marin had planned to train before, was so lucky to become the candidate for the new legion commander. Hanks was already the phalanx commander second only to the legion commander. He made merit in the Battle of Lübeck and was named a hereditary knight. In addition, he went south to Italy with Marin this time and made merit again. Therefore, most people had no objection to Marin promoting him to the new legion commander. Of course, to form a new legion, it is not enough to have only 1 legion commander, but also a group of middle-level officers. It just so happened that the legion stationed in Rome usually had nothing to do. Many middle-level officers were bored and reported to request to be transferred back to their homeland. Of course, it's not that they are warlike. Instead, following the local legion, there are more war opportunities, it is easier to make military achievements, and then get promoted to a noble title, and granted more fiefdoms. So, Marin simply went with the flow and took advantage of this tournament to select a group of wandering knights and send them to Rome to replace those middle-level officers who wanted to be transferred back to the country. Originally, Marin planned to transfer 40 people back. However, not all of the 40 people he liked accepted his recruitment. So, Marin did not force it and only recruited 25 people. Moreover, it was not only the Roman legion that had people available. In the 3 local legions, he could also select a group of people from the deputy phalanx commanders and deputy company commanders to jointly form the 6th Legion. There are still many talents among these deputy phalanx commanders and deputy company commanders. Otherwise, he would not be promoted to such a position. In principle, once their main general died, they, as adjutants, would take over the position of the main general for command. So, generally speaking, these adjutants are also good. Even if they are not as good as the main general, they can still be used. At least, helping to train and assemble a new legion is definitely competent. As for the Roman legion that defends the city, there is no war to fight usually. After all, who dares to attack the Holy See? Therefore, the officers of the Roman legion feel very idle. Both Stade and Steindorf have served as the legion commander of that legion, but because they have nothing to do and Marin needs people, they were transferred back to their homeland. Now, the legion commander of that legion is an old knight named Hitz. This man was originally a fief knight of the earldom of Oldenburg. After the demise of Oldenburg, he surrendered to East Frisia. He is quite capable and is mainly good at defense. Therefore, Marin simply sent him to Rome to retire. After all, he is not Marin's direct descendant and is not valued by Marin. In addition, he is old, so it is not bad to send him to Rome to be responsible for the city defense. After preparing the candidates for the legion commander and middle-level officers, the next step is to recruit soldiers. But most of the troops had already been prepared. Marin and Edward had reached an agreement to select 6,000 or 7,000 Scottish Highland soldiers from tens of thousands of Scottish prisoners of war. When selecting the troops, Marin deliberately eliminated all the Scottish officers, leaving only ordinary Scottish mountaineers. Now, Marin arranged his own officers, which was just in time to control this army. Moreover, in order to facilitate the control of this Scottish army, Marin will not only arrange his own middle-level officers, but also draw 3,000 elite veterans from the 2nd and 3rd legions to join the 6th legion together with Hanks and other legions. In this way, even if there are unusual movements in the early days of the Scottish Highland soldiers, they can be suppressed. According to the agreement with Edward, these Scottish Highland soldiers will be taken to East Frisia to avoid becoming a hidden danger if they stay in their homeland. After leaving their homeland and coming to East Frisia, these Scottish soldiers can't make trouble. After all, this is not their home ground. In addition, the 6th Legion already has 3,000 elite veterans, and next to them is the most powerful 1st Legion, so Marin is not worried about them making any trouble. As for the losses of the 2nd and 3rd Legions, Marin asked them to directly select outstanding ones from the militia to fill the army. Chapter 11:15 The Treaty of Lisbon and the Malacca Strait Incident. The establishment of the 6th Army Corps was to assist the 1st Army Corps in defending the capital of Auric. Now that the officers are there and the soldiers are settled, it is very smooth to form. However, considering that the 6th Army Corps needs to guard Auric alone when necessary. Because the 1st Army Corps may have to go south to rescue the 2nd Army Corps or go east to rescue the 3rd Army Corps. Therefore, Marin was a little uneasy. After all, in the city of Auric, he has the biggest concern in the world. The main force of the 6th Army Corps is the Scottish surrendered soldiers, and Marin does not trust them very much. If the 6th Army mutinied when defending the city alone, his dear Angela and son Caesar would be in trouble. After thinking again and again, Marin made adjustments. The plan to form the 6th Army Corps remained unchanged, but the 2nd Army Corps, which was originally stationed in the Ruhr area, assisted the 1st Army Corps in guarding Auric. The 6th Army exchanged with the 2nd Army Corps and was stationed in the Ruhr area. Marin thought about it. Although the Ruhr area is important, no one can see the importance of the Ruhr area before he promoted honeycomb coal and steam engines. Therefore, there is no need to send elite troops like the 2nd Army Corps to garrison. A new army corps like the 6th Army is more than capable of defending the Ruhr area. Moreover, the 6th Army is not a corps composed entirely of new soldiers. After adjustments, the 6th Army consists of 7,000 Scottish surrendered soldiers and 3,000 veterans of the North Sea. In addition, the middle-level officers are all skilled veteran officers, and the combat effectiveness of this army is not low. The only worry is that the 7,000 Scottish surrendered soldiers of the 6th Army will mutiny and demand to return to their hometown of Scotland. Therefore, Marin did not put them in the capital Auric, nor did he change them to Schleswig. Because these two places are very close to the sea. Once the Scottish surrendered soldiers mutinied, they could quickly fight to the seaside, seize the boat and escape back to their hometown. After they were transferred to the Ruhr area, they had no chance to seize the boat and return home. Although there is no shortage of ships on the Rhine, those ships are basically inland boats, which are not enough to sail on the North Sea. Therefore, placing the 6th Army in the Ruhr area will help those Scottish surrendered soldiers to settle down. This is just the early stage, until these Scottish surrendered soldiers are accustomed to the rules and training of the 6th Army. At that time, with such a large amount of training every day, they would not have much time to think about anything else. The capital of Auric has the two most powerful legions, the 1st Legion and the 2nd Legion, stationed there, so Marin can rest assured to leave for the Ming dynasty. But before leaving, Marin took a special trip by land to Lisbon, the capital of Portugal, and signed a Lisbon Treaty with King Manuel I of Portugal. This Lisbon Treaty mainly stipulates in detail the ownership of Dongfan Island. Marin will use Dongfan Island as a springboard to start exchanges with the Ming dynasty. However, he is worried that Portugal will make trouble on the grounds that Dongfan Island belongs to the Ming dynasty and should belong to Portugal. Therefore, he made a special trip to Lisbon in advance and agreed with Manuel I on the ownership of Dongfan Island, leaving evidence in black and white. In this way, the Portuguese will not be able to say anything in the future. The reason for this is mainly because the treaty signed in Rome previously stipulated that the Ming dynasty was the colonial sphere of influence of Portugal. At present, Dongfan Island is not under the jurisdiction of the Ming dynasty. Once Marin allows Dongfan Island to join the Ming dynasty in the future, it may cause diplomatic disputes. That's why Marin signed such an agreement with the Portuguese before setting off to shut them up. In order to show his sincerity, Marin also took out the approximate map of the Ming dynasty and the navigation route map in exchange. In fact, at the beginning of last year, the Portuguese stole the navigation map from Columbus and Conti and sent ships to the Ming dynasty. Moreover, they also got the news that there were huge tin mines near Kuala Lumpur in the Malacca Kingdom. The Portuguese didn't know that Marin deliberately let them leak it to Portugal, and they thought they had stolen a huge secret. Moreover, in terms of interests, if Portugal seizes Malacca, it will indeed make a lot of money. Therefore, Marin asked to sign the contract this time, and Manuel I agreed very well. After all, he was guilty of being a thief and thought he had taken advantage of Marin. Calculating the time, the fleet sent by Portugal to the Ming dynasty should also return. I just don't know how much profit he can make this time. Manuel I is full of longing for huge profits. But Manuel I didn't know that his fleet did arrive in Malacca and went to Guangzhou. Unfortunately, the Portuguese had evil intentions and had planned to invade and conquer from the beginning. Therefore, the fleet sent out this time suffered a great loss. The story has to start with the batch of guns and cannons that Marin sent to the Kingdom of Malacca. At the beginning, Columbus was ordered to send a batch of matchlocks and falconets to the Kingdom of Malacca. Although Columbus embezzled half of them, the other half also had 100 matchlocks and 10 falconets. The Portuguese sent a total of 10 warships. After arriving in India, they first joined the Spanish-Portuguese fleet. Then, Manuel I's envoys found out that there was indeed a Malacca kingdom in the southeast of India. Moreover, it was said that a large tin mine was discovered in the Kingdom of Malacca recently. All this is exactly the same as what Conti said. Therefore, the Portuguese envoy Ricardo decisively ordered the Spanish-Portuguese alliance and 12 warships in the fleet to follow him to conquer the Kingdom of Malacca. In this way, 22 Portuguese warships, loaded with more than 2,000 Portuguese sailors, came to the port outside the city of Malacca and launched an attack without explanation. At the beginning, the Kingdom of Malacca was indeed in chaos, and the Malacca people in the city were in chaos. If the Portuguese sailors took the opportunity to attack the city immediately, they might have succeeded in the sneak attack. Unfortunately, because the Portuguese were unsure, they first carried out a saturation bombardment on the city of Malacca, instead of immediately letting the sailors rush into the city in the chaos. After all, they had inquired in India that the Kingdom of Malacca had more than 30,000 soldiers and horses. Such a huge scale made the Portuguese feel a little weak after hearing it. Therefore, they planned to bombard first to defeat the will of the Malacca people. In fact, when they started bombarding, the Malacca people did fall into chaos, and there was even a stampede in the city. However, the Portuguese bombarded for a long time and did not send sailors to launch a ground attack. Finally, the people of Malacca in the city caught their breath. At this time, the originally panicked Malacca Sultan Mahmud suddenly remembered, isn't it just guns and cannons? I have some too. Then, a Shinji battalion, imitating the name of the Ming dynasty, trained outside the city was transferred back to the city and climbed the city wall. When the matchlock gunners and gunners of the Malacca Shinji battalion were deployed on the city wall facing the port, the Portuguese sailors finally launched a ground attack. But the Portuguese came at the wrong time. The 100 musketeers of the Malacca Shinji battalion, relying on the city wall, caused great casualties to the charging Portuguese. However, the proportion of musketeers among Portuguese sailors was relatively low, with only more than 300 people. If it was a field battle, the Portuguese sailors with more musketeers would definitely have the advantage. But now they were the siege party, while the Malacca Shenjiang was the defender. Then, the Portuguese suffered a loss. After leaving behind 400 bodies, the Portuguese retreated in a panic. It was not until midnight that they dared to send people to quietly collect the bodies of their comrades. So, this time the Portuguese attack was considered a failure. If the Portuguese fleet returns and Manuel I learns that it was because Marin sent guns and cannons to the Malacca kingdom that Portugal was defeated and hundreds of people died, Manuel I might be furious and detain Marin. Chapter 11:16, Naval Battle in the Indian Ocean. After that, the Portuguese fleet, which had suffered a great loss, gave up the idea of capturing Malacca city and plundered several port cities and merchant ships of the Malacca kingdom instead. Sure enough, by plundering merchant ships, especially the robbery of a merchant ship that had just returned from the Ming dynasty, the Portuguese had a good meal. Looking at the ship full of porcelain and silk, Ricardo was overjoyed. Thinking of the wealthy Ming Empire, Ricardo continued to lead the fleet around the Strait of Malacca to the north, intending to go to Guangzhou to explore the situation. After the fleet arrived in Guangzhou, Ricardo first represented the Kingdom of Portugal and asked to establish diplomatic relations with the Ming Empire and obtain the qualifications for normal trade. However, as Conti said, the Ming Empire did not accept the establishment of diplomatic relations with people on an equal footing. The Guangzhou Maritime Customs directly treated the Portuguese as ordinary barbarians and asked them to apply for tribute qualifications in accordance with the normal tribute process. Moreover, Ricardo, the Portuguese foreign minister, was required to learn the etiquette of 3 kowtows and 9 bows to avoid losing etiquette in front of the king in the future. Ricardo was immediately enraged. He was the foreign minister of the Kingdom of Portugal, not an ordinary envoy. This time he personally went out, but was actually humiliated by a small official of the Guangzhou Maritime Customs of the Ming Empire. So, the angry Ricardo returned to the ship and took 22 warships to attack Guangzhou port. The Ming army in Guangzhou port was also panicked at first, but the Ming army was all worldly people and was not unfamiliar with guns and cannons. When the artillery of Guangzhou Guard was called up, the two sides launched artillery fire. However, Portugal had 22 warships with many cannons on them, and the artillery of Guangzhou Guard was repelled. But when the Portuguese sailors launched a ground attack, they were immediately attacked on a large scale. Guangzhou Guard dispatched 300 cavalry to charge the Portuguese sailors. Although there were not many cavalrymen in Guangzhou Guard, and the horses were short southern horses. However, cavalry is cavalry, and it is a more flexible light cavalry than knights. More than 1,000 Portuguese sailors who landed were immediately massacred, and more than 600 sailors were hacked to death. It was also the bad luck of the Portuguese. The weapons of the Portuguese sailors were either matchlock guns or sailor scimitars. Can scimitar sailors fight against cavalry? Not to mention the musketeers. Before the bayonets were installed, the musketeers were just sending heads to the cavalry. Fortunately, the Portuguese musketeers risked their lives and killed more than 100 Ming cavalrymen. The generals of Guangzhou Wei felt that the loss was too great, so they ordered a retreat. After all, southern cavalry is rare, and each one is a treasure, and they can't afford to lose it. After escaping back, Ricardo was like a bereaved mother, thinking that he had messed up this time. In desperation, he could only let the fleet retreat to the mouth of the Pearl River and start playing the role of pirates. It's true that 2 Siamese tribute trade ships were unfortunately caught and then robbed. Seeing that he had 3 merchant ships full of silk and porcelain, Ricardo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he lost thousands of sailors, he could finally give an explanation by returning to his country with these 3 ships of silk and porcelain. Otherwise, his position as foreign minister would be in jeopardy. Just like that, the Portuguese fleet returned with endless depression. Not to mention the setbacks Portugal suffered in the Far East, but the Portuguese transferred the warships from the Spanish-Portuguese Union and the fleet, which also had a significant impact on the balance of power in the Indian Ocean. The most direct impact was that the Spanish-Portuguese Union and the fleet of 27 warships originally had only 15 left, only one of which was a Portuguese warship, and the remaining 14 were Spanish warships. When the main force of the Portuguese fleet left and went to Malacca and Guangzhou, the Egyptian fleet just arrived in Zhou, India, and joined the combined fleet of the Indian princes. Of course, this is not important. The most important thing is that in this combined fleet of more than 2,000 warships, 20 warships were from the Republic of Venice. However, after they were reassembled in the Red Sea region, they all hoisted the yellow crescent flag of the Mamluk dynasty. But in fact, the captains and main sailors on these 20 warships, including the gunners, were all Venetian sailors. Only the rowers were Russian slaves bought from Crimea and provided by the Ottoman Empire. Moreover, among the 20 warships of the Venetians, 10 were new warships equipped with artillery. In this naval battle, the Venetians came to test the effectiveness of the new tactics. Although Marin boasted about the naval artillery battle, the Venetian conservatives were still unwilling to believe in the role of artillery. In desperation, the Republic of Venice had to send out the same number of 2 types of warships to observe the results through specific naval battles. In early 1509, the Egyptian-Indian Joint Fleet, which had completed the alliance, had more than 200 large and small warships, and left Zhou in a mighty manner and rushed to Calicut, the home port of the Spanish-Portuguese Union and the fleet. However, although the Egyptian-Indian Joint Fleet had more than 200 warships, the real large ships were only 20 warships provided by the Venetians. The rest were mostly small single-masted Arab triangular sailing ships. These small single-masted Arab triangular sailing boats were full of Indian archers and scimitar sailors. When the Spanish-Portuguese Joint Fleet in Calicut port saw the more than 200 warships rushing over, they were also frightened at first. Da Costa, the commander-in-chief of the joint fleet, ordered the fleet to flee the port of Calicut. At this time, serious disagreements occurred within the Egyptian-Indian joint fleet. Ali, the representative of the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt, believed that the Spanish-Portuguese fleet should be pursued and destroyed. However, Indian princes such as the Dio prince believed that it was right to destroy the Spanish-Portuguese fleet, but it could be delayed. For example, the most important thing at present was to plunder the extremely wealthy port city of Calicut. In the end, the opinions of the majority of Indian princes prevailed, and the Egyptian fleet had to follow them to attack the city of Calicut to plunder the richest trading port city in India. On the sea, Da Costa, the commander-in-chief of the Spanish-Portuguese fleet who was leading the fleet to flee, reacted that if he lost Calicut, his ally, Spain's trade interests in India would be terminated in the future. The spice trade was so profitable. If he lost the Indian spice trade, His Majesty the King would probably skin him alive. Thinking of this, Da Costa gritted his teeth and ordered the fleet to stop running and turn back to fight. When the Spanish-Portuguese fleet returned to the port of Calicut, the sailors of the Egyptian-Indian joint fleet were busy attacking the city of Calicut. At this time, most of the Egyptian and Indian warships in the port were empty. Da Costa took the opportunity to order the fleet to approach, and then let the gunners shoot at a very close distance. Boom 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 dash, after a burst of artillery fire, many poor-quality Indian warships sank. As for the Venetian warships, 2 were also damaged. At this time, the officers and soldiers of the Egyptian-Indian joint fleet reacted. They abandoned the siege of Calicut and returned to the ship. But at this time, they had lost more than 20 small boats. The 2 fleet commanders sent by Venice, Giglione and Pinamonti, immediately ordered the Venetian sailors and artillerymen to return to the ship and prepare to fight a desperate battle with the Spanish fleet. Especially Pinamonti's 10 gunboats, they were going to have a good fight with the Spaniards. However, if they had played online games in the future, they would know that there is such a thing as a bad teammate. Although 2 ships were lost, the 18 warships of the Venetians were still a force that could not be ignored. At least, they were not much worse than the Spanish fleet. However, the idiots in the Indian prince's fleet who were eager for revenge only knew how to use small single-masted Arab triangular sailboats, and they rushed to the front, trying to surround and besiege the 14 Spanish warships and 1 Portuguese warship. Pinamonti and Giglione looked at each other, but they couldn't say anything at this time. Seeing that the Indian warships were charging in front, they had to follow behind. Moreover, Pinamonti's 10 warships were not convenient to fire because there were all ally ships in front. However, when the small Indian warships surrounded the Spanish warships in front, they were embarrassed to find that the side of the opponent's caravel was too high and it was not convenient to climb. Of course, some skilled sailors began to throw grappling hooks, intending to hook the Spanish warships and then climb up to chop people. But the Spanish sailors were not stupid. When the Indian sailors who threw out the grappling hook began to climb the ship, the Spanish ship extended a matchlock gun and directly shot the Indian sailors who were climbing the ship into the sea. Moreover, the lead bullets hit their bodies, causing huge wounds, and the bloody smell after falling into the water was too strong to attract sharks. Anyway, the possibility of survival was very small. This was not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing was that the Spanish sailors actually threw grenades at the Indian boats. Of course, the grenades thrown by the Spanish sailors were not the powerful grenades of later generations, but the rustic grenades filled with black gunpowder powder. Its fuse was not a pull rope, but an ordinary ignition fuse. This kind of rustic grenade, thrown into the crowd, would probably only hurt people, and it would be difficult to kill anyone on the spot. But, no matter what, this is also gunpowder. Throwing it on a wooden boat is easy to catch fire. Then, many Indian boats surrounding the Spanish warships were burned. After losing a lot of small boats, the Indians finally gave up, and their small triangular sailboats retreated like a tide. Moreover, it blocked the way of 18 Venetian warships. Eventually, the Venetian ships were stuck in the middle and couldn't get out. When the commander-in-chief of the Spanish and Portuguese fleet, Da Costa, saw this, he immediately ordered the fleet to line up and focus on the Venetian galleys trapped by the Indian boats. The unlucky Venetian fleet was squeezed by the Indian boats and couldn't form a formation at all. In this way, several Venetian warships were sunk again. When the Venetian ships finally got rid of the obstruction of the Indian boats, they found that there were only 12 ships left. Then, Giglione bravely ordered the remaining 5 old-fashioned galleys to rush towards the Spanish fleet, ready to fight a boarding battle with it. Pinamonti led the 7 modified gunboats of the berth to go around to the side and bombard the Spanish fleet. But the Spanish fleet had the advantage after all, and it was more maneuverable in the windy Indian Ocean. After avoiding the desperate attack of Giglione's 5 galleys, the Spanish fleet began to form a fan-shaped formation and bombarded the 5 Venetian galleys that rushed in. Finally, after losing 3 more ships, Giulioni retreated with the remaining 2 ships. Then, Pinamonti's 7 gunboats, because of their weak strength, were defeated and fled in the exchange of fire, and 3 of them were sunk. But the Spaniards were not in a good situation either, because they were attacked by the Venetian gunboats, and 2 of their warships were sunk and 1 was seriously damaged. Chapter 11:17, Blame Columbus. In the end, of the 20 Venetian warships, only 4 gunboats and 2 old-style galleys escaped, which can be said to be a complete defeat. Moreover, what made the Venetians depressed was that if it were not for the drag of the Indian prince's pig teammate fleet, they would not have been so miserable. If it were not blocked by hundreds of small Indian warships, the Venetian warships could have maneuvered to avoid the Spanish shells. But there is no if in history, and the Venetians could not have imagined that the Indian prince's fleet would be so frustrated. Not only could they not help, but they also made things worse. But to be fair, even if there was no Indian prince's fleet to hold them back, the Venetians would not have one. On the surface, the Venetians had 20 warships. However, those 10 old-style galleys were actually not very useful. In the final stage of the naval battle, when Giglioni wanted to fight a traditional boarding battle with the Spaniards with 5 galleys, he suffered a great loss. First of all, da Costa was a coward. He was afraid of boarding battles, so he ordered the warships to maneuver and retreat to avoid boarding battles. At the same time, the fleet surrounded and bombarded several old-fashioned galleys of Venice in a fan-shaped manner. This approach was unintentional, but it happened to be in line with the trend of naval warfare, which caused Giglioni's old-fashioned galley fleet to suffer a great loss. Moreover, it was not that there were no Venetian galleys approaching the enemy ships, but after the test, the Venetian sailors failed to jump off the boat. Why? They were beaten into the sea by the Spanish muskets. It is also a coincidence that da Costa's family is a famous musket manufacturing family in Spain. The famous musket is the flagship product of the da Costa family. Because of the emergence of the Marin phalanx and the Spanish also started phalanxes, da Costa's family received continuous orders and business was booming. After bribing his superiors to get the position of fleet commander, da Costa took advantage of his position and ordered the fleet to purchase a large number of matchlocks. Of course, it was not a heavy musket like the musket, but a miniaturized matchlock to facilitate the use of sailors. It should be pointed out that in the 16th century, military commanders had the right to decide what weapons the army purchased. Most commanders would abuse their power for personal gain and purchase weapons from arms dealers who were closely related to them, rather than choosing the best weapons. Among them, the most classic case is the promotion of the French flintlock. At the beginning, with the support of Henry IV, the Frenchman Mahan took the lead in inventing a practical flintlock, and Henry IV also planned to promote it in the French army. However, this is not in the interests of the French generals. After all, the generals of each army have their own stable arms suppliers and will not change them casually. Even some armies' arms suppliers are the generals' families, or the generals themselves have a stake in them. Therefore, Henry IV's promotion of flintlocks was hindered. After Henry IV was assassinated, Mahan and the flintlock he invented were directly vetoed by the bigwigs of the French military. It was not until the 30 Years' War that the flintlock muskets shone brightly in the Swedish Gustav line and gained the attention of the French again. It was with the scaled-down version of the matchlock musket that da Costa inadvertently promoted that the Spanish sailors successfully repelled the desperate counterattack of the Venetian sailors. Most of the Venetian sailors who jumped onto the Spanish ship were shot down by muskets, and a few Venetian sailors who jumped onto the Spanish ship by chance were also hacked to death by the Spanish sailors. As for Pinamonti's 7 gunboats, the tactics were actually somewhat contradictory. Because the sailors on the ship were not very accustomed to the naval warfare tactics of firing at each other with enemy ships at sea. The Venetian gunners were actually originally drawn from the army or coastal defense forts, and they were operating the unfamiliar Turkish artillery. Firing on land and firing on ships are 2 different things. After all, the artillery on land is fixed. The artillery on board sways with the ship, which is very difficult to aim. Therefore, the fact that the Venetian gunboats were able to sink 2 Spanish warships this time was purely accidental and blind. Why do you say that? Because the 2 Spanish warships had problems and needed major repairs. What was the problem? The bottom of the ship was severely corroded by shipworms, and the wooden boards on the bottom of the ship below the waterline needed to be replaced. After all, the Spanish-Portuguese fleet had been cruising in the Indian Ocean for too long, and it was time for a major repair. The Venetian shells happened to hit the part below the waterline of the 2 Spanish warships, and it was the part that was severely corroded by shipworms. Then, of course, the sides of the 2 Spanish warships were penetrated and flooded, and then sank. In other words, if the Spanish fleet had not maintained its own ships well, the Venetians would probably have had no results. But because of this accidental result, the Venetians finally admitted that gunboats were more suitable for modern naval warfare than old-fashioned galleys. On the way back to Egypt, Pinamonti and Giglione jointly wrote their experience of this naval battle. The two said that artillery battles are indeed the mainstream of future naval battles, but boarding battles also need to be retained. Otherwise, once someone jumps overboard to help, if no one can resist, the gunners may be hacked to death by the enemy. In addition, muskets can also be introduced into boarding battles. In addition, Pinamonti suggested that a group of artillerymen should be trained specifically for naval battles. Because this naval battle showed that artillery on land could not adapt to the artillery fire of warships. Therefore, it is necessary to train special warship gunners. And the way to train is naturally to send artillery officers to study in the North Sea Kingdom. After all, the Battle of Jutland, which was fought by the Marin-Hamburg fleet and the Danish fleet, was the first naval battle won by artillery. That naval battle brought an end to Denmark, a maritime power. Therefore, the North Sea Navy must have rich experience in naval artillery battles, and people can be sent to learn. In addition, the Venetians have no other choice. At present, the Navy vigorously promotes artillery in only 3 countries: Spain, Portugal and the North Sea Kingdom. In fact, Hamburg and Lübeck have also partially promoted artillery, but on a small scale. But Spain and Portugal are obviously enemies of Venice because of the competition for the Indian spice trade. Therefore, Venice could only choose to learn from the North Sea Kingdom, which had a good relationship with it. In fact, Pinamonti and Giglione didn't know that they escaped too luckily. Because, shortly after they escaped, the Portuguese fleet returning from Guangzhou returned to Calicut. Ricardo, the Portuguese foreign minister who returned to India, was full of anger. This trip to the east was a failure. He wanted to annex Malacca, but was beaten back. He wanted to trade with the Ming dynasty but failed, and was beaten back after falling out. In the 2 wars, although the Portuguese did not lose warships, they lost thousands of sailors, almost half of the fleet. If it weren't for the 3 Southeast Asian merchant ships that returned from the tribute trade of the Ming dynasty, Ricardo probably wouldn't dare to return to Portugal. Because he was afraid that Manuel I would peel his skin. Ricardo was full of anger. When he heard that a large sea battle had taken place at sea, he took 22 Portuguese warships out to sea without saying a word. But when he arrived at the battlefield, he found that the naval battle was over. The Spanish commander, da Costa, was proudly showing off his great military exploits to him. Ricardo said nothing and directly ordered 22 Portuguese warships to hunt down the remnants of the Indian prince's joint fleet, and they hunted for several days. Not only did they destroy the pitiful and shabby fleets of the Indian princes, but they also took the opportunity to capture Joe. After capturing Joe, in order to vent his anger, Ricardo directly ordered a massacre of the city. After looting the wealth of Joe, he also burned the city of Joe. After returning to Calicut, a piece of news he got from a local merchant almost made Ricardo jump up in anger. It turned out that Ricardo learned from the spice merchant that the batch of guns and cannons defending the Malacca kingdom were actually given to the other side by Columbus of the North Sea Kingdom. In other words, Portugal suffered a great loss this time, all thanks to Columbus and the North Sea Kingdom. Ricardo was filled with anger, but secretly delighted. Why? He found an excuse for his defeat. You see, it was because the North Sea Kingdom provided that batch of guns and cannons that I was defeated. You can't blame me. Then, Ricardo, who found an excuse, returned home with 10 warships, leaving 12 warships to continue the task of blockading the Arabian Sea. Not long after Marin left Lisbon, Ricardo also returned to Lisbon. While bringing back 3 ships of silk and porcelain, he also explained to Manuel I the reasons for the failure to capture the kingdom of Malacca. It was all Columbus' fault. Who asked him to send a batch of guns and cannons to the kingdom of Malacca. Chapter 11:18 Suggestions and another trick on the Portuguese. After listening to Ricardo's report, Manuel I indeed forgave his incompetence. But at the same time, Manuel I was very angry about the guns and cannons provided by the North Sea Kingdom to the Malacca kingdom. So, Manuel I sent an envoy to Auric by land, changing horses all the way, and questioned Marin, who was preparing for the trip, and asked why he sent guns and cannons to the Malacca people. Moreover, because this move brought huge losses to Portugal, Manuel I threatened to abolish the newly signed Lisbon Treaty. Marin was well prepared for this, so he summoned Columbus in a pretentious manner and publicly questioned him why he sent guns and cannons to the Malacca people in the presence of the Portuguese envoy. Columbus had received instructions from Marin long ago, so he naturally knew how to deal with it. You can't blame me, Archduke. It was the Malacca Sultan Mahmud who coveted our guns and forcibly asked me for them. You know, at that time I needed someone to take me to Guangzhou, and then find the Japanese route, and I needed them, so I had to agree to send them guns and cannons. This explanation perfectly put the blame on the Malacca people. Then why is it rumored that you took the initiative to give them? Asked the Portuguese envoy. Columbus spread his hands helplessly and said, Mr. Envoy, this is an extortion incident, which damages the reputation of their sultan. Therefore, the Malacca people will definitely say that I took the initiative to give it. In fact, they forced me to ask for it. Do you know? Their suzerain, the Ming Empire, has a well-organized gun and cannon unit called the Shenjing. They envy the Ming Empire's gun and cannon units, but the Ming Empire will not sell guns and cannons to other countries. So, they extorted me. This explanation is perfect again, and it is useless to check it. Because, any king would not admit that he had extorted someone after extorting someone. The Ming dynasty did have a Shenjing gun and artillery unit, and the vassal states of the Ming dynasty did envy this unit of the Ming dynasty. However, the Ming dynasty had very strict control over firearms, classified it as a state secret, and would not easily provide guns and artillery to other countries. Therefore, all of this can withstand verification. Faced with this perfect explanation, the Portuguese envoy was speechless. But our loss is. Marin pretended to think about it, and then said, how about this, don't you want to seize the kingdom of Malacca? Let me give you an idea. Ideas? The Portuguese envoy was a little confused. Yes, it can guarantee that Portugal can easily take over the kingdom of Malacca. Really? If it is really as you said, I think Our Majesty will definitely forgive your unintentional mistake. The Portuguese envoy said happily. Marin rolled his eyes after hearing this, as if who cares about Manuel I's forgiveness. But he still patiently told the Portuguese envoy the specific method, next time you send troops to Malacca, don't rush to besiege Malacca City. After all, there are 30,000 defenders and hundreds of muskets in Malacca City, which is extremely difficult to conquer. So, I suggest that your army attack Kuala Lumpur first. Kuala Lumpur? That big tin mine? Yes, the Kuala Lumpur that may have tens of millions of pounds of tin metal in reserve. I think you should know the price of tin. If you occupy this huge tin mine, it's like owning a gold mountain. The envoy nodded and agreed with Marin, but said, but I heard that Malacca City is an important transit point for trade with the Ming Empire and spice trade, and the wealth in the city is extremely amazing. Otherwise, they would not be able to support 30,000 troops. So. Marin's heart was suddenly filled with contempt. He was indeed a robber, and he did not forget to covet the wealth accumulated by others for hundreds of years. But on the surface, Marin did not show it, but continued to explain, I know your country wants to occupy Malacca, but you can't rush it. There are 30,000 defenders in the city, and there are guns and cannons. How many troops will your country need to dispatch to storm it? But the army can only transport a few thousand people at most over such long distances by sea. Therefore, it is best not to storm the city. Moreover, if your country occupies the incredibly valuable Kuala Lumpur tin mine, the Malacca kingdom will definitely not be reconciled. By then, your army can take advantage of the opportunity and defeat the enemy forces that come to compete for the tin mine in Kuala Lumpur. You know, it is difficult for you to deal with the enemy troops hiding in Malacca. But if they take the initiative to come out, with the strength of your army, are you afraid of not being able to defeat them? And the hundreds of matchlocks in the hands of the enemy are of little use in the wild. After all, your country can be equipped with thousands of muskets or even more. As long as the main force of the Malacca kingdom's army is defeated in the wild, then it will be easy to attack Malacca City. The envoy sent by Portugal was also a knight and understood military affairs. After listening to Marin's plan, he thought for a long time and approved Marin's plan. Then, he wrote down Marin's suggestion and took it back. Marin looked at the back of the Portuguese envoy leaving and breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, the idea he gave the Portuguese was very clever. It is indeed difficult to besiege the city of Malacca because it requires a lot of troops. But if the Kuala Lumpur tin mine is controlled, Malacca's Sultan Mahmud will definitely be reluctant to give up this big piece of fat and will send troops to fight for it. In the field battle, the Malacca army is definitely not the opponent of the Portuguese army. Because the fighting power of the Malay soldiers is really scum. Originally in history, the 30,000 Malay soldiers of the Malacca kingdom were defeated by the Portuguese as 1,200 Portuguese soldiers and 200 Indian soldiers. Moreover, they failed while guarding the fortified city. If it was a field battle, it is estimated that the Malacca people would be defeated faster. After this failure, the Portuguese will definitely learn a lesson and send thousands of regular troops to Malacca. Kuala Lumpur is a field mine, and the Portuguese will definitely be able to capture it easily. Then, they can wait and destroy the army sent by the Malacca people. When the Malacca army is almost weakened, the Portuguese can besiege and capture the city of Malacca. The reason why Marin is willing to help Portugal capture the city of Malacca is that he hopes that Portugal will deal a devastating blow to the Kingdom of Malacca. Then, the Kingdom of Malacca will send envoys to the Ming dynasty for help. At that time, the Portuguese will not be able to have peaceful exchanges with the Ming dynasty. After all, Malacca is a vassal state of the Ming dynasty and a very respectful younger brother. And while the Portuguese are slow to enter the Ming dynasty, Marin can also reap the benefits. By the time the Portuguese react and get the right to do business in Macau through bribery, Marin has already eaten up all the benefits, and the Portuguese can only eat leftovers at most. Moreover, Marin has come up with an idea to trick the Portuguese. What idea? Marin planned to prevent the Portuguese from getting the wealth in Malacca. According to historical records, after the Portuguese conquered Malacca, the Malacca Sultan and the prince fled Malacca with their army and fled to the inland areas to continue to survive. When retreating, the Malacca Sultan took away a small amount of treasures. Most of the huge wealth accumulated in Malacca for hundreds of years was hastily left behind, which benefited the Portuguese invaders. According to historical records, the treasures seized by the Portuguese in Malacca were tens of thousands and difficult to count, which was almost two-thirds of the wealth accumulated by the Malacca kingdom for hundreds of years. As a transit point for trade between the East and the West and an important distribution center for the Spice Islands to India, the Malacca kingdom has accumulated a huge amount of wealth over the past 100 years. Therefore, the Portuguese had a full meal at once. This is not like the mining of tin mines in Kuala Lumpur, even if the reserves of tin mines in Kuala Lumpur are huge and the value is amazing. However, it is not easy to mine and smelt tin ore, which takes at least several decades. You know, in the late 19th century, how big was the Kuala Lumpur tin mine? There were 20,000 to 30,000 miners mining tin ore and smelting tin metal here. Then, after mining for decades, they directly created a capital of Malaysia. In this era, it is difficult for the Portuguese to mobilize tens of thousands of miners. Moreover, the tin mining and smelting technology of this era is certainly not comparable to that of the late 19th century. Therefore, although the tin mines in Kuala Lumpur are valuable, they cannot be cashed in a short time. But the wealth in Malacca city can be obtained immediately, as long as the city is broken. And the way Marin thought of to mess with the Portuguese was to send people to secretly remind the Malacca people if the war is not going well, they can transfer their wealth to inland cities as soon as possible. In this way, even if the Portuguese broke through Malacca, they would not be able to rob too much wealth. Moreover, the inland of the Malay region is basically a restricted area for the Portuguese. Because it is all tropical rainforest. The Portuguese can only act arrogantly in the coastal areas, and they will be scared if they go deep into the tropical rainforest. Therefore, after going to the Ming dynasty this time, Marin plans to secretly hire people to go to Malacca to remind the Sultan of Malacca to secretly transfer wealth in advance. When the Portuguese break through Malacca, they will find that they did not get too many benefits. Of course, the Portuguese did not know how much wealth there is in Malacca in advance. Even if they are tricked, they may not know it. Chapter 11:19 Chilean saltpeter and solar cooker desalination. However, the difficulty of trying to seduce the Portuguese this time is completely different from the last time. The last time we sent guns to the Kingdom of Malacca, it could be said to be an unintentional mistake. If Marin directly sent someone to warn the Kingdom of Malacca this time, if the Portuguese knew about it, it would be like a falling out. If they were to fight on land, Marin would be confident that he could beat up two Portugals. But at sea, Marin can't fight Portugal now. After all, they have been engaged in great voyages since Prince Henry. The whole of Portugal has become a maritime country. And Marin now has a limited number of warships, and it is still impossible to fight a decisive battle with Portugal at sea. Although the caliber of the artillery of Marin's main fleet is larger. Although the number is small, the combat effectiveness is very strong. However, Marin's warships have a huge disadvantage, that is there is a serious lack of gunpowder, and they cannot open up to fire. If they open up the bombardment, with the little gunpowder reserves of the North Sea Kingdom, it will not last long. The shortage of gunpowder is mainly caused by the shortage of saltpeter. Originally, Indian saltpeter was a good source. But the problem is that the world has just entered the era of artillery, and India's saltpeter production capacity has not yet expanded due to strong demand. On average, only hundreds of tons of saltpeter are produced each year. What's more, these hundreds of tons of saltpeter are not for Marin's family. Because of the promotion of gunboats, Spain and Portugal are now purchasing a large amount of saltpeter in India. Even Turkey sometimes purchases some saltpeter in India. Therefore, it is good for Marin to get a share of 20 tons of saltpeter in India every year. And what can 20 tons of saltpeter do? 20 tons of saltpeter can be made into about 26.7 tons of gunpowder, equivalent to 58,000 pounds. And Marin's 500-ton battleship's single-sided artillery consumes dozens of pounds of gunpowder in one round of salvos. The North Sea Kingdom currently has a total of 20 battleships, and a round of salvos is more than 1,000 pounds of gunpowder. 58,000 pounds of gunpowder is the consumption of dozens of rounds of salvos of single-sided artillery in Marin's fleet. Therefore, even if Marin has developed advanced battleships and artillery, he dare not waste it. Because there is really not enough gunpowder. Think about the later British Empire. In order to maintain its maritime hegemony, the King of England often bought saltpeter from the British East India Company, which controlled India, hundreds of tons at a time. Otherwise, Britain could not maintain the huge demand for gunpowder in the Royal Navy. In addition to the shortage of gunpowder, Marin is actually short of warships now. Although those 250 class armed merchant ships are also equipped with artillery, the cost performance is too low. Because the sides of those armed merchant ships are not thickened and cannot withstand the bombardment of enemy ships. Therefore, if you want to fight a naval battle, you have to rely on professional warships. Marin currently has no shortage of shipbuilding craftsmen, let alone wood for shipbuilding. What he lacks is materials such as tung oil and paint for building seagoing ships. Of course, there is also sisal that has not yet been harvested. Although the seeds of tung oil and lacquer trees have been ordered to be planted in Savannah, sisal has also been planted in Cuba for a long time. But it will take several years to wait for the harvest. Therefore, Marin planned to go to the Ming dynasty this time to buy tung oil for shipbuilding. Europeans in this era mainly used linseed oil and other drying oils to waterproof ships, which was very expensive, raw lacquer, copper nails and other materials necessary for making sea ships. As long as 1 or 2 ships are brought back to the country, dozens of warships can be exploded. At least, it saves time than waiting for the tung oil and lacquer trees in the American colonies to produce ships a few years later. Before the North Sea Navy can beat Portugal, Marin did not want to offend Portugal publicly. Therefore, this time he did not plan to send people directly to remind the Kingdom of Malacca, but planned to go around in circles to remind the Malacca people. The specific approach is Marin plans to send a ship to India and quietly find the princes who have a grudge against the Portuguese. Then, under their pretext, use them to warn the Malacca people. Even this time, Marin did not intend to use the name of the North Sea Kingdom for the ship sent to India, but planned to use the name of the Venetians. The Venetians were originally hostile to the Portuguese, and pretending to be Venetians, the Portuguese were not easy to verify. Even if someone in the Malacca kingdom leaked the news, the final result was that the Venetians instructed a certain Indian prince to remind the Malacca kingdom. Both countries are enemies, and it is reasonable to find fault with Portugal. Given their relationship with Portugal, even if they did not do it, they will smile and admit that they did it. In this way, they can also anger their mortal enemy Portugal, and at the same time strengthen their own momentum. Before leaving, Marin finally made up his mind to develop the saltpeter mine in Chile. Before that, the merchant sent by Marin to the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt had already purchased a batch of slaves and camels there. These slaves were Bedouin prisoners of war captured by the Egyptian Mamluk cavalry on the Arabian Peninsula, and they were very adapted to the tropical desert climate. And camels, not to mention, are the ships of the desert. Marin plans to send all the Egyptian slaves and camels he bought to the coastal city of Iquique in the northern desert of Chile. Of course, there is no city there yet. However, in his previous life, Marin learned about the city of Iquique because of a rumor that the remnants of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom participated in the Saltpeter War and remembered its coordinates. So now Marin only needs his men to find this place according to the coordinates and then build a port. Then, when the Bedouins and Egyptian camels who are adapted to the desert climate arrive, they can use Iquique as a starting point to go to the desert to look for saltpeter. However, the desert in northern Chile is the driest desert in the world. Sending people there also requires solving the problem of fresh water supply for them. Originally, Marin planned to send a fleet to fill fresh water in water areas and then send oak barrels filled with fresh water to Iquique. If high-temperature steaming and rapid mud sealing are used, the original canned food standards can be achieved, and it will not go bad for at least a few months. However, the labor cost of doing this is too high, and a special ship must be allocated to get fresh water. Thinking of the desalination project in later generations, Marin suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. What is this idea? Marin's idea is to use solar cookers to transform a very economical seawater desalination system. The principle of this system is very simple. First use tinplate to make dozens or even hundreds of solar cookers, and then use these solar cookers to boil seawater on the beach of Iquique. At the same time, use tinplate rolled pipes above the black-bottomed iron pot to guide the water vapor after the seawater is boiled and pass it into the pool for cooling. After the pool cools down, the water vapor in the tinplate pipe condenses into water droplets, and finally leads out and then packages. Of course, the canning method of boiling in a large pot is used again during packaging to ensure that the fresh water will not go bad for several months. Finally, let camels carry it to the mining area in the desert. The most abundant thing in the northern desert of Chile is sunshine. It has not rained there for hundreds of years. Using solar cookers there is absolutely powerful. And by constantly using solar cookers to boil seawater, fresh water can be obtained continuously through the method of vaporization condensation. If dozens or even hundreds of solar cookers are in operation at the same time, it is effortless to process hundreds of barrels of fresh water a day. Perhaps, using solar cookers to desalinate seawater in other areas may encounter cloudy days, resulting in the inability to produce fresh water smoothly. However, the northern desert of Chile is the driest region in the world where it has not rained for hundreds of years. Using solar cookers to desalinate seawater there is absolutely the best choice. Producing a few hundred barrels of fresh water a day may be a small scale, but in the early days, Marin only planned to send a few hundred people to explore the way and look for saltpeter mines first. A few hundred people plus dozens of camels, a few hundred barrels of fresh water a day, is definitely enough to drink. Once the saltpeter mine is discovered and large-scale mining begins, we can find a way to transport fresh water from elsewhere. Chapter 1120, Caesar's Education Problem. The solar cooker was originally made by Marin to make it convenient for sailors to cook food at sea. After all, the carrying capacity of ships is limited, and it is impossible to carry a large amount of firewood for sailing. Therefore, the diet of sailors at sea is often mainly dry and cold food. For example, dry bread, bacon, sausage, etc. are all convenient foods that sailors often eat. And because the solar cooker does not require firewood, it is deeply loved by sailors at sea. After all, no one wants to eat dry and cold things when they can eat a hot bite, especially when the weather is cold. If you sail along the coastline, sailors can often go ashore to pick up some dead branches and come back to make fire and cook, or simply make a fire on the shore. But if you sail in the middle of the ocean without land, then don't think about making fire and cooking. Unless you have a solar cooker. But the technical content of the solar cooker in this era is not low. First of all, you have to have an excellent reflective surface. For example, the tinplate made by Marin. This alone is a major technical problem. Other countries can temporarily use tinplate as a substitute, but tinplate has a defect that once it is worn, the wound of the iron sheet is easy to further oxidize and corrode, and then large pieces of rust and rot. Unlike galvanized tinplate, even if it is scratched, it can continue to be used for a long time. Therefore, Marin can use zinc to mass-produce corrosion-resistant galvanized tinplate to make durable solar cookers. If others want to imitate, they can also use tinplate as a substitute. However, the tinplate must not be damaged. Otherwise, the solar cooker will be ruined. Of course, you can also use silver sheet instead of tinplate to make solar cookers. However, this is too extravagant. It is estimated that the solar cooker will be stolen. In addition, others are not very clear that the bottom of the pot of the solar cooker needs to be painted black. Marin has studied science, so he naturally knows that this is the most heat-absorbing. But others don't know. If they don't do this, the efficiency will be far worse. Coincidentally, the Bakken's lead zinc mine in Newfoundland just sent back a large number of lead and zinc ingots, and Marin took the opportunity to have hundreds of solar cookers made. Then, people used tinplate and nickel iron sheet, mainly because they were afraid that tinplate could not last too long under high-temperature steam, to roll up air pipes to guide water vapor. This kind of iron pipe can easily achieve the effect of condensation when placed in the pool. As long as the pipe is long enough and the pool water is replaced in time, the pool water is replaced when it is hot to avoid affecting the condensation effect, the water vapor can be easily condensed into fresh water droplets and flow out. Marin planned to take this batch of solar cookers with the ship to Panama City on the other side of the Pacific Ocean when he went to Panama. Then, he handed it over to one of the 4 250-class armed merchant ships with nickel iron sheets nailed to the bottom of the ship left by Amerigo, sent it to Iquique, and settled there. There will also be a group of Egyptian slaves and camels traveling with Marin. They will be sent to a 250-class armed merchant ship and go to Iquique. However, Marin attaches great importance to the confidentiality of the Chilean saltpeter mine. Therefore, Marin asked Kohler to select a group of the most reliable captains and sailors, who would drive the ship and rush to Iquique in the future according to Marin's coordinates, and settle down there. Then, go deep into the desert to find saltpeter. In order to facilitate the search for saltpeter, Marin spent a lot of money to buy several slave craftsmen familiar with saltpeter from the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt for this saltpeter search. Marin wanted to send his own craftsmen to find saltpeter, but the people of the North Sea Kingdom might not be able to adapt to the tropical desert climate in Iquique. If they die of heat and thirst in a few days, it would not be cost-effective and would delay the work. Therefore, Marin had to send people to secretly spend a high price in Egypt to buy several slave craftsmen who knew how to prepare gunpowder and were familiar with saltpeter as the main force in searching for saltpeter in the desert. When arranging the exploration and development of saltpeter in the northern Chilean desert, Marin accidentally saw Caesar and his younger brother Robert running wild in the palace garden through the window. Marin slapped his head and wanted to slap himself. Because he suddenly realized that he didn't seem to have enough time to train his son. Caesar was already 7 years old. According to the rules of medieval nobles, when he was 8 years old, he could no longer run wild, but had to start formal knight education. Generally speaking, low-ranking nobles would send their non-eldest sons to the homes of higher-ranking nobles to serve as page boys for their followers and their wives. When they were free, they also needed to learn some basic cultural knowledge and take care of horses. Sometimes, they also had to learn some basic swordsmanship. After the age of 14, they had to unload the task of serving people as page boys and start to concentrate on learning the 7 arts of knights, and martial arts training became the main learning project. Because, at this age, boys will become strong. Unlike before the age of 14, because they were too young to wear armor or hold weapons, they could only use small wooden swords to show basic swordsmanship. However, this is the traditional German knight education model. Marin obviously would not train Caesar in this way, but planned to take the imperial model route. The so-called emperor model pays more attention to wisdom, especially the wisdom of using people. Emperors do not need to be very capable themselves, but they need to know how to use people. Moreover, they need to be able to control the talents used to avoid backlash. As for martial arts, that is secondary. If someone wants to assassinate you, just shout, "Protect the emperor." Protect the emperor. Marin himself is not outstanding in martial arts, but he is smart. Learning from Cao Cao, he specially found a perverted and fierce general like Dian Wei, Khan. As long as Khan is around, ordinary people don't want to get close. Even if they get close, they will be killed quickly. Therefore, Marin's education plan for Caesar is to learn basic cultural knowledge first. Then, when he is almost at the level of elementary school graduation, he will study psychology, thick black studies, the art of war, and 36 stratagems, and so on. When these are almost learned, Marin will teach him modern knowledge such as physics, chemistry, biology, geography, etc. according to the situation. Moreover, it is a complete version, not an abridged version taught to ordinary people. Marin's teaching materials for ordinary people deleted a lot of knowledge that does not conform to religious views. In addition, the knowledge that was destined to be difficult for ancient people to understand, such as cars, airplanes, and electronics, was also deleted, including many modern industrial technologies. Because even if Marin taught these things to students, they would not understand them, and it would be difficult to achieve the goal. However, for Caesar, Marin planned to teach him everything, regardless of whether he could understand it or not. In addition, Marin will draw a complete version of the world map, including the distribution map of mineral resources in North America, South Africa, and Australia, which will be drawn for Caesar. There are some places that Marin may not be able to control in this life. After all, development also requires a process. However, he believes that Caesar should be able to use these legendary resources. Marin suddenly felt that he had been working hard in this life, as if just to lay the foundation for his son Caesar. Maybe Caesar is the real protagonist. And the story of my crossing can be named, "My Dad is a Crosser." Marin suddenly thought with great emotion. Chapter 11:21 Notes of a Traveler. My son, when you were born, the whole of Lordaeron, the whole forest of East Frisia was whispering the same name, Ulsa. Oh no, it's Caesar. Marin irritably erased the few lines he had just written, and then tore off the first page. Fuck, why did I think of the first filial son in Azeroth? That's a bastard who killed his father. Marin continued to write on a new page. What was he writing? He was writing something for Caesar. Mainly, it was psychology, thick black studies, the art of war, 36 strategies, and other textbooks that would be used to educate Caesar in the future. At the same time, there were also textbooks for physics, chemistry, biology, geography, etc. that would be used in the future. And the first paragraph was actually something like the preface written by Marin, which mainly told Caesar the source of this knowledge. Then, unconsciously, Marin remembered the message from the king to the prince in the classic game in his previous life. But thinking of the unfilial act of the prince killing his father, Marin still tore up the paragraph. If I can come back safely, I will have to strengthen my son's education on filial piety in the future. Marin thought viciously. It is true that he is a time traveler, but he can only guarantee that the scientific and technological knowledge he possesses can beat the natives of this era, but he cannot guarantee that his son will be filial. If he really raised an ungrateful person and committed patricide, then he would be really wronged. An excellent heir is very important, but it is often difficult for a powerful monarch to give birth to a powerful heir. For example, Qin Shi Huang. No, he had a good heir, but he was killed. Let's change someone else for example. For example, Liu Bang gave birth to a Prince Liu Ying who was a coward. For example, Emperor Wu of Han, the Prince Liu Ju was a reckless guy who committed suicide in anger. In Tang Taizong's princely Qingqian, Kong Mozi's Prince Yinren, are all typical examples of the sons of wise masters who are useless. Even Qin Shi Huang's eldest son Fusu was a fool, otherwise he would not have angered his father and was killed in the end. If he had not been exiled to the frontier, but was stationed in Xianyang, even if Zhao Gao and others wanted to make trouble, there would definitely be a large number of ministers willing to protect him. But being exiled outside would be useless. Moreover, according to the European system, only the eldest son can inherit the throne. Unlike Kong Mozi, the crown prince was abolished, and the capable fourth son Yongjing could be replaced as the heir. Moreover, Marin now has only Caesar as a legitimate heir, and there is no spare tire if he wants to change. Therefore, Marin can only hope that Caesar can be strong. Because sailing is more dangerous, Marin does not know whether he can come back safely on this trip. Although he deliberately avoided the typhoon season and chose to sail in the quietest winter on the sea, there are still certain risks. Therefore, Marin decided to compile everything he wanted to teach Caesar into a book and leave it to Caesar. Of course, not now, but if he can't come back in 2 years, he will give it to him. For this reason, Marin specially built a small house with cement in the backyard of the palace. When all the books are compiled, put them in. Then, seal them with cement. If he can't come back in 2 years, let Angela send someone to break open the sealed cement hut, take out these secrets and give them to Caesar. If he comes back, he will also break open the sealed cement hut, hide these secrets or destroy them to prevent them from falling into the hands of others. These secrets are collectively called Traveler's Notes by Marin. In order to prevent these secrets from being stolen and learned by outsiders, Marin specially wrote them all in Chinese characters. In this way, even if the hostile forces steal them, they can't understand them. And Marin can tell little Caesar to learn Chinese characters with subordinates who know Chinese, such as Skanda, so that he can understand these secrets. Moreover, before Marin left, he would specifically instruct Skanda and others to prohibit teaching others Chinese and Chinese characters to prevent the secrets from being understood by others. Even Angela, Marin didn't let them teach her Chinese. For Marin, these secrets can only be learned by his son. As for Angela, if he really died, his father-in-law, the Pope, would probably arrange for her to remarry another nobleman. After all, Angela is still very young, and maybe she will give birth to a son with another nobleman in the future. If Angela knows the confidential content in the traveler's notes, although she will not leak it casually, she will definitely teach it to her future son with someone else. At that time, his son Caesar will not be able to enjoy this exclusive secret alone. Even, there will be a half-brother who will become a powerful competitor. Therefore, Marin will never allow Angela to know the secrets in the traveler's notes, especially the future technology in it. Mainly the top secrets such as strategic technologies such as the mini-rifle. Other secrets, such as the principles of airplanes and cars, are nothing even if they are known by others. Because, existing technology is destined to be unable to make it. But the mini-rifle is different. This thing can be made with existing technology. Moreover, once it appears, it can sweep across European countries. The reason why Marin is reluctant to reveal the secret of the mini-rifle is that he is worried that someone will learn it and become his rival. Because once the technology of the mini-rifle spreads, the death rate of war will become extremely high. At that time, it will be time to compete with each other in terms of population. Everyone has the mini-rifle. If your people die, you can't replenish them. If my people die, I can replenish tens of thousands. This is simply incomparable. Think about the wars in the 19th century. In the Crimean War, because of the use of killing weapons such as the mini-rifle, the Tsarist Russia suffered 256,000 casualties. But the population of the Tsarist Russia at that time was tens of millions, and it could afford such casualties. But the North Sea Kingdom has a population of only a few million, and the number of able-bodied men is not much different from the casualties of the Tsarist Russia during the Crimean War. If a populous country like France really gets super technology like the mini-rifle, the North Sea Kingdom will definitely not be able to compete with the other side. Therefore, before occupying the northern half of Germany, Marin did not intend to release this super technology indiscriminately. Even if the single-headed bullet technology is used, only a small number of diehards have come into contact with single-headed bullets. But in order to prevent the leakage of the single-headed bullet technology, Marin will give Kohler an order before leaving. If he can't come back, all the diehards who have come into contact with the single-headed bullet must be killed. After all, these diehards are his own diehards, not Caesar's diehards. If he can't come back, these people may have other ideas over time. If they go to France and other big countries with the secret, it will be miserable. Therefore, if he can't come back, this secret must be temporarily destroyed. Wait until Caesar grows up, and then let him take it out again. In addition, since it is called Notes of a Traveler, Marin also revealed the secret that he is a traveler in the book. However, in order to highlight his status as the Son of God, Marin did not say that he was a Chinese soul who traveled through time and space to become a European knight, but made a slight change and described himself as, on the night of sleeping in the haystack, with the help of the great sage Einstein, his soul left his body, traveled through time and space, traveled to China hundreds of years later, and learned a lot of knowledge there, and then his soul returned to his body. Chapter 11:22, My wife may not be trustworthy. In fact, Caesar, who is only 7 years old now, has a good education level. Under Angela's teaching, Caesar can now speak fluent Italian and Latin. As for his native German, he speaks it very well. Moreover, he also speaks Frisian, a local language in East Frisia, and can talk to English speakers. In other words, Caesar, who is only 7 years old, can speak 4 languages. Of course, they are all languages of the same language family. Especially English and German, they are still relatively close in this era. Even in later generations, many words in English and German are very similar. After all, the majority of the English are also Germanic. Therefore, it is not difficult to master German and English, Frisian, at the same time in this era. Although Latin and Italian are quite different in later generations, they are still very similar in this era. After all, Italian is also derived from popular Latin. Therefore, strictly speaking, the 4 languages that Caesar can speak are actually 2 branches of Germanic languages and Latin and its branches. The overall difficulty is definitely much lower than 4 unrelated languages. Moreover, at present, Caesar's 4 languages are actually at the stage of being able to speak but not write. Just like an ordinary illiterate, he can speak his native language fluently, but he can't write. Caesar can only write a little Latin. However, because he is only 7 years old, Angela didn't teach him much. Marin decided to let Caesar formally learn cultural knowledge from now on. And the course will add the Chinese language course, and the teacher is Skanda, who once accompanied Conti as a deputy envoy to the Ming dynasty. Marin specially summoned Skanda and ordered him to teach little Caesar to speak and write Chinese. Moreover, a special requirement was put forward when teaching Caesar Chinese: he must be in a room without others, and no one else is allowed to listen. In fact, this is to guard against Angela and the people around Angela. If Angela is studying on the side, or Angela's maid is listening on the side, then they may learn Chinese. And Marin's top secret, Notes of the Traveler, may be mastered by Angela. After all, Marin is not sure whether Angela will comply with his request to peek at those secrets. Although Marin believed in Angela's character, he didn't trust his father-in-law, the Pope. If he died, his father-in-law would definitely arrange for Angela to remarry. After all, Angela was only in her 20s and still young. Even if Angela didn't want to read the traveler's notes in the cement house, the Pope's father-in-law might instigate her to peek. The terrible thing is that Angela is a very obedient and well-behaved girl. Maybe she will really peek under the pressure of her father. So, even if Marin trusts Angela, he can't guarantee whether she will obey his orders. After all, she has no opinion. Moreover, there is an uneasy Felice beside Angela. Marin doesn't believe Felice very much. This woman is very ambitious. If he hadn't made a clear promise to support Robert to become the Pope in the future, this woman would definitely not be appeased. Moreover, Marin didn't have any feelings for her. The reason for possessing her is just to fear that she will share the support of the Pope's father-in-law after marrying a husband. After all, even the Pope's network resources are limited. If the Pope's father-in-law has more sons-in-law, there will be more people competing for resources. Therefore, even though he knew that Felice was not as beautiful as Angela and was not at peace, Marin still accepted her. But Marin generally would not tell her the secrets of the North Sea Kingdom. Moreover, Marin was not worried that she would murder Angela. Because Felice was just an underground lover, even if she killed Angela, she would not have the opportunity to become the eldest wife. And Felice's son could only be regarded as an illegitimate child, and he had no chance to inherit Marin's family business. Therefore, palace fighting does not exist. On the contrary, Felice must protect her sister Angela. Because, if someone else becomes the Grand Duchess of the North Sea Kingdom, she may not tolerate the existence of Felice, let alone live in the palace. Angela's shortcoming is that she is soft-hearted. If she has an accident, maybe Felice will instigate Angela to smash the cement house and peek at the secrets inside. But if Angela and the people around her do not understand Chinese, even if they see the notes of the traveler, it will be useless. After all, Chinese is basically a heavenly book for Europeans. The reason why Marin believes that Caesar can learn Chinese is that he can speak 4 languages at a young age. Although the 4 languages are from 2 major systems, it also proves Caesar's language talent. If you study hard, you can still learn Chinese. As for the group of people who followed Conti and Skanda to learn Chinese, Marin also sent them all to England for secret placement to prevent Angela from summoning them. As for Skanda, Marin gave him an order not to teach Chinese to anyone other than Caesar, otherwise he would be secretly executed by the diehards left by Marin. Europe is not the Ming dynasty, and women do not have the habit of keeping their chastity. As for those who died before the age of 30, remarrying is common. Moreover, European nobles do not care about widows remarrying. Even, they love to marry rich widows. If a widow who has given birth to a child is even more popular. Why? European nobles are afraid of extinction. So, they are worried about marrying a woman who can't have children. And divorce is not allowed in this era, marrying a woman who can't have children is the end. Therefore, a wealthy noble widow who can prove her fertility is very popular. Marrying such a widow can not only obtain a large amount of wealth, but also minimize the risk of extinction. Therefore, if Marin dies, even if Angela has no intention of remarrying, many nobles will flock to pursue Angela like flies. After all, Angela is still young and beautiful. And after Marin's death, she will definitely get a lot of wealth. Moreover, Marin's father-in-law, the Pope, will definitely support Angela's remarriage. If Julius II revealed that Angela was his daughter, it is estimated that people who pursued Angela would continue to come. After all, there are too many benefits to being the Pope's son-in-law. So, Marin must be on guard against Angela. He is not worried that Angela will treat Caesar badly, nor does he care if Angela remarries after his death. He is dead, why delay others? But he will never allow his secrets to be brought to his next husband and his future son by Angela. After all, that was not his son, and he was not worthy of these secrets. But for Angela, those sons were the same as Caesar. Therefore, if she got the secret, it was equivalent to leaking it. As for Angela's unwillingness to remarry, but to raise Caesar alone. This possibility is not absent, but it is very low, and Marin dare not gamble. Of course, these are the worst plans. After all, sailing is risky. In fact, Marin can completely avoid taking this risk by going to Daming. However, Marin is a bit shrewd. Although he knew that going to Daming was risky, he still couldn't help wanting to go to Daming to take a look. After all, it was too tempting to see what the ancient Ming dynasty was like. Moreover, if the itinerary is placed in winter, the chance of encountering typhoons and hurricanes is very small, and it is generally safe. The reason for making these arrangements is just to prepare for a rainy day. In the absence of the etiquette and laws of the Ming dynasty, the wife may not be credible. After all, if you die early, the possibility of your wife remarrying is very high. And if she remarries and has children, she may take the resources you leave for her to cultivate the children born in the remarriage. For her, no matter which man she has children with, they are all her own, there is no difference. But for you, the child she has after remarriage has nothing to do with you. Even the child of your aunt or uncle is closer to you than that child. So, if there is a secret, it is better to keep it to your son. After all, your own seed is your own seed, and others can never replace it. Even if someone's soul travels through time, the bloodline is yours. And since ancient times, many rules of passing on the inheritance to sons but not daughters are actually largely to prevent wives who may remarry in the future. After all, no one can guarantee that they or their descendants will not die young. Chapter 1123, Marin's Teachings. After arranging for Skanda and other men who knew Chinese, Marin called Caesar into his secret room and personally told him. After all, even if Skanda couldn't teach others Chinese, what if Caesar taught Angela and Felice Chinese himself? Therefore, Marin personally called Caesar and told him to keep it secret. Son, these secrets are the last trump card Dad left for you. If Dad can't come back this time, you will wait until you are 16 years old to break open this hut and take out these books. Remember, these books are written in Chinese, you must learn Chinese first. In addition, you are not allowed to teach other people Chinese, not even your mother. Not even your grandparents. Caesar was frightened after hearing what Marin said. Dad, since it is so dangerous to go out, can you please not go out? I'm scared. After a moment of silence, Marin said seriously, this is Dad's dream. Besides, Dad has a son like you, so he can go out and take a risk without worry. And you, remember, if you don't have a son in the future, you are not allowed to take risks, okay? Also, man, don't shed tears. After that, Marin gently wiped away his son's tears. Caesar pretended to be strong and nodded, well, I know. But after a while, Caesar asked again in confusion, Dad, why can't you tell Mom the secret? Mom is also a very important relative. Marin asked back, if I die outside this time, do you think your mother will remarry? Caesar thought about it and said with a headache, well, I don't know. Caesar is already 7 years old and has come into contact with many noble families. Naturally, he knows that many noble ladies remarry after their husbands die. Among them, the most likely ones are probably the widows of those generals. After all, it is inevitable that generals will die in battle. And if the generals die and their wives are still young, the chances of remarrying are still very high. However, although the young Caesar knew this, he was unwilling to believe that his mother might remarry. So, he gave such an ambiguous answer. Marin smiled, knowing that Caesar had figured it out, so he said, it seems that you have figured it out too. Your mother is still very young. If I die outside this time, she is likely to remarry. Think about it, if she remarries and has a baby with someone else, will it be your brother? Should be. Caesar was a little unsure. After all, he was still young and did not understand things thoroughly enough. That's called a half-brother. They look like brothers, but they are from two families, even with different surnames. So, they are not your real brothers, they can only be said to be relatives to you. Oh, but what does this have to do with me not being able to tell secrets to my mother? Caesar asked back with a silly look on his face. Marin held his forehead, and then he realized that his son was only 7 years old and his comprehension ability was still very low. So he had to explain patiently, you see, if your mother remarried and had a baby with another uncle, then that baby would be someone else's baby. Because his surname is not Hoffman. But to your mother, he is the same as you, her baby, and she loves him equally. Do you understand? Caesar frowned, thought for a long time, then nodded and said, it seems so. Marin said again, you are your father's only son, and the eldest son and heir. Will your father leave all the good things to you in the future? Caesar nodded. This is easy to understand. But for your mother, it's different. Let me give you an example. You see, your grandmother has 4 sons, and your father is the second son, right? Caesar nodded. According to the rules, shouldn't the good things of your grandparents be left to your Uncle Adler? Caesar thought about it and nodded. That's right. Your grandfather likes your uncle the most, because it is natural for men to like the eldest son. However, your grandmother likes your father the most, and she gave the inheritance rights of the Earl of East Frisia to your father first. Caesar tilted his head in thought for a while, and said, Dad, what do you mean, men like the eldest son, but women may like the youngest son? Marin was stunned, thinking that although this explanation was inaccurate, it also made some sense. So, regardless of right or wrong, he gave affirmation first and then said, yes, that's right. Men like the eldest son because the eldest son is the heir. This statement is actually not right. Because generally speaking, only nobles value the eldest son, and ordinary men may like the youngest son. But Marin didn't have time to slowly popularize Caesar now, so he gave affirmation without making a mistake. I understand, what you mean is that men will leave good things to the eldest son, but women may leave good things to the youngest son. Caesar speculated with his immature child psychology. Marin nodded quickly, yeah, that's right, Caesar, you are so smart. I asked you to keep it a secret because I'm afraid your mother will share those secrets with your future brother who may not be your brother, understand? Caesar nodded thoughtfully, his serious face was so cute. Marin reminded again, son, remember not to let your mother know about this. Otherwise, she will be very unhappy. The incident has not happened yet, and Marin doesn't want to make Angela sad. After all, if he is not dead, Angela is still a very good wife. But, I am very unhappy when I think that my mother may give my things to my future brother who is not my brother. Caesar said depressedly. Ha! Marin laughed happily, holding up Caesar and said, what are you thinking? Isn't this situation not happening yet? Your father is not bound to come back. This time, the chances of me coming back alive are still very high. Only if something really happens to me, you can be on guard against your mother. If I come back, we are still a loving family. Do you understand? I understand. Caesar frowned again, and then blurted out, the world of adults is so complicated. Marin. After that, Marin repeatedly told Caesar not to show other ideas in front of Angela, and rehearsed for a long time before Caesar learned to pretend that nothing had happened. But Caesar was still young after all, because he had something on his mind, and in the next few days, his brows always inadvertently revealed a melancholy look. Fortunately, Marin helped to cover it up. In addition, Angela didn't have much scheming and didn't notice this. Felice was more scheming, but Marin told Caesar to have less contact with this young aunt in the future, so as not to be seen by the other party. After many days of personal guidance and training, Caesar finally learned the first lesson of a king, not showing his emotions. However, Marin was also worried. Was it too early to teach his child this skill? What if he returned safely and the child used this trick to fool him? It would be difficult to educate him in the future. But he didn't have the heart to think about these things. After all, going to sea in this era is indeed not 100% guaranteed to be safe. Rather than letting his son be cheated to death because of being too stupid, it is better to let him mature a little earlier. Chapter 1124 The Five-Man Regent Group. In the following days, Marin talked to Caesar about the qualities that a king should have every day, regardless of whether Caesar, who was only 7 years old, could understand it. In addition, Marin repeatedly emphasized that he must marry Margaret, the Princess of England, in the future. Because this would allow Caesar to become the King of England. The reason for emphasizing this point is that Marin is afraid that Caesar will be overwhelmed by love in the future and marry a noble lady who is not in the mainstream, which will destroy his grand plan of uniting England and Germany. As for whether Caesar, who is only 7 years old, can understand it, Marin is not worried. Judging from the fact that Caesar can learn 4 languages, his memory is still very good. Marin does not expect Caesar to understand his words now, but as long as he remembers these, he will understand them in the future. In order to prevent Caesar from making a brain-dead choice because of love in the future, Marin specifically instructed the people in the palace and the teachers he appointed to Caesar to instill in Caesar the concept of love is ridiculous and marriage is the most important. Throughout history, princes who pursue love willfully often have no good end. For example, King Edward VIII of England had to give up the throne in order to marry an American widow, not loving the country but the beauty. As a result, his later years were miserable and he was despised by the good-for-nothing widow, Mrs. Simpson. Because Mrs. Simpson hooked up with Edward VIII in order to be the queen. Edward VIII, who had lost the throne, was worthless in Simpson's eyes. If it weren't for the fact that George VI, Edward VIII's younger brother, defended his brother and there was a deterrent from the British royal family, Mrs. Simpson might have abandoned Edward VIII and ran away. Of course, George VI's purpose of defending his brother's marriage was not very pure. If Edward VIII repented and married a noble, he would have a chance to regain the throne. The inheritance law in Europe is very strict. As long as the nobles and commoners marry, whether you are the eldest son or not, your descendants will lose the right of inheritance. In fact, the Hoffman family also has no right of inheritance. Because Mrs. Mary's father married the daughter of a civilian businessman. So, strictly speaking, Marin is also a descendant of the marriage between the nobles and commoners. However, Marin later learned how to carve seals and forge old things, and forged a document of order from Lady Mary's grandfather to confer the title of Baron on Lady Mary's grandfather, and people could not see any problems. In this way, Marin was qualified to become the Count of East Frisia, and then promoted to the Grand Duke. In fact, many people doubted the legitimacy of Marin's inheritance. However, it was just speculation. Because Marin publicly asked people to identify the document, and no problems were found. After all, Marin was too cunning, and he actually used a very old parchment to forge it, and he also knew how to make it look old. Most people see that the parchment is old enough, and basically determine that the document is real. It's also because Europeans have not seen much of the world. If they invited an expert who is good at identifying ancient paintings from the Ming dynasty, they might be able to see the flaws. It's embarrassing to say that the inspiration for Marin to use old paper to forge documents actually came from a famous restricted-level movie in later generations, 3D That What Futon. In it, Wei Yang helped King Ning identify ancient paintings, and mentioned that the old paper of the Tang dynasty was used to forge Wu Daozi's paintings. Well, then, Marin put his learning into practice, and really deceived the ignorant Europeans. Thanks to Cav, That What Futon, and Wei Yang, Marin had the opportunity to become a great noble and participate in the European hegemony. It seems to be a stretch, but Marin said calmly, I think that the That What Tuan is not learning movements, but learning knowledge. You don't think it's wrong? As the saying goes, the world is all knowledge, and the human feelings are articles. Even in the That What Tuan, there is knowledge to learn. The premise is that you have a pair of eyes to discover knowledge. Let's get back to the point. It is said that Marin insisted that Caesar marry Margaret, and it was not to pit his son. In fact, the heirs of a big family do not have the right to freely pursue love. Only ordinary people without burdens on their shoulders are qualified to pursue free love. People who shoulder responsibilities often need to consider a lot. Those TV dramas in later generations where princes fall in love with Cinderella are basically fooling silly girls. Whoever believes it is a fool, because those noblemen cannot decide their own marriages. Unless they are willing to give up their inheritance rights. And most of the Cinderellas who eagerly stick to them and want to become wives of rich families are played for nothing. At most, they get a little financial compensation. What kind of person do you want to marry or marry? First look at who your father is. Unless you have extraordinary abilities and earth-shaking talents, and the other family happens to lack a son-in-law as an heir, this is for Phoenix men. As for the beautiful women from ordinary families who want to marry into a rich family. To put it bluntly, there are so many super beautiful girls in the club, and they don't need a beautiful one like you. Some people may talk about the experience of the queen, but that era was an era when ideals were not dead, and it was even glorious to be born poor. But in the 21st century, the European hegemony is too dangerous after all. Once it is ganged up by various countries, it is likely to be GG. Only Britain, isolated overseas, can be invincible as long as it develops its navy. Otherwise, even a god like Napoleon would be beaten to death. Therefore, Marin asked Caesar to marry Margaret to leave a way out for the Hoffman family, so as not to be uprooted if the hegemony fails. Because he was worried that Angela might be forced to remarry after an accident, and at the same time, old Hoffman preferred his eldest son. Therefore, Marin decided to write a will and select a group of important officials to escort Caesar's growth. But somehow, Marin suddenly remembered the 8 ministers selected by Emperor Xianfeng for Emperor Tongji. It seems they were all chopped off by Cixi and Prince Gong. However, Marin thought about it and abandoned this worry. Because Angela and Cixi are two different types of people, and they don't have that ability. However, Richard III's killing of his 2 nephews had to worry Marin. Therefore, Marin stated in his will that if he had an accident, Adler, Albert and Simon were forbidden to return to Auric to avoid the tragedy of Edward V. If violated, they would be killed without mercy, and the order of old Hoffman would not work. Even this time when Marin went out, he prohibited old Hoffman from participating in politics or commanding the army. Before, Marin was willing to let old Hoffman command the army because he was sure that he could go back alive, so he didn't mind old Hoffman guarding his hometown. But this time, Marin was not sure whether he could come back alive. Therefore, he did not intend to let old Hoffman participate in politics or command the army. Because the name of heir given by old Hoffman to Adler's son deeply stimulated him. And in order to prevent the emergence of powerful ministers like Oboy, Marin referred to the later Chinese Presbyterian system and decided to select 5 regents to assist the young Caesar together. Moreover, the rights of these 5 regents are equal, and there is no leader. When encountering things, it is also a vote, and the 3 votes pass the system. In this way, the possibility of the emergence of top officials can be avoided to the greatest extent possible. The 5 regents are Schwartz, Kohler, Stade, Sauer and Chief Justice Hayter. These 5 people all followed Marin earlier. Among them, Schwartz and Stade are generals in the army. Kohler and Sauer each have an intelligence force in their hands. As for Hayter, he is the only trustworthy civil servant. In addition, these 5 people are also divided into factions. Among them, Schwartz and Kohler have a good relationship. After all, both of them are among Marin's earliest followers. Although Sauer is a follower of the same period as the 2, he deliberately distanced himself from Kohler under Marin's deliberate suggestion. After all, the 2 of them each control an intelligence organization and should not be mixed together. Therefore, Sauer's position is neutral. Stade and Hayter belong to the second group of people who followed Marin. The 2 have a close relationship and can be considered a faction. In this way, the 5 regents are divided into 2 factions plus a centrist. When voting, anything is possible. There is no problem of one faction having an absolute advantage. Moreover, Schwartz was originally a marshal, but Marin deliberately downgraded his position during the last attack on the Principality of Guedes. Now, he is on the same level as Stade, each in charge of the 1st and 2nd legions. In this way, there is no need to worry about someone holding the military power alone. After deciding on the candidates, Marin publicly announced the decision of the 5-member group to serve as temporary regents. If he cannot come back, these 5 people will become a formal 5-member regent group with equal status, making decisions by voting until Caesar turns 16. Chapter 11:25 The Queen and the Cabinet. When she heard that there was no old Hoffman's name in the 5-member regent group, Mrs. Mary's face changed immediately. She knew that her husband's previous naming of Adler's son had stimulated Marin after all. She was not worried that Marin would treat her and old Hoffman badly in the future, but she was worried that Adler's son would be troubled by Marin in the future. After returning to her residence, Mrs. Mary scolded old Hoffman severely. Old Hoffman was furious, but he didn't dare to get angry with Mrs. Mary, so he wanted to scold Marin. But Mrs. Mary immediately grabbed him and stopped his reckless behavior. If old Hoffman really scolded Marin, Marin might not say anything, but he would put the account on Adler's son. At that time, little Mutti might be targeted. If there is fratricide within the Hoffman family, it is not what Mrs. Mary wants to see. But Mrs. Mary didn't know that even if old Hoffman didn't make a fuss, Marin was also on guard against his brothers. For example, after the 5-member regency was decided, Simon, who was originally in Auric, was transferred to his hometown of Bochum to serve as the local military commander, in charge of about 1,000 soldiers. Marin called it sitting in his hometown, but in fact he drove him out of the capital to prevent him from becoming powerful after an accident. After all, the example of Richard III is there. Of course, if Marin came back safely, it didn't matter whether this guy came back or not. In order to avoid everyone's face, Marin did not publish the will immediately. After all, he was not dead yet. But he publicly sealed the will with cement in the palace courtyard. Once he can't come back, the will be made public. At that time, the brothers will be forbidden to return to Auric. If it is announced now, and he comes back, he will be criticized. After all, this order is too cruel to the brothers. Especially the word, kill without mercy, it is not suitable to be made public. But if he died, it wouldn't matter if the order was made public. Anyway, he was dead, and no one could criticize him. If you have the guts, you can commit suicide to accompany him first, and then criticize him. Not only were the old Hoffmans not satisfied with Marin's decision, but Angela also seemed dissatisfied with Marin's decision. Of course, Angela didn't like power, but she felt that as Caesar's mother, she loved her son more than those 5 people. She was not at ease letting someone else be the guardian. In fact, old Hoffman was dissatisfied, not because he had lost his power, but because he felt ashamed. His son let an outsider be regent and did not let the father participate. How embarrassing. Before, when Marin went to war, he was still the military commander in Auric. This time he was nothing, which seemed a bit embarrassing. Regarding Angela's little emotion, Marin thought about it and decided to tell the truth. My dear, I definitely believe that you are good to Caesar. But the problem is, you are still young. If I really can't come back, maybe you will remarry someone else. No, I won't marry anyone else. I only love you. Even if you don't come back, I will raise Caesar alone. Angela shook her head excitedly. Marin hesitated for a moment, but still said, Angela, I have no doubt about your loyalty to me. But have you ever thought about it? You are only in your 20s. If I can't come back, will your father let you be a widow? Have you forgotten the strong obstruction we encountered when we got married? At the beginning, if I hadn't detained him temporarily, I guess our wedding would not be able to continue. Angela thought about it, and then said weakly, didn't he agree later? Yes, the reason why he agreed was that the situation forced him. After all, he was just a bishop who fled. You have sworn to marry me, and he has no right to declare our marriage invalid, so he can only accept it. But have you thought about it? He is now the Pope and has the ability to intervene in many things. Angela was silent immediately. She has a high IQ and is familiar with her father. Her father is a domineering and profit-oriented person. If Marin can't come back, her father may really force herself to remarry. Especially, he might force her to marry back to Italy so that she can be closer to him. Strictly speaking, her father and husband are the same kind of people, both of whom have a strong desire for control. Thinking of this, she suddenly hugged Marin tightly and cried, can't you not go to the east? I can only feel at ease and happy with you. Marin comforted, don't worry, I brought 10 large warships this time. As long as we avoid the summer storm, the safety is still very high. In fact, this regency is just a last resort. Generally speaking, I am not in any danger. For this voyage, Marin had people sew and glue a batch of inflatable cowhide boats and lifebuoys, as well as standard life jackets with cowhide. As long as there is no accident in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, there is still a great chance of survival. Of course, he was afraid that he would be stranded on an uninhabited island. Even if he came back by chance, he would find out that his wife had remarried. If that were the case, it would be tragic. Moreover, the probability of people going to sea encountering such things is still not small. Therefore, Marin and Angela agreed to wait for him for 5 years, so as not to be delayed and unable to come back temporarily, but causing all kinds of mistakes. At the same time, Marin also felt that it seemed unreasonable not to let his relatives participate in the regency. Therefore, after thinking about it, Marin made another order. The 5-member group regency plan remained unchanged, but the final proposal of the 5-member group needed to be jointly reviewed and signed by Angela and Lady Mary. Of course, the premise is that Angela is still the Grand Duchess of the North Sea Kingdom. The reason why Lady Mary and Angela were chosen together is that Lady Mary has a certain political wisdom and her experience far exceeds Angela. In addition, Marin knew that among the 4 sons, Lady Mary liked him the most and often favored him. Unlike old Hoffman, he favored his eldest son Adler the most. Therefore, Marin asked Lady Mary to participate in the signing, but did not let old Hoffman participate. The reason is that Lady Mary has received a systematic education from the nobility. She almost said that old Hoffman was a country bumpkin. Also, old Hoffman asked Marin, who was 16 years old, to leave home to make a living, which made Marin feel a little unhappy. Although it was a rare opportunity for the emperor to recruit soldiers at that time, Marin was only 16 years old. Other wandering knights were at least 18 years old before they were kicked out of their homes. And many wandering knights were not kicked out of their homes until they were 21 years old. Although letting the underage self leave home to make a living gave him the opportunity to travel through time, it also proved that old Hoffman did not pay much attention to his predecessor, Marin. Otherwise, he would not make such a rash decision. At the beginning, Lady Mary was firmly opposed, but old Hoffman's attitude was too firm. Therefore, even if Marin did not remember the old Hoffman's grudge, he was not at ease with this biased old man to guard Caesar. He was not worried that old Hoffman would murder Caesar, but he was worried that after the old man came to power, he would transfer Adler back to control the overall situation. After all, in the eyes of the old man, Adler is the most trustworthy. And if Adler controls the military power, it is hard to say what will happen in the future. Even if Adler has no bad intentions, Marin is not sure whether little Muti will have any ideas when he grows up. Moreover, Lady Mary and Angela actually have no decision-making power. They only have the right to sign and the right to veto, and the veto will take effect only when the 2 of them veto together. This responsibility is somewhat similar to the Queen of England in later generations. And the 5-member regency is also somewhat like the cabinet in later generations. Chapter 1126, No Grain Selling This Year. In fact, Marin dispersed the power of the Queen of England to Lady Mary and Angela. The combination of the 2 is equivalent to the Queen of England in later generations. With the existence of the veto, there is no need to worry about the 5-member ruling group making decisions that are detrimental to the interests of the Hoffman family. In this way, Marin is more at ease about Caesar's future. Of course, the veto is generally not used. For example, the King of England, although he has the veto, has never used it for more than 100 years. Although there is a reason for the decline of royal power, it also shows that the veto cannot be used easily. Otherwise, it will intensify internal conflicts. Generally speaking, the veto will only be used when the 5-member group wants to weaken the royal power. However, with the loyalty of the 5 people, they should not do such a thing. In order to win over these 5 people, Marin ordered that the eldest sons of these 5 people can all become Caesar's attendants and will be Caesar's close ministers in the future. In this way, it is equivalent to ensuring that their family's wealth will last longer. Outside the 5-member group, the problems in Khan's family are more complicated. At the beginning, Khan wanted 2 women, which was a bit against the rules. Now, Khan's eldest son has been born, and Khan has officially married his eldest son's mother. But Marin promised that Khan's sons from both women were eligible as legitimate sons, and Khan had to escort himself to the Ming dynasty. If something happened to him, Khan would not be spared. Therefore, before leaving, Marin signed an order to recognize Khan's second son born by another woman as a legitimate son. If the eldest son's family is extinct, the second son has the right to inherit. And if there is no chance to inherit Khan's property, Marin also reserved a baron title and a fiefdom. Of course, it is a fiefdom in America. After all, it is difficult to inherit the fiefdom of the native land if you are not the eldest son. And there is so much land in America, which is most suitable for those who are not the eldest sons. After that, Marin specially found Mrs. Mary alone and asked her to protect Caesar until adulthood if she could not come back. In addition, Marin reminded Mrs. Mary implicitly that if she really couldn't come back, she must stop Adler from coming back from Ireland. Otherwise, Adler might be in danger of his life. Mrs. Mary was shocked when she heard this. This was Marin's clear statement. She said sadly, "Marin, you are brothers." Although Mrs. Mary favored Marin, Adler was also his own son. So, Mrs. Mary was very sad to hear Marin's words. "I know, but no one is more important than my son Caesar. Whoever threatens my son, I will twist off his head with my hidden hand," Marin said calmly. "Adler is not that kind of person," Mrs. Mary argued. Marin nodded, "I know, but can you guarantee that Muti has no other ideas when he grows up? He is the eldest son and grandson. Woo-woo, you still have a grudge against Muti." I know that the old man did something stupid. Mrs. Mary cried sadly. Marin did not argue. After all, if he told the truth and said that he had been on guard against Adler for a long time, Mrs. Mary would probably be even more sad. This is also good. Old Hoffman helped him take the blame, so he didn't have to be blamed. Looking at the sad Lady Mary, Marin hesitated and explained, "Mother, there is an old saying in the Eastern Empire, there is no family affection in the royal family since ancient times. Since I became the ruler of a country, family affection has left me. In fact, I don't want to do this. But the fact that King Richard III of England killed his nephew Edward V stimulated me, and I was afraid. Isn't there no evidence that Edward V was killed by Richard III? Lady Mary was a little puzzled. After all, Marin used this interface to question the legitimacy of Henry VII's throne, and he also made propaganda. Marin shook his head, and then whispered, "Mother, don't tell anyone. My teacher, the great Einstein, told me that Edward V and his brother Richard, Duke of York, were murdered by Richard III. I even know where the bodies are. But I won't tell anyone. Because, after telling it, His Majesty Edward's throne will no longer be legal. And my son Caesar will marry Princess Margaret in the future to obtain the throne of England. So, I will never tell anyone about this, and I hope you won't talk nonsense." Lady Mary nodded quickly. She understood this truth better than anyone else. But she was still worried. "Are you so sure that His Majesty Edward will not give birth to a prince?" Marin nodded. "I am sure that it was the French who did it. But I did not tell His Majesty Edward, because if I told him, Britain and France would definitely fight to the death. By then, our Caesar might take over a devastated England. This is the only chance for the Hoffman family to obtain the throne. You must help me protect Caesar. But, I remember that according to the agreement, if King Louis XII of France gave birth to a son, he would give priority to marrying Princess Margaret. If Louis XII could give birth to a son, he would have given birth long ago. Anyway, he probably has no hope of having another son." Marin did not dare to tell that he had given Queen Anne the sterilization drug. If this matter was leaked, the French would go crazy, and he would become the target of public criticism in Europe. Even if he believed in Lady Mary, Marin did not dare to say anything. Even the fat brother who gave the drug did not know that it was a sterilization drug, and thought it was a powerful contraceptive. Many people who knew the inside story were dealt with by Marin, or exiled to the American colonies. As for Conti, who offered medicine, he was thrown directly to Taiwan Island. Marin revealed some news to Lady Mary in order to make Lady Mary work harder to protect Caesar. After all, that is the hope of becoming king. Think about how happy the old couple were when and had the opportunity to become Poland, and you will know how much they value the throne. Moreover, Marin said this, and his main intention was to convey it to old Hoffman through Lady Mary. In this way, old Hoffman, a confused old man who favors his eldest son, will pay more attention to Caesar's safety. Marin was afraid that he would indulge or even support Muti to challenge Caesar in the future, so he gave him some hope and let him understand the importance of Caesar. Just when Marin was arranging this and that, the autumn harvest in October began to come to an end. Without looking at the result, Marin knew that it must be a bumper harvest. Because this year, the weather was good and there were no natural disasters. The crops were originally fertile and the water supply was sufficient. Even insect pests were solved by Marin using Bordeaux liquid, lime sulfur, or local pesticides soaked in pyrethrum. Therefore, it would be unjust if there was no good harvest. But Marin called together the 5 regents and ordered, "We won't sell grain this year." No grain. Wouldn't that mean a lot less income? We can't support 60,000 troops just by selling salt. Kohler said worriedly. When I say no grain, I mean rye and oats produced locally. As for wheat produced in America, we still have to sell it, otherwise the fiscal revenue will not be enough. What about winemaking? Winemaking consumes a lot of rye. Hayter asked. Use old grain that is about to expire to make wine. Don't touch this year's grain and store it. Why? Schwartz asked in confusion. I'm worried that after I leave, someone will attack the North Sea Kingdom. Therefore, we need to reserve a large amount of food to fight a war of attrition with the powerful enemies that may appear. As long as there is enough food, no one can outlast us. The 5 people immediately understood that in terms of food, there is really no one who has more than the North Sea Kingdom. But, as far as I know, if we don't sell the grain, the domestic granaries won't be able to store so much grain. Kohler is a statistics specialist and knows the domestic grain reserves. Marin thought about it and made arrangements. Then expand the cement granaries in the 2 major cities of Aurich and Emden to increase the 2 cities' ability to sustain a protracted war. Also, don't put too much grain in some small towns that are easily breached to avoid being seized by the enemy to strengthen their strength. If the domestic granaries are really not enough, then quietly send the excess grain to Newcastle and build cement granaries there. After all, the enemy can't possibly reach Newcastle, and even if there is not enough food, it is safe to transport the food back from the sea. Okay, we'll arrange it now. Chapter 1127 XX Recording System and Love. Marin suddenly regretted that he had not tried harder with Angela to have more children, especially boys. Now, if something happens to him and Caesar is murdered again, he will be finished. At that time, the throne will automatically fall on Adler's son. However, this possibility is still relatively small. Because Adler and Liv are both powerful and brainless knights, it is difficult for them to have such an idea. Even if there is such an idea, there is no execution. Kohler alone can easily detect all their actions. If someone else takes action, Adler will get the advantage in the end, and he will not get any benefits. Of course, it is not ruled out that Marin's deadly enemy will take action. Those who were defeated and ceded land by Marin may take action against Caesar in order to vent their anger even if they can't get any benefits by killing Caesar. But there is really no way to guard against this, because there are only thieves who do thieves for 1,000 days, and there is no thief who guards against thieves for 1,000 days. In desperation, these days before leaving, Marin had to hug Angela every day, hoping to leave offspring, even if it is a daughter. Speaking of which, the source of this matter is still Felice. This sister-in-law is too wild and unrestrained, and actually likes threesomes. Angela was determined not to agree at first, but she couldn't stand her sister's coaxing and begging. Then, Marin also liked it. So, they always like to have threesomes. Moreover, Felice, this scheming woman, always pretends to be humble and lets Marin and Angela come first, and she helps to push her buttocks on the side, just like an oriental dowry girl. But in the second half, it was Felice who came first, and the essence naturally went into Felice's body. Although Angela took the lead as the first wife, she did not leave any essence, which greatly reduced the chance of pregnancy. And Felice, the latecomer, has already given birth to 2 sons and a daughter. So, after thinking it over, Marin realized that he had to make some changes. Therefore, in the months before leaving, as long as Angela was in the dangerous period, he slept with Angela, and asked Angela to use a pillow to raise her buttocks afterwards to increase the chance of pregnancy. As for Felice, she can't take care of it for the time being. After all, no matter how many children she has no right of inheritance. Moreover, Marin is not worried that she will dare to be promiscuous like Maron. You know, since the birth of eunuch Mao, Marin has introduced a group of honest eunuch Mao to sit in the backyard of the palace as eunuchs. As for normal males, they are not allowed to get close to Angela and Felice. So, even if the two want to cheat, they have no chance. Angela is not so promiscuous, but Felice has no chance to be promiscuous. Moreover, Marin is afraid that the two will be lonely after he leaves, and he also taught his children the self-defense methods of the future to prevent them from being too lonely. What's even more shameless is that Marin asked Durr to draw 2 naked pictures for him, and gave them to the 2 women and posted them on the walls of their bedrooms. If you are lonely, you can play a female masturbation on the picture. As for thinking it's true, the 2 major intelligence agencies under Marin, one led by Kohler and Saul, are not vegetarians. Moreover, there are no real men in the backyard of the palace. In addition, Marin not only introduced the eunuch Mao from Eastern Europe, but also introduced the Jingshifeng system. Every time Marin and Angela did something, there would be an eunuch Mao outside the window opening his notebook to record, at what time on a certain day of a certain year, the boss and the boss's wife XX. This record is specifically used to check the prince's date of birth. If there is no relevant record, but a prince emerges, it is definitely a bastard and must be drowned. You know, in Europe, it is not uncommon for noble ladies to cheat. The love of many knights and noble ladies is actually a shame for the noble ladies' husbands. Because many of those noble ladies' husbands did not die. Therefore, in ancient Europe, there were many bastards who inherited the throne. For example, later experts found that the later British royal DNA had no similarities with Richard III. Henry VII's Queen Elizabeth was Richard III's niece. This shows that in the past 500 years, there may be a queen who cheated, gave birth to a bastard, and became the king. It is impossible for the queen's husband to cheat, because the child who is not born by the queen cannot have the right of inheritance. For example, King Ferdinand I of Romania and his wife Princess Mary of Edinburgh, the granddaughter of Queen Victoria and the eldest daughter of Prince Alfred, had a bad relationship. The 2 youngest children of Queen Mary were recognized to be born to Queen Mary and her lover Barb Stilby. In other words, King Ferdinand I knew that he was cheated. Unfortunately, he was only the king of the small country of Romania, and he did not dare to do anything to the granddaughter of Queen Victoria of the British Empire, the world's most powerful country at the time, and he did not even dare to kill the bastard. This was still public, and there were many noble ladies who gave birth to bastards in private. However, most of them were not announced. There were also many cases of marital discord. For example, Dorothea, the wife of King George I of England, fell in love with a Swedish officer and cheated. The angry George I divorced her and imprisoned her in an ancient castle for 32 years. Dorothea's lover was also chopped up and buried on the spot by George I. The same was true for George IV, and the couple were not in harmony. But George IV himself was promiscuous first, and he didn't care about Queen Caroline. He let Princess Caroline go to Italy and gave birth to an illegitimate child. However, Queen Caroline did not bring the illegitimate child back to England. Of course, she couldn't bring him back to England to be a prince, because the child's origin was clear at a glance. In short, there were many troubles in the European royal family and aristocracy. If you want to prevent bastards from inheriting your family business, it is necessary to introduce the Jingshifeng system of the Ming and Qing dynasties. If the month is wrong, except for premature birth, just drown it as a bastard. Of course, Marin is not worried that Angela will give birth to a bastard. First, Angela is well educated and not promiscuous. Second, his intelligence work is in place, and he can know everything about the city of Auric. However, this does not mean that the descendants are so smart. Therefore, the Jingshifeng record system can prevent bastards from inheriting the huge empire they have built to the greatest extent possible. Europeans have always had a messy private life, and they especially like to hold high the banner of love and mess around. And this point was also introduced to China after the reform and opening up. It seems that as long as the banner of love is held high, any mess is justified. Moreover, it seems that life is meaningless without love. Chinese girls in later generations have been poisoned by this kind of spirit. They are played with in the name of love, and they think that this is a necessary process for their growth. As if life is not complete if it is not a slut. In fact, this is just a gorgeous excuse for European guys, especially those rogue knights, to seduce noble ladies or ignorant girls. Although Marin himself was born a knight, he had to admit that there were many rogues among the knights. After all, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. There are brave and loyal knights, knights who rob people on the road, and knights who show off their handsomeness and pick up girls. Many people want to be knights, and knights are just for being handsome and attracting the attention of the opposite sex. Marin actually doesn't believe in love. The so-called love at first sight is just the inner restlessness of young people with strong hormones. In other words, both parties have the idea of breeding, and then call it love. However, people are animals with shame, and they can't just say it directly if they want to breed with each other, right? Especially girls, they are thin-skinned. If you say, "I want to breed with you," directly, you will definitely be slapped or the police will be called to arrest you. For example, Q said to Wu Ma directly, "I want to sleep with you," and he was beaten and blackmailed. Therefore, if you want to breed with each other, you need a tactful and civilized way of saying it, so love came into being. At least, when you say, "I love you," to a girl, the other party will refuse at most, but will not call the police or beat you. But in fact, the purpose of "I love you" and "I want to sleep with you" is similar, but one is rude and the other looks romantic. The subtext of the proposal of kneeling down with a bunch of flowers is, "Please, marry me, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a legal breeding certificate." Ah, it's a marriage certificate. Boring and shameless literati exaggerate it to attract readers. Because, in ancient times, this was a very romantic thing. But it is these romantic things that attract readers the most. For example, people in later generations knew that AV was unhealthy, but they couldn't stop many people from watching it. Similarly, in ancient times, things describing love were of the same nature as AV in later generations. The more it was banned, the more people liked to watch it. However, many fools later really regarded love as a sacred thing. After all, not everyone can see the essence. Ma Dahuzi once said that we should see the essence through the phenomenon. And to sanctify love is obviously to regard the phenomenon as the essence. However, there are only a few smart people in this world. In addition, most smart people will not say it out loud even if they know it. Otherwise, how can he deceive stupid girls? If you tell the truth, you may be beaten. Only if you tell lies will you be favored by stupid women. Chapter 1128, Spain in a Dilemma. Far away in northwest Africa, in Marrakesh, the old capital of Morocco. The famous Spanish general Gonzalo de Córdoba stood on the top of the city, his face full of worry. It has been several months since the Spanish army captured Marrakesh, but the Ouattaz dynasty of Morocco has not perished and is still active on the land of Morocco. This war has been going on for a year, but it is far from over. The reason is that Marin's original suggestion of guerrilla warfare worked. At the beginning, Marin secretly made suggestions to Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad, the Sultan of the Waddas dynasty of Morocco, and Abu Abdullah came, the leader of the Saad tribe, which is mainly Arab in the south, through Venice and France, respectively, suggesting that they temporarily put aside their prejudices and deal with the Spaniards together. However, the two sides did not really unite. Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad, the Sultan of the Waddas dynasty, was unwilling to adopt the dishonorable tactic of guerrilla warfare, but chose to confront hard. The leader of the Saad tribe, Abu Abdullah al-Qaim, did not want to help the Waddas dynasty. After all, they dreamed of replacing the Waddas dynasty. Of course, Abu Abdullah al-Qaim was not stupid. He knew that if the Spanish forcefully annexed Morocco and destroyed the Waddas dynasty, they would be the next. Because the French envoy told him that the Spanish would definitely promote Catholicism in Morocco, and pagans would either be killed or expelled. Therefore, Abu Abdullah al-Qaim promised that he would never stab the Waddas dynasty in the back this time, unless they defeated the Spaniards. In this way, the Waddas dynasty, which was very weak at this time, did not perish immediately. Although the reckless Waddas dynasty Sultan Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad rejected the suggestion of guerrilla warfare, he agreed with the tactic of attacking the food route of the Spanish army. The Spanish army was mainly infantry and was very large. Therefore, the transportation of food and grass for the Spanish army must be very important. Therefore, Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad sent the last 8,000 regular cavalry and gathered tens of thousands of ordinary Berber herders to attack the Spanish army's grain transport team. At the beginning, because of the surprise attack, the Spanish army was caught off guard and a lot of food was burned and robbed, causing the frontline army to almost run out of food. But the famous Spanish general Gonzalo de Córdoba, who was leading his army to Marrakesh, acted decisively, set up bait, and made a fake grain transport team, which seemed to be very large in scale to attract Moroccans to plunder. But in fact, Gonzalo de Córdoba's army was ambushed nearby. The cavalry of the Waddas dynasty of Morocco was fooled and rushed to the grain transport team in a valley. But to their horror, a large number of Spanish troops suddenly appeared above the valley. In this way, Gonzalo de Córdoba relied on this attack to severely damage the Waddas dynasty of Morocco and eliminate more than 4,000 Moroccan cavalry. The remaining Moroccan cavalry fled back to Marrakesh like a lost dog. Fortunately, most of the more than 4,000 Moroccan cavalry that were eliminated were the herdsman cavalry from various tribes gathered by the Waddas dynasty. As for the regular cavalry of the Waddas dynasty, less than 1,000 people were lost. The reason why the Spaniards could not destroy the Moroccan army was that the Moroccans rode fast. The Spanish army was mainly infantry, which was not easy to chase. And the number of cavalry was too small, and it would be a waste if they caught up. At this time, Sultan Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad of the Waddas dynasty was completely honest and began to use guerrilla tactics to deal with the Spaniards according to the advice of the Venetian envoy. Then, the Spaniards were unlucky. After adopting a flexible and maneuverable strategy, the Moroccan cavalry of the Waddas dynasty no longer sought to confront the Spanish transport troops head-on, but began to use guerrilla tactics that appeared and disappeared in a mysterious way. Relying on the method of one person with 2 or even 3 horses, the Moroccan cavalry maneuvered throughout the land of Morocco. However, they, who had suffered losses, would never enter the city or the valley, and would only choose the difficult areas in the plains to ambush. Moreover, their movements became faster and more efficient. For example, when the Moroccan cavalry harassed the Spanish grain transport team, they would not hesitate to burn the grain and run away after setting the fire, leaving no chance for the Spanish to reinforce. Their general tactic was to quickly pour sheep fat on the bags of grain after attacking the guards of the grain transport team. Then, they would directly light the fire with torches. After lighting the fire, they would run away when they saw that the fire was difficult to put out. When the Spanish reinforcements arrived, the other side had already fled. As for the Moroccan army supplies, they didn't need food, they only needed cheese. They could eat cheese made from either goat's milk or horse's milk. And cheese was plentiful in Morocco, where animal husbandry dominated. At the same time, Moroccan horses were more resistant to roughage, after all, they were raised in the open and could survive on grass. Although they were not as resistant to roughage as Mongolian horses, they ate grain very rarely. Unlike European war horses, they always needed to eat grain. Even if they really needed food, they could just rob the Spanish army's food transport team and let the horses eat as much as they wanted. Therefore, although there were still more than 10,000 cavalrymen, the Waddas dynasty did not spend too much on cavalrymen. Unlike the Spanish army, it would be very difficult if they didn't have food for a day. Under the almost rogue harassment of Morocco, the Spanish army suffered a lot. In the end, the commander of the Spanish army, Gonzalo de Córdoba, decided to go all out and quickly sent troops to besiege Morocco's last base camp, the old capital of Marrakesh. In the eyes of the Spaniards, as long as the last capital of the Moroccans was broken, the Moroccans would basically lose their foundation. According to common sense, the Moroccan Ouattaz dynasty, which had lost all its new and old capitals, was basically destroyed. However, what Gonzalo de Córdoba did not expect was that the Moroccans did not choose to defend the city to the death and fight the Spanish army to the death. After learning that the Spanish army and the grain and forage troops were about to arrive in Marrakesh, after a fierce ideological struggle, Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad, the Sultan of the Ouattaz dynasty of Morocco, finally decided to abandon Marrakesh. Before the arrival of the Spanish army, Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad finally made up his mind and retreated into the Atlas Mountains with the surviving army and treasures. Therefore, although Gonzalo de Córdoba captured Marrakesh, the old capital of Morocco, he did not gain much. After all, Marrakesh was almost emptied. Moreover, after occupying Marrakesh, the Spanish army's battle line was longer. And the supply line was longer and more dangerous. After hiding the food and treasures in the Atlas Mountains, Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad, the Sultan of the Ouattaz dynasty, sent troops to attack the Spanish grain transport team. In this way, Gonzalo de Córdoba was surprised to find that after he captured Marrakesh, he lost more initiative. The Spanish army had chased the Ouattaz dynasty cavalry before, but most of the Spanish army was infantry and could hardly catch up. And the few cavalry were too few in number, and it might be a disaster if they chased them rashly. Therefore, Gonzalo de Córdoba found that he could not do anything about those rogue Moroccan cavalry. So, Gonzalo de Córdoba frowned as he stood on the top of the city. Because the financial pressure brought to Spain by the successive wars was too great. The consumption of food alone was an astronomical figure. And the price of food in Spain was one of the most expensive in Europe. Fighting a protracted war would be too bad for Spain. So, Gonzalo de Córdoba was now in a dilemma. He wanted to clean up the remnants of the Ouattaz dynasty in Morocco, but he couldn't catch up. But if the remnants of the other side were not eliminated, it would be difficult to control the old capital of Marrakesh in the south. In particular, the other side kept harassing the grain transport teams from the northern coast to Marrakesh, making it difficult to supply food to Marrakesh. Chapter 1129, Withdrawal to the North. Gonzalo de Córdoba was a famous general after all. After finding it difficult to destroy the enemy and having difficulty in supplying troops stationed in Marrakesh, he made up his mind and sent people to apply to Juan III and Ferdinand II. The army should evacuate Marrakesh and destroy the ancient city of Marrakesh. Marrakesh is located in the inland area of southern Morocco, at the foot of the Atlas Mountains, and is an important ancient city in Morocco. But the problem is that Marrakesh is far from the sea and is located far south from Spain. It would cost Spain a lot to control Marrakesh. If the main force of the Ouattaz dynasty was destroyed, it would be okay to send troops to garrison here. But the problem is that there are more than 10,000 cavalrymen in the Ouattaz dynasty who have not been destroyed. Not only that, these cavalrymen also used their high mobility to fight guerrilla warfare, which gave the Spaniards a headache. If Gonzalo wanted to pursue the other side, the infantry could not catch up, and there were too few cavalrymen, so chasing them would be a death sentence. Therefore, the shameless tactics of the Ouattaz dynasty's large-scale cavalry guerrilla warfare stumped the famous general Gonzalo de Córdoba. In the end, Gonzalo de Córdoba decided to give up control of Marrakesh and temporarily evacuate southern Morocco. In addition to the difficulty of supply, Spain's lack of strength to take into account the southern region is also an important reason. After all, Morocco is not much smaller than Spain. It is too difficult to control all of Morocco. Therefore, Gonzalo de Córdoba's opinion is to concentrate existing forces to first complete the control and digestion of the northern region of Morocco centered on the capital Fez. After all, the northern region of Morocco is close to the Spanish mainland, and it is also convenient for Spain to send troops to control it. Unlike southern Morocco, the road is too long and difficult to control. After completing the control of northern Morocco, use northern Morocco as the rear base and go south again to completely wipe out the remnants of the Ouattaz dynasty. Gonzalo de Córdoba believes that after losing the important agricultural areas in the north, the south of Morocco is relatively dry, and the grain-producing areas are mainly along the northern rivers. It is difficult for the Ouattaz dynasty to maintain the scale of more than 10,000 cavalry for a long time. After all, war horses need food, and the cost of raising them is not low. Although Arabs and Berbers are nomadic peoples, the Berber horses they raise mainly eat grass. However, once they go on a mission, they also need to be fed with concentrated feed. This is mainly because once the cavalry attacks, the war horses carry the soldiers and run wildly, which consumes a lot of physical energy. After all, the cavalry, together with their weapons and armor, weighs at least 100 kilograms. Carrying a fully armed warrior weighing 100 kilograms and running wildly, they will definitely not be able to bear it without feeding concentrated feed. Even Mongolian horses, which are resistant to roughage, can eat grass at ordinary times, but in order to ensure physical fitness when going to war, they must be fed with fried soybeans. Even the old yellow cattle, which are more resistant to roughage than horses, must be fed with extra meals when plowing the land, otherwise they can't bear it. Therefore, Gonzalo de Cordova felt that after losing the northern grain-producing areas, it would be difficult for the Juarez dynasty to maintain a cavalry team of more than 10,000 people for a long time. Then, it became poorer and poorer until it could not afford so many cavalry. At that time, it would be easier for Spain to send out a large army to encircle and suppress. At the same time, Gonzalo de Cordova proposed that while digesting the territory in northern Morocco, the scale of light cavalry should also be expanded. If you want to completely eliminate the guerrilla scimitar cavalry of the Juarez dynasty in Morocco, you must also prepare a large number of light cavalry. Because the heavy cavalry can't catch up with the opponent. After Spain has trained a light cavalry team of at least 7,000 to 8,000 people, the remnants of the Juarez dynasty in Morocco are probably too poor to support too many regular cavalry. At this time, sending out the Spanish light cavalry team can easily encircle and suppress the remnants of the Juarez dynasty and completely complete the control of the entire Morocco. Gonzalo de Cordova's suggestion is still very pertinent, because Spain does not have the ability to eliminate more than 10,000 guerrilla Moroccan scimitar cavalry. The main reason was that they really couldn't catch up. Ferdinand II and Juan III, the father and son, finally agreed to Gonzalo de Cordova's suggestion and allowed him to withdraw his army to the northern capital of Fez. As for the ancient capital of Marrakesh, it was naturally destroyed to prevent it from becoming the base of the Juarez dynasty. So, before evacuating, Gonzalo de Cordova asked the 40,000 to 50,000 civilians who followed the army to carry out a vigorous demolition in the ancient city of Marrakesh. Cities in this era were not big, and with sufficient Spanish labor, the demolition of the ancient capital of Marrakesh was quickly implemented. The old royal palace in Marrakesh and the ancient Kutubiyya mosque in Marrakesh were all demolished by the Spaniards. While demolishing, Gonzalo de Cordova also let his soldiers rob and loot the entire city, taking away all the valuables in the city. Moreover, they set fire to all the houses and furniture that could be ignited. When the Spanish army withdrew, the Sultan of the Juarez dynasty, Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad, excitedly led his army into the city, wanting to take back this ancient capital. But after entering the city, the Sultan of the Juarez dynasty, Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad, was horrified to find that the entire city had been reduced to ruins. In this way, even if he took over Marrakesh, this destroyed city would be unusable. Want to reactivate it? Sure, take out a large sum of money. But after losing the capital of Fez and the northern agricultural area, the Juarez dynasty lost its main source of income and had no money to rebuild Marrakesh. Therefore, Marrakesh was abandoned. In this way, after losing the southern political and economic center such as Marrakesh, the chances of the Sultan of the Juarez dynasty, Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad, turning the tables, were even lower. Without the economic support of the prosperous city, the Sultan of the Juarez dynasty, Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad, is now no different from the chiefs of the nomadic tribes in Morocco who hold heavy troops. After losing his money, Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad's strength will only become weaker and finally become the same as those ordinary nomadic chiefs. And when Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad's strength drops to the same level as that of ordinary nomadic chiefs, the tribes in southern Morocco may not be willing to listen to his orders. After all, everyone's strength is about the same, why should they listen to you? The Sultan of the Juarez dynasty does not have a noble bloodline like the Hashim family, and does not have a huge influence. Moreover, the Juarez dynasty also usurped the throne from the previous Marin dynasty, and it has only been 37 years since the successful usurpation, and it has not been generally accepted by the Moroccan people. As long as the strength declines, it will be difficult to gain general recognition. After the Spanish army withdrew to the north, it began to control and cleanse the northern part of Morocco. Originally, according to Gonzalo de Cordova's idea, he should adopt a conciliatory policy towards the locals and win over the hearts of the people first. However, at this critical moment, the Spanish Inquisition suddenly jumped out and demanded to take charge of the religious affairs in northern Morocco. Gonzalo de Cordova was immediately overwhelmed, because the Inquisition was a group of fanatical religious lunatics who loved to oppress pagans the most. But Morocco is basically full of Allah believers, and in the eyes of these Catholic fanatics of the Inquisition, they are definitely objects that should be purified. Therefore, Gonzalo de Cordova can foresee that Morocco will definitely not be peaceful in the future. Chapter 1130 finally set off. What? The Spanish army withdrew to the north. and demolished the city of Marrakesh. Marin was a little surprised when he saw the intelligence sent back by the spies sent to Spain by Kohler. According to Marin's plan, Spain should play hide-and-seek with the remnants of the Juarez dynasty all day, and then spend a lot of money in food. In this way, even if Spain occupied the huge profits of the Indian spice trade, it would be wasted on the battlefield in Morocco. However, Gonzalo de Córdoba, Marin's half-disciple, Marin once taught him that the Marin phalanx, which was considered his half-teacher, was so bold that he was willing to give up southern Morocco and stabilize the northern region first, which surprised Marin. The most important thing is that Ferdinand II and Juan III actually agreed. It seems that the Spaniards are not stupid. Marin was a little disappointed. He originally wanted to use the war in Morocco to deplete Spain's national strength. As a result, the Spaniards were willing to give up the south and concentrate on operating the north first. This is difficult, because it would be much easier to concentrate on operating the northern part of Morocco close to the Spanish mainland. Marin was a little anxious. If Spain could successfully swallow up the whole of Morocco, then the Spaniards would be free to do something else. If they set their sights on America again. Marin's current naval strength is not enough to dominate America. Fortunately, when he saw the last piece of information, Marin became happy. The content of the last piece of information was that the infamous Spanish Inquisition was eager to control the religious affairs of northern Morocco occupied by the Spanish army. Who were the people in the Inquisition? They were a group of lunatics who were keen on persecuting pagans. Letting them go to Morocco to mess around would only force the Allah believers in Morocco to rebel. As long as this group of people mess around in northern Morocco, the Allah believers in Morocco will definitely rise up in resistance. At that time, it will definitely be enough for Spain to drink a pot. But Marin still thought it was not enough, so he decided to make a move secretly and let the lunatics in the Inquisition make things bigger, stimulate the Moroccans to the greatest extent, and arouse their resistance. So, Marin told Kohler, "You send spies to bribe the priests of the Spanish Inquisition who take over the religious affairs of Morocco, and instigate them to confiscate the property of the Allah believers in Morocco who are unwilling to convert to Catholicism, and expel those people from Morocco or burn them directly." Marin's idea was very insidious, and there was no worry that the priests of the Inquisition would not take the bait. Why? Because one of the confiscation of the property of pagans would attract the priests of the Spanish Inquisition. Moreover, it was not the first time that the Spanish Inquisition did this. For example, before in Spain, the Spanish Inquisition had confiscated the property of wealthy Jewish merchants who were unwilling to convert to Catholicism. In 1492, 200,000 Jews with wealth and technology were expelled from the country by the Spanish Inquisition. Of course, the property of those Jews was confiscated. In the end, many of those Jews were taken to Turkey by the Turkish Sultan Basaid II, and thus promoted the development of Turkish printing and other technologies, as well as cultural progress. Therefore, the notorious Spanish Inquisition was absolutely familiar with this kind of thing of robbing pagans of their property. They would have done it even if Marin had not pushed them secretly. It's just that after Marin pushed them secretly, they might have been more motivated. However, it should be pointed out that the Arabs and Berbers in Morocco were not cowardly Jews, but a group of fierce men who could ride horses and wield scimitars. The Jews had been oppressed by Europeans for thousands of years, and had long lost the courage to resist. Moreover, the Jews were hated by everyone in Europe, and had almost no supporters, so they would surely fail if they wanted to resist. The Arabs and Berbers in Morocco were different. They were originally fierce nomads who could ride horses and use scimitars to chop people. If they were robbed of all their property and expelled from the country, they would definitely not give up. At that time, they would definitely rise up and fight the Spaniards to the death. At that time, what Marin had to do was to send horses and scimitars to those unwilling Arabs and Berbers. However, it seemed inappropriate for Marin to do this. So, Marin asked Kohler to repeat his old tricks and go to the Venetians and the French to ask them to secretly support the Moroccans in their resistance. Anyway, these two countries have grudges against the Spaniards and are certainly willing to cause trouble for the Spaniards. In addition, Marin would also remind the Venetians and the French to secretly support the Juarez dynasty. For example, provide money, food and weapons. Because Marin heard that the Spaniards did not blockade the southern coast of Morocco. As long as the Venetians and the French secretly sent ships to the southern coast of Morocco and quietly provided money, food and weapons to the remnants of the Juarez dynasty would continue to persist. Moreover, the weapons needed by the Moroccan cavalry were very simple. As long as they had scimitars and war horses, they could fight. Even if the Spanish wanted to blockade the southern coast of Morocco, it would be difficult to do so. After all, Spain in this era did not have satellites and radars, and could not monitor the entire southern coast. Even in the future with satellites and radars, smuggling in coastal areas was still rampant. After all, as long as they sailed in the middle of the night, they could easily avoid the blockade of the Spanish fleet. France was the easiest country to secretly support the Juarez dynasty, because France could secretly send ships directly to the southern coast of Morocco through the ports on the Atlantic coast. Unlike Venice, if they wanted to send ships to the southern coast of Morocco, they had to pass through the Strait of Gibraltar controlled by the Spanish first, and there was a high possibility of being discovered. The French ships could sail on the wide Atlantic Ocean, and as long as they were careful, they were less likely to be discovered. As long as the Juarez dynasty could obtain support from the outside world, it would not collapse due to the loss of its main source of finance. In this way, they could also hold on longer and continue to cause trouble for the Spaniards. After arranging these things, it was already November. At this time, it was already late autumn and early winter. There were basically no tropical storms on the oceans of the northern hemisphere. The biggest danger was probably the floating icebergs similar to those encountered by the Titanic. However, as long as they did not sail rashly at night and were always careful to observe, the probability of an accident was not high. After all, floating icebergs were not as strong as tropical storms and could be avoided. Marin was now on a ship and could arrive in Panama at the end of the year. Then, take a boat from Panama City across the Pacific Ocean and arrive at the Ming Dynasty. Going west from Panama to the Ming Empire, it takes 3 months to arrive because of the smooth sailing. And the time period is exactly in spring. The typhoons and other tropical storms in the western Pacific are mainly from May to September. As long as you set off in time, you can avoid the typhoon season. As long as you don't encounter a strong storm like a typhoon, even if you encounter a larger sea storm, Marin's 10 warships will definitely not all sink. As long as there are 10 warships left, even if the warship Marin is on sinks, Marin can be rescued on another ship and escape the disaster. In this way, after preparing everything needed for sailing, Marin took Durer and other entourages, began to board the ship, and rushed to the Colón Bay of Panama. Then, land there, cross the Isthmus of Panama, meet up with the 10 warships waiting there, and then go to the Ming Dynasty. Calculating the time, the fleet is almost about to arrive in Panama City.